say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day.
And we are live from the spectacular Royal Opera House in Mumbai, the city of dreams, the city that never slows down, and neither does the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. The action, the race to the finish line is heating up, and I am joined by the dynamic duo, the fantastic 8-times US champion Grandmaster Irina Krush and Grandmaster Harshit Raja. We are at that stage where every move counts, every board counts, and Irina, one slip can be extremely costly for the teams.
Exactly. As we move into the final days of the Global Chess League, the teams are doing their best to qualify for those top 2 places. Some teams have more margin for error than others, and some teams really can't afford to make any more mistakes if they want to qualify to the top 2.
I really like how you said every single board counts, as it cannot just be one player scoring all the runs. You need your other teammates to step up and contribute towards the success, and this day is going to be a crucial day for the team standings.
And some have been doing it better than others. Take a look at our leaderboard as we head into day 7 action. And at the top, once again, a picture that we've gotten used to here at the Mahindra Global Chess League. It's Triveni Continental Kings with 15 match points. But I also want to draw your attention to the number of matches that we see, because the match points don't tell the full story. UpGrad Mumbai Masters right behind with 12 points and a game in hand. Another story that we've gotten used to, PBG Alaskan Knights at the bottom of the leaderboard, and surprisingly, for the FYERS American Gambits, they've had 3 back-to-back losses, and that's cost them dearly. Let's take a look at the action that we're coming fresh out of on day 6. It was the first day with 4 matches here at the Global Chess League. These were our scorelines. It was celebrations on one side, heartbreak on the other. What was the highlight for you, Irina?
Well, I think the story for me from yesterday was the Triveni Continental Kings' recovery after their first game loss to the Alpine SG Pipers. I think it was the most challenging day for the 2-time defending champions because they had a second game just a couple of hours later, and their team managed to come together despite the loss of their star Ali Reza Firouzja in both games to win by the minimal score of 10 points to 9 against the PBG Alaskan Knights. And I think this moment, this day at the Global Chess League showed us why they're the defending champions.
And I think for me, it was the PBG Alaskan Knights recovery, the word that you used, Irina. They were trying to make a comeback in this tournament to make a run for the money towards the top 2 spots, but they won their first game actually against the FYERS American Gambits. Very nice win for them, their second win in a row. But the evening match against the team that you were speaking about, Irina, the Triveni Continental Kings, very close match. But it was the Triveni Continental Kings beating the PBG Alaskan Knights, and this was very interesting.
The story at the top and the story at the bottom of the leaderboard were the standout performers right there. And I want to talk about what a roller coaster that match was. You know, the fight at the icon board there. It was Gukesh taking on Hikaru Nakamura, and an absolute roller coaster of a match. And it all came down to those final few seconds, Harshit.
Oh, he was completely in control throughout the game, and this is the moment where he played Queen F8, Knight 2 H6, and Gukesh is like, how did I miss this move? Hikaru gets up from his chair, but Gukesh still contemplating over the last final moves, discussing with his teammate where he went wrong. But the team made sure that the team gets the important 3 match points. Gukesh lost his game against Hikaru Nakamura.
And there was some relief to be had with his good friend Arjun Aragaisi there winning his game. And for the PBG Alaskan Knights, the icon result did not change the destiny of the team there. Arjun, what a performance it was against Artemiev in this one. For the PBG Alaskan Knights, we saw a dominating performance here, and it all came down to this board. It really set the tone for the comeback after Gukesh's loss.
I mean, he won his first game against Anish Giri. Then, in the second time in a row, Arjun struck when it mattered the most, and this move, G5, was a very nice move played by Artemiev. Arjun captures the pawn on G5 and rook to G8. This is the nice sequence that Artemiev had prepared. But look at Arjun. He had everything under control, moves his knight to F3, and finally in this bishop endgame, up an entire bishop. So not exactly a bishop endgame, it was a piece up. And here he gets home PBG Alaskan Knights those 3 points.
What an important victory that was, and for the Alpine, for the FYERS American Gambits, even losing their 3rd match in a row with that. Let's move on to the next match that we had on our menu. Equally dramatic. A 12-8 victory by the Alpine SG Pipers with Fabiano Caruana on that top board. So much to break down in this one. Triveni Continental Kings, they've been consistent at the top. Irina, what did it take for the Pipers to take down the Kings?
Well, what it took was wins on the top 3 boards by Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, and Pragnananda. None of them were having particularly amazing results so far, but they came together for this match, and winning on the top 3 boards was pretty amazing. And actually all the games in this match were decisive, but of course the most exciting one was Fabiano versus Ali Reza. It started as a King's Indian. Ali Reza went for one of the most aggressive openings in chess, and it came down to the wire when both players had seconds left. And that's where Ali Reza usually shines, but Caruana kept playing so quickly. When he was up a queen, he was able to deflect the threats and still win.
One of the most dramatic games of chess that I have ever witnessed, and Fabiano Caruana finally putting a stop to Ali Reza's hot streak of 5 out of 5, gets that win down. And I have to say, you know, when Fabi made that queen, it felt like 99.9% of chess players would resign. But Ali Reza, the way he conjured magic, he literally went to checkmate Fabiano with his own king.
He's a warrior. He's absolutely a warrior, Tanya. And you know, these are the moments. This kind of defines why a team stands out than the other teams. And that's why Triveni Continental Kings is at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, and you know, Ali Reza, I think this game actually affected him quite a lot because he was so close to also possibly getting a win here. Instead, he got a loss, and in his next game against Gukesh, it seemed like he wasn't the absolute best version of himself.
That was one match for the books, one match that's going to be spoken about for a really long time. And of course, we'll be breaking down more action. But right now, we've got big chess coming up. And before we dive into all of that, we've got the coaches of the UpGrad Mumbai Masters and the FYERS American Gambits. And Arohi is ready to grill them.
Masters versus the Gambits, and it's now time for the color swap. Let's welcome our guests today. We have Hari Krishna for UpGrad Mumbai Masters, GM Srinath for FYERS American Gambits, along with Mr. Amit Sharma, the international arbiter for the swap. Can we now please have the color swap? Srinath, can we please have you with us? Playing white today. The good part is that y'all have a great team. Y'all have been overall doing very well. However, you lost the last 3 games. Today, if you win, it is going to be a huge confidence boost. What is the plan?
The plan is to just go and give our best. We have white coming up. We have a doubleheader today, 2 whites, and also another white after that. So all the things that we have been storing, we plan to unleash in the next 3 games.
In the last game against the Mumbai Masters, you had 1 win on the board. That was Hikaru. Probably if you secure another one with that today, which other board will be on your list?
Probably Bibisara.
She's been doing really well in the tournament. Is today kind of the make or break for the team?
Definitely. I think from here on, every game is a make and break. But also, on the other hand, we have nothing to lose where we are at the standings. So the only way from here is up.
All the best for your 2 games today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hari Krishna, black today, or what are the plans?
Yeah, just play good chess. What else?
So today, I think the eyes are going to be on that one board because both creative players, both of them have been playing complex, exceptional chess. It is going to be Rapper versus Mahindra Rao. Your thoughts?
I think all boards are equally important. For us, we won yesterday, nice match, and we hope to play good games today and see how it goes.
You know, the best part about Mumbai is what I think is, irrespective of the match results, everybody's performed, and they've performed really well, whether they lose or win. Overall in the tournament, the confidence must be on the boost.
I think they played good chess so far, if you see the quality of the game. So that's what matters in such a long tournament. And yeah, let's hope for the best today.
You also have a very special guest who's joined you today. You have Milind Soman. He's come here as he's supporting your team. That also helps the players. You know, the confidence goes up. You have that motivation, people coming from outside supporting the team.
Yeah, I also would like to say the thanks to all the fans who are here and cheering us. And I actually see Mr. Milind Soman's, workouts and he's running marathons and so on. So it's quite inspiring, and I'm happy that he came to support our team. And yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. All the best. His coming here is not even only motivation for you, but also for everybody right here.
Thank you very much.
That is it from the color swap. We'll be back after a short break. On the other side, you'll see FYERS with the white.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. Jaise FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. Jaise FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, Navita Solar, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर की बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता हूं। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ Alpine SG पाइपर्स।
Grab it, visit, grab it, hey, grab it, visit, grab it, hey, visit, grab it, visit, Gampa.
Grab the fizz, Campa wali fizz.
Come on guys, hurry up.
अरे सुनना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता।
But that's okay, you can learn.
रोज का ढक्कन देना। तो ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
अबे ढक्कन, पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
Welcome back, everyone. And we just saw right before we went on break the captains of the UpGrad Mumba Masters and the FYERS American Gambits, and it felt like a tale of two cities, with Srinath saying, well, at the bottom of the board, they have to try to get at the top. But UpGrad Mumba Masters, this is the team that I want to talk about. Hari Krishna looking in good spirits, and that's what they need to do. But what a performance they're coming out of. On day 6, taking down Vishy Anand's Ganges Grandmasters 11-6. And it's been impressive to watch them at play, to watch them outside. The fans go crazy for them. They always have a smile on their face. What's working so well for the UpGrad Mumba Masters?
I mean, there is one player who has been really standing out for the team of UpGrad Mumba Masters, and that is Chakriyar Mamedyarov, who defeated Javokir Sindarov yesterday. And I think this board is where they are getting a lot of points in their team. Also, Koneru Hampi defeating Polina Shuvalova yesterday. It was Wesley So, Polina Shuvalova and Chakriyar Mamedyarov bringing their team those important match points here. We see the highlights from the game of yesterday between Shak and Javokir. Javokir playing so well in this tournament. And knight f3, d5, b3. A very interesting strategic approach here chosen by Chakriyar. Bishop b2, e6. And let's see what he goes for. It was a tense game.
And it really came down to this board because Sindarov has been a key star performer for the Ganges Grandmaster, but Chakriyar Mamedyarov there at the end, getting a big win. He had that extra piece, was given the player of the match. It's all the way up for the UpGrad Mumba Masters with the performance that they've been showing. And one other team that's got the same storyline are the Kings, the Triveni Continental Kings, just the consistency that they've had on the leaderboard. But this one, Irina, was a very closely contested battle, winning with the narrowest of the margins.
Yeah, this was a really tough match for the Triveni Continental Kings because they'd already lost to the Alpine SG Pipers earlier that day. Ali Reza Firouzja suffered his second consecutive loss of this event. It all happened on the same day. But Vidit, as we see on the screen, he redeemed himself. Earlier in the day, he had actually failed to make it to the time control and move 40. He lost on time in their match to it was to Pragg, and in this game, he actually winds up defeating Linier Dominguez in the same fashion when Linier in this endgame is going to fail to make it to move 40, and he's going to lose on time.
And this was a classic Vidit win as well, a strategic masterpiece by him, got that endgame, kept pushing it out, and a very happy Vidit. Has had a shaky tournament so far, but delivered when it really mattered. And I have to ask you at this point, for the Triveni Continental Kings and the UpGrad Mumba Masters, the way we've been seeing, is this becoming a two-horse race?
It definitely feels like that. Like when you see how these teams are performing, you understand why they're in the top two positions. They don't have any players who are severely underperforming. I would say, Vidit has been, a bit shaky for the Triveni Continental Kings, but he came through for them at such a critical moment and delivered the match yesterday.
And I think that being said, we cannot really forget the fact that the other teams are still in the race. We have seen this in sports. The lead 2-0 in football is considered to be one of the most dangerous leads, as you become prone for the other team to making a comeback. And I'm sure this is what we're going to see today.
And that's why today is such an exciting day for the teams that are in the middle. Take a look at our leaderboard. It is a make or break for some of them. It's all about getting to that top two spots. And we've seen only two names up there so far. But I have to say, this doesn't tell the full story. The Triveni Continental Kings at the top with 15 match points. UpGrad Mumba Masters 3 match points below them at 12, but with a match in hand. They've only played 6 matches so far, while the Kings have 7. So that does give them a little bit of a buffer to climb up the standings. For the rest of the team, there we see with 9 match points for the Alpine Pipers and Ganges Grandmasters. An incredible day of chess coming up. And the bottom 2 teams, there's nothing left to do but to keep winning. They need that hot streak. And it's going to be hot chess action on the other side of this break as we take you for just a few short moments. We will come back, but first let's tell you what we've got coming in store for you right on that when we do return. And we will talk more about that action coming up. Don't go anywhere.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर की बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ Alpine SG पाइपर्स।
Grab it, visit, grab it, hey, grab it, visit, grab it, hey, visit, grab it, visit, Yamba!
Grab the fits. Campa wali fits.
Come on guys, hurry up.
यार सुनना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना। ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
अबे ढक्कन, पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
And to kick off the action on day 7, we start with the UpGrad Mumba Masters taking on the FYERS American Gambits. We will then have Vishy Ganges Grandmasters up against Fabiano Caruana's Alpine SG Pipers, followed by FYERS American Gambits back in action one more time. This time they will face the leaders, Triveni Continental Kings. And to end the day, a big clash. It will be Gukesh versus Vishy as the PBG Alaskan Knights take on the Ganges Grandmasters. Welcome back, everyone. Once again, I'm joined by Reena Crush and Grandmaster Harshit Raja. What a day we've set ourselves up for 4 team battles. And again, it's that stage of the tournament where one match loss could mean that you're out of the event. I want to start with our first one here, Irina. It's the UpGrad Mumba Masters against the FYERS American Gambits. American Gambits have had 3 losses back-to-back. They are spiraling right now. We had Srinath say that the only way from here is up. They have to go all out. How do they do that against a team that's been all the way up? And what has it been? What has been the secret sauce for the UpGrad Mumba Masters?
Well, I think the secret sauce for UpGrad Mumba Masters has been that all of their players are doing well. Nobody is on a minus score, which means no one has lost more games than they've won. That's incredibly helpful for the team. Plus, they have a star that has won 3 games compared 3 games more than he's lost. He hasn't lost anything, Shakriya Mamedyarov. Okay, we have a matchup between Bardia Daneshvar and Volodar Murzin. So Bardia has a +2 score, which means he's won 2 more games than he's lost, and Volodar Murzin is on -1. So definitely hasn't been the best event for him so far, and I would give Bardia the edge.
Ooh, so you're going for Bardia. I'm going to go with the FYERS American Gambits, Volodar Murzin, and then going to the Superstar Women's board. We have 2 boards here. One between Harika Dronavali against Theodora Ignatz. Theodora Ignatz was one of the star performing players for the FYERS American Gambits, but in the last 2 games, she has been struggling, and that's why I'm going to side with Harika Dronavali on this one. And then between Koneru Hampi and Bibisara Asubayeva, we heard Srinath say in the interview that they're banking on Bibisara to bring the full point for the FYERS American Gambits, and I am with Srinath on this one.
That was a big statement by him, and I think it makes a lot of sense given her performance. And 2 other players who have been performing so well for the UpGrad Mumba Masters has to be Wesley So and Shakriar Mamedyarov. You mentioned Bibisara for the Gambits. For the UpGrad Mumba Masters, do you see this as the board where they perhaps, the superstar men, where they want to get the wins in?
Well, for sure, because Wesley So has stepped up in the last couple of games and gathered a couple of wins. Shakriar Mamedyarov has been their best performer so far. So I feel like the UpGrad Mumba Masters are feeling really strong on these boards, and their players are certainly doing better than their counterparts on the FYERS American Gambits.
Let's go up to our top board there. Here we've got our panel giving it to the UpGrad Mumba Masters in the Superstar Men board. A mixed feeling so far, getting the Prodigy and the Superstar Women board into account as well. What are the chances that it comes down to these 2 players? The former World Blitz champion Maxime Vachier-Lagrave for the UpGrad Mumba Masters taking on the world #2 Hikaru Nakamura for the FYERS American Gambits. Is there a player here who has the edge?
And to be honest, for me, it's clear that Hikaru Nakamura is going to take the onus on his own back to make sure that the FYERS American Gambits get those 3 match points. As Srinath said, this is a make or break match. If they don't win this one, they cannot qualify to the finals, and that's why I am going to go with Hikaru Nakamura, who's known to perform under pressure.
And I'm going to point out that so far on the icon board, Hikaru Nakamura has scored 11 board points, 1 point higher than Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at 10. So showing similar form, both these great titans of the game. What do you think? He's saying Hikaru for Harshit. Hikaru has the edge. Do you agree with that? What's your case for Maxime here?
Well, I think Maxime has had quite a good tournament overall. Hikaru has probably performed like decently for himself. I'm not even sure how happy he is with his performance. He certainly hasn't been able to like shine like Firouzja has in this event so far. But yes, on their team, Hikaru and Bibisara are the best performers. So that's why it makes sense to hope for more wins from them.
And here you can see the UpGrad Mumba Masters walking out to the playing hall. Shakhriyar Mehmediyarov not really looking very interested, but when he gets on the board, trust me, he's going to be one to watch out for, followed by Humpy and Harika there, and of course the prodigy who has been performing really well for the UpGrad Mumba Masters, Daneshwar Bardia.
And that's been the big storyline. Every single player there performing higher than expectation. Nobody has underperformed. Every board making it count. And that's the story that the FYERS American Gambits want today. Is not Hikaru leading the charge, or did I just miss that? Because I saw Richard Rappo there walking with Bibisara. We've got Inyats, we've got Volodar Murzin, the reigning world rapid champion, a team to definitely watch out for. They're not going to make it easy, and they are hungry for the win. 3 losses there for the FYERS American Gambits. Srinath saying this is a do or die or make or break day for them. It's a big match coming up. My final question is always, we've got the flags in front of us for these two teams. Who takes the first match of the day? I start with you, Irina.
You want me to guess the whole match of the day?
Yes,
or
the whole match. Pick one. Is it going to be the pink or is it going to be the green?
All right, we're going to go with the pink because they really need to win this match to stay in contention for the top 2 places.
Don't you forget where we are, Irina. We are in Mumbai, and I'm going to go with the UpGrad Mumba Masters to take the first match of day 7.
The local team with a lot of fans and a lot of supporters here, and it is Irina Crush who's saying Hikaru will get the job done. This will be our first matchup. We've set the stage for you. We brought you all the storylines. The only thing left to do is get the pieces moving, and that's exactly what happens on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
चेस हो या मार्केट, जीत उन्हीं की होती है जो दूर का देख सकते हैं। FYERS एडवांस ऑप्शन चेन और 50 मार्केट डेप्थ के साथ मार्केट का हर मूव आपके सामने।
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
It's time to call the goal-getter Gambits. Give it up for FYERS American Gambits.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar.
Introducing the players starting from world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura, Vladislav Artemiev, Richard Rappo, 2 times women's World Blitz champion Bibisara Asalbayeva, Teodora Inyats, reigning World Rapid champion Volodar Morzin, and their coach GM Srinath. Let's call their contenders now, the Magical Masters. Give it up for UpGrad Mumba Masters.
Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess.
Make some noise for the former World Blitz champion Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Wesley So, former World Blitz champion Shakhriyar Mamedirao, reigning women's World Rapid champion Konderu Hampi, Harika Dronavalli, Bardia Daneshwar, along with their coach Hari Krishna. Please give it up for all our players today. You may now take your boards. All the best. And now for the first move, may I please call upon Mr. Milind Soman, supermodel, actor, producer and founder, Pinkathon, along with Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the tournament director.
So ये interview.
And here we can see Milind Soman, the famous actor, one of the best role models for fitness, making the ceremonial move here between the game of Hikaru Nakamura and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What a nice moment here, Tanya.
Yeah, he's a big fitness enthusiast. He's an actor, he's a supermodel, he's a producer. I don't know how he does it all. And I think he's on the right board because these two have to do it all. Look at that. He is with the UpGrad Mumba Masters. He's supporting them today. And there he was pumping both the players. Give it your best. And that's what they need to do today. 2 very different stories, right? Hikaru's team has to win. UpGrad Mumba Masters still has a little buffer, but a win will cement them at the top.
Oh, definitely, Tanya. And the games have begun. They were smiling before the game, but trust me, as soon as the game starts, the icon players are going to be completely zoned in, as this is a make or break match. That's been the storyline for this matchup. Knight f3, d5. This is the starting few moves between the game of Inyats and Harika.
And the first time these two teams faced each other, it was the UpGrad Mumba Masters with the white pieces who took the win 9-7 against the FYERS American Gambits. So can the Gambits turn that story around? Will this be the grudge match that they'll finally avenge themselves? We see the women's superstar board. That's in action. And there we have Bibisara, a player that the American Gambits are relying on to get the point.
This is definitely going to be a big game for them as Asuboeva goes for the Catalan opening. Fianchettos her bishop on the king side, castles, but generally in these positions, Hampi is rock solid. And I am predicting, it's too early, Tanya, but I'm predicting this game to go into a draw, but d3.
And that was the storyline last match as well. This encounter did end peacefully. It was a draw at the end, a roller coaster of a game. But neither of the players were able to score a point. The position that we have, it's a closed position so far, and I think Bibisara just wants a long game. She eventually wants, part of the match strategy could be to get Hampi low on the clock. Bibisara is the 2-time World Blitz champion, and perhaps the odds go into her favor as the clocks tick low.
And guys, just to remind everyone what happened the last time that they played, it was only Hikaru Nakamura from the FYERS American Gambit who won their match against UpGrad Mumba Masters, and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov along with Daneshwar Bardia got the UpGrad Mumba Masters full points. And here, the handshake between the superstar men's board between Vladislav Artemiev against Wesley So, and on the other one between the 2 heavyweight players, Richard Rappo taking on the shark attack, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
And in the pre-show, you mentioned, Harshit, that you feel the UpGrad Mumba Masters have an edge on the superstar board. The incredible performances by Wesley and Shakhriyar. Can Artemiev and Richard Rappo just stop that spree that the players have been on to get the points for the UpGrad Mumba Masters here? And there we see a King's Pawn opening. He's gone for the Italian setup, Richard Rappo has. And there we see, so far, Shakhriyar bringing his own bishop out.
Yes, exactly, Tanya. And, you know, they cannot really afford to make draws in this game because the game points are also super important for the FYERS American Gambits in order to qualify. And can we get the board? Can we quickly get the board here?
I just want to point out for the FYERS American Gambits, they've had 3 match losses in a row. They have spiraled down the rankings after a brilliant start. And it's very important to show mental fortitude right now. A new move, a new setup here by Richard Rappo.
Yes, he pins the knight on f6, Tanya, to the queen on d8. And generally, what this move does is provokes black to go h6 and g5. And by the way, we do get handshake between the prodigy board, e4, c6, and finally, the icon board. Let's quickly jump on that one.
It's a Karo Khan on the prodigy board, but can ya do it, Hikaru Nakamura, for the FYERS American Gambits? He starts with his trusted King's Pawn opening. And where's he going to get the bishop out? He says, no bishop out yet. I'm going for the 4 knights.
He goes for the 4 knights. I have seen him do this plenty times when he plays online and streams from his home playing blitz. He goes for this move, pawn to d4. Black captures, knight takes d4, and bishop to b4. This is considered to be a super solid approach from the white pieces. But yes, generally white is playing for 2 results.
And I'm slightly surprised with that. I would have expected Hikaru Nakamura, being the only scorer in their previous account, and taking down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to go for a more dynamic opening. Usually, where chess theory stands right now, black is doing absolutely fine in this. In modern theory, for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, does he know the way to equalize will be the question. Out of this opening, he gets the bishop out. There's a threat on the board.
Yes. Now that the knight on c3 is pinned, knight takes e4 could be a very nice tactic that black could play. And maybe we can quickly go to have an interview with Milind Soman down with Arohi in the studio.
We have Mr. Milind Soman here with us, founder, Pinkathon, actor, producer, supermodel. It can just go on and on. But tell me about this initiative yours. It is a women-centric initiative, Pinkathon. It is just like this powerful queen that we have on the chessboard.
It is. I mean, women are obviously the best. I think society can change. If women lead that change, it can change much faster. The Pinkathon, of course, I started in 2012 because I saw as a runner and participating in so many events, the participation of women was very, very low. So I created a platform that was only for women to see if it would make a difference. And the difference was incredible. So today, of course, Pinkathon is the biggest women's run in the country. It has distances from 3 kilometers to 100 kilometers. We started 100 kilometers in Mumbai this morning. It will end tomorrow morning. And then we do the 3 kilometer, 5 kilometer, and 10 kilometer runs. And we bring the 100 kilometer runners on stage so the women can see what they're capable of.
That is incredible, you know, just like how you have an initiative for women. Here we have certain boards which are specific for women, and they've been doing exceptionally well. Let's talk about, I think, Humpy, Harika, they've been doing really well. You met them today. Yeah. What is the conversation you had?
Well, unfortunately, there was no conversation because everyone is in such a hurry, and I'm sure they were focusing, you know, on the game. But I think that anything that women put their mind to, and this is not to put men down, I think anybody who really believes in something can do really, really well. I mean, that is the key, to believe and you can achieve.
You know, everyone knows about your push-up challenge, and it's very famous. Yeah. But tell me, if you had to make the chess players do something of that sort to take a picture with you, what would that be?
Push-ups. I mean, the rule is push-ups. But, you know, I met Vishwanathan Anand many, many years ago, and he told me that, you know, to sit for 4 to 5 hours, I need to be fit. And that is the truth. They talk about sitting is the new smoking. So if you're not fit enough to sit, the sitting is going to make you sick. So you need to be fit to sit as well. Like a lot of corporate people, they complain that the job is only sitting, but you need to be fit for that job.
Absolutely, and nobody knows it better than the chess players because they have to sit for long hours.
Absolutely, incredible. It is, and that's a lesson that they can give everyone.
Thank you so much for joining us today. I hope you enjoy the games because we have an exceptional experience for everybody who comes to watch it.
I'm sure I will. And all the best to you, Mumba. Thank you very much for this collaboration with Pinkathon.
Thank you so much. Enjoy today. That is it from here. Back to the studio.
That was such a great interview, you know, Milind Soman there talking about the synergy of the body and the mind. And he said it, that even to sit for hours on the board, so important to have that level of fitness. What I loved the most was his philosophy that if you believe it, you can achieve it. You know, everything in life happens twice, once in your head and once in reality.
Oh, I loved how he said that, Tanya. It happens twice, and you could see that he actually did the push-up challenge himself with the owner of the UpGrad Mumba Masters, Suhail Chandak, and it was so nice to have him with us.
You know, Harshad, we've seen you do a couple of push-up challenges online. How do you think you'll fare against Milind?
I just saw the form that he had. And I
don't think you'd have a chance against.
Yeah, I think I should practice for a few more years.
We need to make that happen.
Challenge.
We need to make that challenge happen with Milind Soman here, supporting, rooting for the UpGrad Mumba Masters, the home team, and they have been performing so incredibly well. But a big matchup, this one. Can they consolidate that top 2 position? And this is our icon board. And so far, it looks like White has maybe the slightly more active pieces, more active bishops. The knight is out right now, eyeing that D pawn. The rook can slide to that central file. The queen getting to that f3 square. A healthier pawn structure. 2 pawn islands for White versus 3 pawn islands for Black.
We do have a small imbalance. As you mentioned, Black is missing the pawn on b7 compared to the white pawn on the d file, and here he goes for it either with queen to f3, ready to swing over the rook from a1 to d1. And yes, generally it's better to have a central pawn, but not when this pawn on d5 can come under fire. Slightly comfortable position for Hikaru, but I think the game is still developing and it's around balance. Do you want to quickly take a look on the board of Bibisara, the board which Srinath mentioned is a critical board for them? So if we can go to board number 4, yes, here we are. What's your feeling about this position, Tanya?
There are 2 connect 3s that I already spot for Bibisara in the position, and that usually means that the pawns have moved forward, trying to gain space. A very strange, non-standard pawn structure for the white pieces, but to me, it seems to signal that Bibisara wants a fight. She doesn't go for the theoretical battles here. She's gone for an offbeat approach, and that last move by Humpy, getting her knight out, it's asking some questions. What do you want to do with the most active piece at the center of the board? Will we see trades? Or will Bibisara continue with development here?
And generally, to exchange the most active piece of your opponent is a great idea. And I think Humpy, of course, is no stranger to that concept. She goes for the thematic idea of knight from b8 to d7. And the reason why they don't develop the knight to c6, Tanya, is because when you take on c6, you kind of have an unpleasant, option. You don't want to take with the queen and put your queen on this pin here. On the contrary, you can capture on d7 back with the bishop.
That's a great point you make about having the right idea, but also the right execution. Let's move on to the action on the other board as opening moves are coming in fast and quick. The Inyats versus Harika, the other women superstar board, a big clash. You know, as we had Mr. Soman with us and he spoke about the Pinkathon, the role of women as well in the Global Chess League. The statement is clear. Very often the matches get decided on the Prodigy and the superstar women board. Do we see a little bit of a progress here by Inyats against Harika in this one? More space for White?
I'm just super confused why the knight on b8 is not on d7. And if we just go back one move, after this move, queen to e2, I think White was eyeing this pawn advance from e4 to e5, gaining space in the center, getting ready to develop this knight on d2 to e4. And to play against this concept, Black goes for knight fd7, a4, gaining space on the queen side, b6, and this is the live position we have on the board.
And Harika there, she wants to take her bishop out. She comes with a big threat here with the white queen and the rook lined up on the same diagonal. You do have to watch out for ideas of bishop a6 with a skewer on the board.
And these ideas that you mentioned, like bishop to a6, come so naturally to us. And the reason for this is because of pattern recognition. We have seen and solved so many positions that ideas like this come naturally to us. And that's why if you want to improve, you need to solve as many puzzles as possible. Or come to the Royal Opera House and watch some of the best players play chess and get to know these ideas, have a great time. What a nice opportunity for everyone. And here we see some of the fans excitingly watching the game. Guys, chillana mat.
And there we've got our beautiful playing arena right there where commentary can be followed. You're watching the players in action. You've got incredible superstars. Milind Milind Soman here today as well. You've got Grandmasters giving simultaneous. It's a full celebration. It's a full party. The Global Chess League here is. So if you're in Mumbai, definitely drop in. And what incredible matchups we've got in store for you today. Let's move on to our icon board as we see Artemiev there, walking around, taking a look on the other boards, and that's such an important part of team play.
And actually, I quickly want to go to that game as I'm very curious why Artemiev got up from his chair. Is he very confident that he's winning? Or he wants to make sure that he should keep playing or make a draw? As this is the live position on the board. 4 pawns versus 3 on the king side, because black has these double pawns on the queen side.
And let's just go one move back, because I do see a central pawn hanging. But instead of capturing that, after white pushed the pawn to g5, Wesley doesn't play with fire here. That would have allowed the white rook to infiltrate to the 7th rank, hitting everything that you see in front of you. So not giving counterplay. Instead, Wesley, keeping it so solid, brings his rook to the central file on our live board. You know, we spoke about Wesley's incredible performance for the UpGrad Mumba Masters. I think Artemiev just wants to keep things under control. It's part of the team strategy here. Just make sure you ward off Wesley's power play.
Exactly. Wesley has been picking up his pace for the UpGrad Mumba Masters, and I love this strategy. A very controlled strategy by Artemiev, where he's playing for 2 results here. Black can never, after king to g3, don't you dare take the pawn on e5, because after rook to e3 check, you're going to lose your rook on e8. And after rook to e8, Artemiev trying to, come up with a strategy which would keep putting pressure on Wesley. Do you want to go to the icon board?
Let's do it really quickly. And there we are. Lots of moves since we left it last. Let's just backtrack and see how this progressed. We had the rook coming to the center of the board. Black gains more space. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave hits Hikaru's knight. There was a trade of the bishop. We saw the bishop jump forward. The knight is off. So now the other knight comes to the center, hitting the pawn, hitting the bishop on the other side. Retreats. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave says, I have the bishop pair. You're not getting it back, Hikaru. Hikaru continues with development. The rooks are lined up on the only open file in the position. Who will control it moving forward?
I have a feeling that already white has a small strategic advantage, because yes, Tanya, black has the bishop pair, but the position is a bit close, right? With the pawns on c5 and d4, it feels as if the center is close, and in close positions, we know how the knight can dominate the bishop pair. Here, he's ready to swing over the rook from d1 to e1 and play against this bad bishop on e7.
You know, Harshad, I'm super biased for the bishop pair. It's my favorite imbalance to have in the position. So I will say that I think for Hikaru, it might even be important to actually start putting pressure on the king side. Line up your queen against the black king. Get those doubled up rooks that you're pointing about. Start putting some pressure with the f-pawn moving forward. Hikaru looking very chilled about his position.
He's not just putting pressure on the board, he's putting psychological pressure on Maxime as he gets up from his chair, takes a look on all the other boards to realize what he wants to do on his own board. And number 7 there, Hikaru, Cristiano for the FYERS American Gambits here is slightly better. And Maxime is under pressure as he comes back to his chair. Is he going to sit down? No, not yet. Okay, do you want to quickly also take a look on the Prodigy board, because we haven't had a look at this board, Tanya. Volodar Murzin, the reigning world rapid champion right now, is trying to, put some...
The only thing standing out for me here as we look at the players is that Milind Soman will not be happy with Murzin's posture. And as I said that, he did correct it just a little bit, but right now a lot of tension on the board here as well. You're pointing out that central pawn as we see it. Optically looks really nice for white. You've got the rooks and the queens lined up. Whenever this file opens up, there'll be pressure on e6 as well. If you trade on white's terms, if you go pawn takes pawn here as black, you're giving full control of that e5 square and leaving yourself with a big weakness.
I absolutely love your point that black never wants to take the pawn on e5, but if white ever takes the pawn on f6 on the other hand, the rook is going to capture back on f6 and open up the position with pawn to d4. This is going to give black a great chance to put pressure on the white king on g1.
All right, so a double-edged game, but preferring Gambit's chances here. Let's go on to our icon board back again. You said it, the number 7 for Hikaru. Thala for a reason is what I want to say. He is such a presence across the board, the way he plays, the speed that he gets, just his whole demeanor. But Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, you know, he's been there with Hikaru. He knows how to handle these things. And look at that. Hikaru lines up. He brings the pressure on that E-line. A double rook. I'm expecting him to get his queen to h5 next, make it even more active. Maybe the rerouting of the white knight via g3 to f5. Really liking the prospects of Hikaru.
Oh, he's definitely setting a battery of some sorts here. If you go bishop to d5 in this position, which looks like a natural move. Guys, can you spot the tactic? It's knight to f6 check. You cannot take with the bishop on f6 because you will be checkmated on the back rank. And if you take on f6 with the g-pawn, I just simply take the bishop on d5 and your king on g8 is completely going to come under fire.
This you don't survive. Not against a player like Hikaru. So bishop d5 would be a massive, massive blunder here. Got to watch out for those tactics. And I love the compactness of Hikaru's position at the center of the board. The two rooks, the bishop, the knight, the queen. And that's so important. You know, we speak about midfielders in football. And the reason why central space is so important is because you can direct play on either flanks from there.
Oh, that's such a nice analogy there, Tanya. You have good control of the center and it gives you very good chances to create an attack on either side of the board. Here, Hikaru keeping control on both sides. And look at him.
Hikaru's thinking in his head, you know, he's takes, logical, logical, logical. I got you, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. This position is looking really good for him. But Hikaru Nakamura knows at the back of his mind that winning on the icon board is not enough. That's a storyline that we saw happen to the Gambits yesterday, where Hikaru won on his board, but the team goes down. So let's take a look at the other boards. Every single one of them matters right now. How are we doing on the men's superstars?
Let's go to Artemiev's board. As you were saying, the other players, because Hikaru has been rock solid on the icon board, but on the superstar men's board, Artemiev not really doing that well in this event so far. But if he wins this game, that will give his entire team a huge morale boost.
And he has made a lot of progress. Look at that. Black struggling with the pawns on the left flank. Wesley So has a 4 versus 3, but let's highlight those doubled pawns. It makes it impossible for him to create a passer. Meanwhile, the 4 versus 3 that we see on the right flank, already ready to give some space. The pawns are ready to advance, much more active. Essentially, practically, White has an extra pawn in this position.
He has an extra pawn and control of the only open file in the position. And here, Tanya, White can simply place his king to f4 to e4 and advance the extra pawn on f4, as you mentioned.
This position has more poison than what appears at the start. Level material balance, but White's the one who's pushing. Better pawns, better rook, better king. All the trumps for Artemiev.
Can you already envision Artemiev taking down Wesley So in this match, or is it too early?
I think it's too soon, but he's going to play this out for a long time. And the thing is, these top players in the world hate suffering in positions like these. And as the clock ticks low, it becomes even more difficult to keep it safe, to keep everything controlled. Wesley So has to be feeling the pressure, but he's one of the biggest defenders. You know, he knows how to hold. He knows how to just sit and say, come at me, I'm ready for all of it. I still think it's an uphill task for the UpGrad Mumba Masters on this board.
And coming at the UpGrad Mumba Masters are the FYERS American Gambits. Can we have the visual of all 6 boards with the evaluation bars here as the white players? Look at it. Tanya, the icon board having an advantage for FYERS American Gambits. We saw Artemiev having an edge there as well. But look on the third board as well.
Look all across the screen right there, the top row and the bottom row. It's the white bar that has more space than the black, which means white has a big advantage. The most level board currently is Bibisara versus Humpy. That's the bottom left board that you see. Apart from that, everywhere else, they are firing on all cylinders, the FYERS American Gambits.
I mean, we haven't ever seen a clean sweep ever in the Global Chess League in all of the 3 seasons. I'm very curious if we will ever get to see that. Can we go to the icon board? Because Hikaru Nakamura's position is getting better and better with every move.
And he does come back with the knight. He wants to set up that battery that we're talking about. It's all about getting your queen into the attack, infiltrating with it. That knight has vacated that central square. Queen e4, bishop lined up right behind it, provoking, forcing Maxime to make more weaknesses on the king side.
And also, let's not forget about the idea of sacrificing a rook on e6, because after f takes e6, queen to e4, I just don't see any defense. I mean, let's say you make a move like pawn to a5, I capture your bishop on e6, f takes e6, queen e4. How do you defend? Queen h7, queen e6. the position is falling apart for black.
This will completely collapse for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So rook takes bishop was a big threat, which is why Maxime gets his bishop out of the way. Now if that happens, the rook will capture back. So taking care of that, if the queen lines up immediately, the g-pawn steps forward into defense. Queen e4, g6 on the board is the defensive resource. It might be time for Hikaru to jump in with the knight.
And Tanya, if he jumps in with his knight to f5, for a moment, I thought that black can simply chop the knight on f5, but he cannot. Because the rook on e8 is undefended, attacked twice by these two rooks. And what, I'm not very sure.
He does it.
He does
it's on the board. Hikaru is coming with every single piece of his towards Maxime's king. Slow and steady, but they're surely arriving. He first brought the rooks to the open line, puts the pressure on that, gets the queen and the bishop in the best squares possible. Now the knight rerouting itself, getting closer to Maxime's king.
I think the knight is going to play the
Huge
role
threat.
of a...
Queen to g4 is a massive threat in the position.
Queen g4 threatening mate on the g7 square and the knight on f5 acting as an assist to this queen on g4, which will potentially give checkmating ideas. And Maxime is under actually the evaluation bar tells us that Hikaru is close to winning already.
You know, you're talking about the eval bar. Look at the players. And there we have Maxime on the defense. He does make a decision.
Oh.
It wasn't, but wait a second. It was another approach. Hikaru Nakamura did not place the knight on f5. Instead, he puts it at an equally active square, but goes from the other end.
But I'm trying to understand what he wants to do, because the g4 and g3 squares both are under control. Rook to e7, the best move found by Maxime. Now the rook is protected twice.
You know what he wants? He wants to get his own rook, double it up on the e-line.
But can you guess the best move, Tanya? It's a crazy move. Boom.
You know what? I'm hoping Hikaru shows us the way before I have to answer that. But you said boom, that means that there's a sack.
You can just give knight f6 check. Yes, Tanya.
But you just lose that knight. Pawn takes knight.
Queen takes f6, and you simply cannot defend against this rook coming into e4. Your pawn on h6 is falling. The queen on c7 too far away from the action.
And look at that, down a piece. This is completely busted because all of Maxime's pieces are offside to come to the Black King's defense. One move away, rook e4, rook h4, queen coming to that 8-6 square, 8-7. A huge weakness here. Hikaru, does he find it? Can we go full screen?
Yes.
Let's try to see where Hikaru's eyes are at, where his mind's at right now. Knight f6 would be a knockout punch in this moment. And if the FYERS American Gambits early on get that going on the icon board, that's pressure all across the arena.
This is a huge moment in this matchup. Hikaru Nakamura needs to find this impeccable idea.
Look at him, Harshit. He's looking for it. He knows, he senses it that there's something. Hikaru's, I want to call it the seventh sense in chess, to actually understand these tactics is on another level right now.
The tiger smells the prey. Will he be able to hunt the Black King on g8? By the way, Artemiev is completely winning, Tanya. But maybe we'll first see if Hikaru finds it and go to that board, as Artemiev has a winning king pawn endgame.
All right, let's switch over to that. Hikaru, he's thinking, we'll keep an eye. We'll come back when we have a decision on this. And look at that. Artemiev has gotten the rooks off the board, a king pawn ending. And this is what we touched upon, that white practically, because of the 4 versus 3 on the right side, has an extra pawn in this position. But the question, how is he breaking through? Right now, Wesley So has the king opposition.
And he goes pawn to f3. I simply cannot believe that Black voluntarily exchanged the rooks, because how can he defend
But I understand that. I think Wesley just thinks this is a fortress. He'll put the c-pawn on c6, and he'll say that white has no infiltration with the king. And Wesley just judged it as, there's no way to break through. You have a beautiful pawn structure, but the bar tells another story. This is winning for Artemiev. Do you see the path? Do you see the plan here? For white.
And look at the evaluation bar only increasing. The idea for white potentially could be to go f4 and f5 check, Tanya, because after gf5, king f4, we just need to wait. We need to wait before Black exhausts all of the waiting moves. And once that's done, so let's say c6, a4, a5, b3, b6, and now white is ready to go, let's say pawn to f4, and next play pawn to f5, and this is completely winning for white.
You're just going to force Wesley to have no moves left with his pawns. And he will have no option but to allow Artemiev inroads. And Artemiev, he's calculated it.
Yeah,
he knows this ending. He has it. He goes back. He's in fact allowing the white king to move forward. Wesley relying on the b pawn coming into the defense of c5. Can Artemiev Just keep pushing, forcing Wesley into that water where there's no way out.
I'm sure this move king to d5 is going to be played very, very quickly. Look at the confidence with which Artemiev comes at the board. He's like, oh yes, I couldn't do it for you guys so far, but FYERS American Gambit, there is a reason I'm playing for your team. He's going to go pawn to f4 or king to d5 here and bring home the whole 3 match points.
Wesley doesn't survive this simply because it's a king pawn ending. It's a game of calculation. And players of this level, they're calculation beasts right now. We saw Artemiev walking around. He's figured it out. You get that king in, you provoke more pawn moves. The idea is that you're simply forcing Wesley to run out of moves on the left side completely. And at the right time, you break open on the other side.
Exactly. These doubled pawns is one of the biggest reasons why white is winning, controlled by this only one pawn on c4, which means we were talking about how this majority is going to break through.
And I wonder, was Wesley forced into the rook trade?
Let's take a look.
Or was that a voluntary decision by him?
Let's take a look.
And
it was a voluntary decision, Tanya, as he goes rook to d7, but this was a grave mistake by him.
Do an action replay of just that move. Look at the bar suddenly shoot up. It was right about here. Yes, white is better, but a lot of work to be done. And then, bam, rook d7, and the bar realizes this is the big blunder. That's not 1 question mark. That should be 3 question marks on the board.
Exactly. And guys, whenever the evaluation bar shifts dramatically, it usually means that white played a brilliancy or your opponent played a blunder, and this time it was Wesley so making a big mistake, exchanging the rooks. Let's go back to the live board here. King d7, he's still thinking.
Very professional by Artemiev. He knows it's winning, but he just wants to be incredibly precise. A very important point to be won here on the men's superstar board. Meanwhile, on the icon board, did Hikaru get that knight sacrifice in?
Let's take a look. After g6, no, he first played queen to e4, Tanya, provoked this move pawn to g6, gave knight f6 check now, king comes to g7, slides over the queen to h4, bishop to f4, knight e4, and this is the live position. Hikaru still maintaining a majority of his advantage.
It's looking incredibly active for the white pieces, but I do feel that Maxime has to be feeling a little bit more safe and compact with his position right now. And what a beautiful visual we are getting from our fan zone there. It's an absolutely packed house.
It's a full house here at the Royal Opera House. We can see all the players, enjoying the weekend, looking at the commentary here, playing some of the fun games. Maza aa gaya.
This is incredible stuff. Look at how many people have come to enjoy the Global Chess League here. Of course, there's action. They can walk into the playing arena, but right now they're getting their own games in. There are simuls going on. There's music there, people waving. If you can see us, huge shout out from us to you.
Hello.
Weekend vibes chal rahi hai wahan pe.
Absolutely. And let's come back very quickly to the board.
What better way to spend your Saturday than to be here?
Oh, there are, in chess, we talk about how important trade-offs are. I think the best trade-off that people can get is spend their time, come to the Royal Opera House to get this beautiful experience.
And the only one having a lot of fun on the icon board, we see all eyes glued to the action that's in front of them right now. Hikaru Nakamura is about to infiltrate, come in with his queen, defended by that knight.
And on that little board there, we can see that he gave a check to the black king, and that's what Hikaru should do. Give a check to the king on g7.
Come on, Hikaru. You need to be inspired by the players outside. And there we see he does go for the check.
It's mutual inspiration for the players inside and outside. Let's come back to this game. Knight comes back to g3 here. And what's the idea? Does he want to take on e6? I think so. I think this is his idea. Rook takes the bishop on e6.
Hikaru just wants to sacrifice to blow open the defenses in front of the black king. Rook takes bishop is in the air, weakening that key g6 pawn in the position. And for now, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave completely locked in. He knows he's on the back foot in this one. When Hikaru is coming for you, when he's on the attack, you better watch out. You have to be so alert. Every move is a high responsibility move here for Maxime.
And responsibility has been taken by Hikaru Nakamura to make sure that the FYERS American Gambits do well. What's the point?
The point is, it's just incredible attack. Well, you take that pawn back, the queen can't capture it, the rook is hanging at the back of the board.
That's the idea, that this rook hangs.
And Harshit, while Maxime hangs on to dear life, let's see if Wesley has managed to create a miracle on the board. And the answer, unfortunately,
no.
for the UpGrad Mumba Masters is a big no right now. We see Vladislav Artemiev. He's gone up with the king. He attacked that pawn, which now has been defended. And he can just continue pushing his own pawns. Again, forcing Wesley. Notice how the king can't move around. If the black king sidesteps, the white king goes further into the camp.
You have to be careful before making this move king c6 because the black king can come to e6, but I think for sure this idea of king to c6, even the advance with pawn to f4, king to e4 and pawn to f5, this should be the winning trick for the white pieces.
Maximum tension on this one. Let's go on to our other boards and see where is it that the UpGrad Mumba Masters, they're in pressure on board 1, on board 2, where are they striking back? And the answer is not on this
board
board.
3, exactly.
It's not board 3.
Because it feels as if the top 3 boards, the FYERS American Gambits have a massive advantage because Richard Rapport, let's try to understand this. Piece kam hai yaar Tanya ek white ke paas.
Why pawns both aage hain white ke, but that's the point. They are playing, look at those pawns. They've really clamped down the black queen. The knight comes to the center, attacking one more pawn at the center of the board right now. And how many pawns is that? I'm trying to do the math really quickly. Actually, white has all 8
the
pawns.
8 ke 8 pawn hai. Black has 5, 6 pawns, so 2 pawns, but these pawns are definitely much stronger than just 1 point here. Black goes a3, trying to exchange these pawns, and this idea of putting our queen to d5, supporting this pawn, and then b6, b7, marching down the board is surely what...
This is such a classic Richard Rapport play. He sacrificed the piece for pawn power into the game. Look at those b5, c6 pawns. The crowning jewel in white's position right now. Ready to go up the board. In fact, Shak at some point might be forced to give up that extra piece to neutralize the power of these pawns.
I mean, I don't really think that we can call the bishop on f8...
An extra piece.
Yeah, because it's
What
not...
bishop are you talking about? I can't even see it.
I can't see it. It looks like a big pawn there. White, on the other hand, is ready to advance his pawns.
There's a reason that bishop is at its starting place.
Oh, but look at the icon board. Let's go to the icon board. Hikaru completely winning.
Is dominating. He went in with his queen and now all kinds of sacrifices. What is that black rook on g5 even doing? It's completely trapped there. You move that rook away. Bishop takes pawn will come with...
That's such a nice idea.
Destructive consequences.
Deflecting the pawn on f7 from protecting the bishop on e6. And what did he play? He goes back rook e8 and there is a killer move here.
And look at that. Hikaru's got twice the amount of time as well on the clock. He looks completely chill. It's like he's calculated till the mate and he finds it.
That's the move.
Beautiful.
That's the move, guys. Putting more pressure on this pinned bishop on e6 to the rook on e8 and this is all over. The house of cards have fallen. Queen back to d8.
The UpGrad Mumba Masters are about to go down on this icon board and Maxime desperately trying to get the queens off the board. You could even decide to do that. There are dangers all around. You would be up at least a pawn if you went into the endgame.
And I want to show a beautiful tactic here, Tanya. Very quickly. Queen takes queen, rook takes queen, and I'm going to blunder my pawn on g4 and invite you to take it.
This is Hikaru. He's not going to go for a trade.
Take it and boom. Does he do it?
Oh, beautiful.
Because if you take...
I feel he's going to go for some...
Let's see. He takes.
He does. He's calculated it.
Oh, he takes
the h-pawn.
It does this, which is also winning. An easier approach. Yeah.
Simply goes up a pawn. I think it's a more professional approach, but Hikaru just paused for 1 second on that moment.
This was the moment, guys. Pawn to h4 would have forced resignation as the rook on g5 is trapped. He took on e6 instead, which is also, just a pawn up for white. The rook on g5 is out of the game.
It's more than a pawn. It's the activity of the two rooks, the weakened pawn structure that Maxime has. This is a technically winning position, and Hikaru is one of the best players in the world when it comes to chess technique.
And let's go to the superstar women's board. Board 5 as Inyas is also completely winning. Kya ho raha hai yaar UpGrad Mumba Masters ke team ko?
The UpGrad Mumba Masters are struggling on their top 3 boards, and not just that, women's superstar as well here. An extra pawn, a big pawn of the center has been captured by Inyas. Harika, who's been a star player for the UpGrad Mumba Masters, struggling. And look at that beautiful knight on d6, the bishop on c4. A tender spot on f7. Knight takes pawn is a threat, bhai.
Exactly.
Knight takes pawn is the idea.
Exactly. Great spot, Tanya. Knight f7 and knight h6 is checkmate.
And you can't pick that knight up with the rook. The queen will be hanging. Harika, tactically worse, strategically worse, materially worse.
And you know, this was the tactic that Harika missed. Queen to g5, hitting the knight on f6 and the pawn on e5. If you go back knight to d7, you are going to fall under tactics because of knight takes f7, queen jumping into e7. She goes to h5. White simply chops the pawn on e5, and Theodora Ignatz is totalmente winning.
Ignatz, can she get the ball at the back of this net? She's done everything right so far. Harika there makes a decision. I think she has played a move. Let's get our board updated on this one. And she goes for b5. She's trying to hit the chaos button. She's trying to distract Ignatz from the other side of the board. But you can just play knight takes pawn here.
You can take this pawn with the knight. You can also take with the bishop. She's trying to muddy the waters, but it's too late. It's too late, as you can simply take the pawn on f7.
This is much stronger.
You take with the rook. I capture your rook with the knight, because the problem is that if you take with the queen, rook mar raha hai piche yaar.
No one even cares about the knight. The queen will capture the rook. That will be resignation. And she does simply... Look at that. Such a chill approach by Ignatz. You know, in chess, one of my favorite quotes is that a threat is stronger than its execution. Ignatz says, I'm going to keep all my threats on the board. Simply comes back with the bishop. And I think very soon we'll see this point go for the FYERS American Gambits. Let's move. Let's go faster on our women's superstar board. We also saw Bibisara.
Oh, Bibisara is also winning.
What is happening?
It's like a whitewash. The white players are...
Literally.
Actually, I'm not joking, Tanya. We can see 18-0.
Can we get that 6-board view? Let's go to our bird's eye view just to paint the picture where we are. All you need to look at are the white bars here. They are shooting through the stratosphere right now for the FYERS American Gambits, and all across, big trouble for the UpGrad Mumbai Masters.
And this might be the win FYERS American Gambits was looking for in order to make their run for the top 2 places. And as we said, no lead is unsurmountable.
Let's go to our icon board, and we've got a result coming in on our women's superstar board right now as Theodora Ignatz.
Checkmate.
Checkmates, Harika. What a way to finish this off. What a way to start the campaign against the UpGrad Mumbai Masters by getting a knight checkmate in.
And quickly going to the board of Vladislav Artemiev, as he has managed to take the pawn on g6. The pawn is about to queen, 2 steps away from queening, and Wesley So is on the brink of losing and resigning his game against Artemiev.
There's not much to be done. The black king will have to be deflected to defend those pawns from queening, and the white king will rush to the other side. Artemiev says, and that is it. We had a result on across boards right there, as Wesley So also throwing in his towel, and there we have Bibisara. She also gets the job done.
So the score right now, as you can see, is 9-0. Wesley So just resigns. The score will be updated. It's 6-0 right now. It's 9-0, in fact. And can we go back to the icon board, Tanya, to see what's happening?
Let's do it, and let's stay here. Let's go full screen on our players, because this might go up to 12-0. As this one's about to finish. And there we see 3 extra pawns. 3 extra pawns for Hikaru. You can't afford to go down a pawn with him. Right now, Maxime has 3 less pawns on the board.
And you can just tell by the expressions of Harika and Harikrishna there on the backside, waiting in the dugout for the other games to finish, but they are not happy faces. They are not happy campers here to start their day on day 7.
This is absolute destruction by the FYERS American Gambits here. Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, you know, he knows everything that's gone down on all the other boards. How does he even hold this? And look at that. Hikaru, he's just pushing. He's going to just go up the board, marching his pawns.
He's going up the board, marching his pawns. And will Maxime Vacher-Lagrave throw in the towel as he's down 3 pawns? He's trying to hold somehow, but rook.
Just beautiful lateral defense there by the rook. And all that white will aim to do is to slowly push the pawns. You can push the G pawn first, then get your king up to the left side, hit the black rook, and start advancing the B pawn as well. The king will move to E1, D1, C1, get the rook out of the way, push the pawns.
King goes to D5, and I'm sure we're going to see King E1 baiting black to take the pawn on G2 so that we can go B5 and rook B4. You want your rook to be behind the pass pawn. That's the trick in rook endgames. If you're defending, you also want to do it, and if you want to attack, you still want to put your rook behind the pass pawn.
What Maxime is counting on is that perhaps it's not as easy to get the pawns moving. The rook activity that exists, has Hikaru find a way? How trivial do you think this is for Hikaru?
I mean, up 3 pawns.
And look at that, we've got another result right now. Right behind there, I saw some handshakes there. You can also see the head shake by Wesley So. He knows that no matter what happens on the other boards, this is all gone. And Volodar in Bardya Daneshwar ends
in a draw.
The lone point for the UpGrad Mumba Masters, and it might be the only one.
And this means that the score currently is 10-1 for the FYERS American Gambits against the UpGrad Mumba Masters. Let's stay with our icon board. He gives up the pawn on G2. King comes to D1. King comes to C1 now, and the rook is almost trapped. King C2.
That's it. He's pushing it away. This is the plan that we were talking about. The king moves forward. The rook is forced off the B file. And is it time to go push?
Yes.
With that B pawn. Get it going up the board. Hikaru agrees.
Push karo, khush raho. He pushes his pawn to B5. Rook is ready to swing over to B4.
I mean, the reality is that the FYERS American Gambits have basically pushed them off the cliff here. It's been crazy across the boards. Look at that scoreline. This is not something the Mumba Masters are used to at all.
The scripts can change any single day at the Global Chess League. You have to be careful. And look at this. We have another result. What happened? Richard Rapport won.
Rapport getting another win in the bag.
And how? And look at the way he did it. He was down an entire rook.
13-1.
What a performance by Richard Rapport.
He was down a piece first,
and
then
look
down
at this.
a rook.
Hikaru also wins. A clean sweep by the FYERS American Gambits.
16-1 is how they get this done. The FYERS American Gambits do what no team has made it possible. It's unbelievable, the action that we see. And look at the teams there. You look at their faces, you know the storyline. It's all smiles on one side. And the other side, for the UpGrad Mumba Masters, unbelievable how they go down.
And look at Hikaru, like, yeah, I saw your game. You were playing the King Pawn endgame and you were winning. A very nice victory by Vladislav Artemiev and Hikaru Nakamura on top two boards.
And I think for Artemiev to get that win in that King Pawn ending, beautifully done there. Top board as well. Hikaru setting the tone. I have to say though, Richard Rapport's victory, sacrificing a piece, sacrificing a rook, and there he is. You know, we talk about the top two boards. What a performance. Even they can't believe it. 16-1, that's been the maximum margin we've seen all season.
And I think
every season.
This is a fantastic game and a fantastic match by the FYERS American Gambits. I think Richard Rapport is definitely going to be the MVP, playing such a creative game against the most creative player, Shakhriyar.
It's impossible to pick a player of the match in this one, and I like the choice. I like where your head's at. But how do you make a decision between Richard Rapport, Artemiev, Hikaru? Just the dominating performance there. It's unbelievable. Even the UpGrad Mumba Masters know that they had zero chances in this entire match. A team that's been at the top. A team that's been destroying every other player. They've been overperforming. Not a single underperformer there. And this one, 16-1. Is this the day? There's a flip in the script.
And let's go to the studio for the results.
The opening match of the day, FYERS American Gambits defeated UpGrad Mumba Masters 16-1. Thank you. Please shake hands.
And for Hikaru Nakamura, after 3 back-to-back losses for his team, this is exactly what they needed. The smiles on the FYERS American Gambits finally returns today in Mumbai. And for Hari Krishna, you could see at the end, you know, I think it's going to take a while for them to actually come to terms with what has happened today. Just, it's not losing a match. It's the scoreline. It's the play that happened. It was the most lopsided match we've seen so far.
And sometimes it's not that your team did something bad. As you can see, MVL trying to ask Shakhriyar what went wrong.
Everything.
Just everything went wrong.
Everything.
Your opponent, and look at Suhail Chondok. I love this. I love this team spirit that he's keeping alive even if their team had a difficult loss. And this is what winning teams do, you know. They're together with wins, but they're also together in losses.
It's a champion's mindset right there. Suhail Chandok, he is encouraging them. He says nothing happens. You guys have been playing so well so far that they're still in the mix for the top 2 finish. But this is the lifeboat that the FYERS American Gambits needed at this point.
Absolutely.
And a 16-1 win. Not something anybody would have predicted at the start of day 7. FYERS American Gambits, they're firing up on all cylinders, taking down a team that's been at the top, the UpGrad Mumba Masters. What a plot twist the start of the day has been. And of course, there's more action, more matches coming up. We're just getting started here at the Royal Opera House. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
While they make game-winning moves, You make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FYERS intelligent assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
चेस हो या मार्केट, जीत उन्हीं की होती है जो दूर का देख सकते हैं। FYERS एडवांस ऑप्शन चेन और 50 मार्केट डेप्थ के साथ मार्केट का हर मूव आपके सामने है।
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FYERS intelligent assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
It was fire all across and no points were gambited. Look at that scoreline. The biggest that we've had this season is 16-1. Whitewashed by the Fire's American Gambits, winning their match against the UpGrad Mumba Masters. What a crushing scoreline. You know, that's not only got to hurt on the board, but in the heart as well. This is an emotional loss for the UpGrad Mumba Masters arena.
Well, possibly it's an emotional loss. Actually, I feel like this match trajectory isn't the most painful way it can go for a team, because when you get wiped out like that, you know, you can't even say, oh, like one player can't point to themselves and be like, I'm the reason we lost this match. Like everyone sort of shares the defeat equally. So in a way, it makes it less painful for everyone. So I feel like maybe if you're going to lose a match, maybe this is an okay way to do it.
You say that, but I have to say for the Fire's American Gambits, getting that win 16-1 with 3 match losses, exactly what they needed. And maybe this is where they flipped the script. Right now, we head over to Arohi, who is ready with a difference maker, the player who also performed. It was a hard one to pick. Here's the player of the match.
If the question is how do you get back from a loss, well, do it the Gambits way. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of match number 20, played between the UpGrad Mumba Masters and the Fire's American Gambits this evening here in Mumbai. To present the award, joining us is Dr. Satish Doifode, Vice President, RPMG, IT and Automation, Reliance Industries Limited. And the player of the match award goes to Richard Rappo from Fire's American Gambits. Richard, is it even a game where you haven't sacrificed a piece at all?
Usually I blunder them, yes, but...
So there was a point in the game where you actually, you know, you had a diamond pawn position. Planned? Did it just happen? What is that?
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with this term actually, yeah, but it's a cool one, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what happened in this game. I mean, I was familiar with the opening and the structure and some ideas to push up the H-pawn if possible and rook A3 and stuff. And then he went for this idea of giving on B7, which, originally I kind of thought I sort of prevented with rook A3, rook B3. But then I started to calculate and it became very messy. And yeah, I sort of came up with this C5. I could probably have repeated with rook B3 instead of C5, knight C5, rook B5. So I kind of decided to play for a win, which was not necessary because of the match situation, but as it turned out. But like still, I'm sort of happy with how the game played out from a sporting point of view. But of course, I don't. I've seen with computers, yes, that I was not supposed to give up the rook basically. After D5 is just winning if I move the rook. So of course, professionally speaking, maybe not such an amazing game, but like it was very, at least, you know, aesthetical, which is half success for me already.
You called it messy, let's call it creative instead. But you have another game coming up today. I'm sure the confidence will be at the high.
Okay, I'm happy that you are sure, yeah, we'll see.
All right, all the best to you, and congratulations on this one. Thanks. 3 more games coming up today, but as of now, we're going to go back to the studio.
Mr. Cool Guy there, Richard Rappo, with a beautiful win. He called it aesthetics. We call it creative, just like you, Arohi. And with that, one of the many wins that the Fire's American Gambits had, 5 to be exact. A 16-1 scoreline, only 1 sole point coming at the Prodigy board with the draw against Bardya Daneshwar. And Irina, you were watching the action unfold from the fan zone. You know, we had visuals coming out from there. A full house here today in Mumbai. What was the vibe?
Well, it was pretty quiet, maybe because the UpGrad Mumba Masters are the local team. So yes, I didn't hear a lot of cheering, but I was very inspired by the results of the Fire's American Gambits. I mean, they just came out and they were doing so well on all the boards, and for them it was a do or die match. So now they stay in this tournament. It's so important for their confidence as they have one more match to play against the Triveni Continental Kings.
And do you think that's something that actually helps? Because you know that there's only one result that works your way. You have to throw the kitchen sink at your opponent. You have to go all out on every single board. It's not just about match points. It's not just about game points. From a mental perspective, is that something that worked for the Fire American Gambits
For sure
today?
it does. And it's because of this guy who leads from the front here, Hikaru Nakamura, defeating Maximo Shulagra twice. He also defeated him in the last matchup, and Artemiev also taking charge for the team here as he defeated Wesley So in this King Pawn endgame.
It was fireworks all across on all the 6 boards and every time. And look at that, Shakhriyar barely getting a move in, but it wasn't in time, gets flagged. And it was handshakes every time from the UpGrad Mumba Masters side as they threw in the towel. They resigned, getting a win on 5 boards.
Yeah, 5 boards and checkmate on the board of Harika and Theodora Inyats here. The only point that they got was on this board where Volodar Murzin drew his game against Daneshwar Bardia and we got a scoreline of 16-1.
Oof. Haven't heard that one before. It is the biggest margin that the team has had, allowing only 1 draw. It was a complete wipeout of a performance. And let's bring up our leaderboard because definitely there have been a lot of changes with that win by the FYERS American Gambit. Look at that. They leapfrog from 5 to 3 right now, really joining that party to the race, to the finish line. It's all about finishing in top 2 for the battle for the finals. And with 9 points, there's hope there. FYERS American Gambits can start dreaming one more time.
Exactly. I mean, they still got 3 more matches, but it's not going to be easy for them because the next match we're going to see is where the Alpine SG Pipers, they have a chance to move up in the standings. They have 1 less played match than the FYERS American Gambits, and if they manage to win their next match, they will actually overtake them for the 3rd position.
And Harshit, I want to talk to you about UpGrad Mumba Masters, what this scoreline means for them. They lost out on the match point, but the performance they've had so far, we were talking about this in the pre-show. They do have a bit of buffer for this slip-up to happen. Do you think it's going to be about just recovering psychologically on the scoreline? Still not looking so bad for them.
It's not looking bad. And they do have this buffer. They were hoping to not use it, but now they just need to shake it off. This happens in sports. Sometimes you have a great start. You kind of stumble a little bit. They just need to pull themselves back together because they're still very much in contention for the final 2 spots.
And the good news for them is that they don't have another match today. So they have more time to recover for their 2 matches tomorrow.
Much needed break is perhaps exactly what they need for their mental fortitude. A 16-1 loss. They need to keep it behind. That wasn't a stumble. That was a full-blown cliffhanger of a performance where they took the big tumble right here. It's 1-16 for the FYERS American Gambits. Of course, we're just getting started here at the Royal Opera House. Coming up next are the Ganges Grandmasters taking on the Alpine SG Pipers. It's going to be Vishy versus Fabiano Caruana on the icon board. We'll follow that up with the Triveni Continental Kings at FYERS American Gambits. That starts at 6:30 p.m. local time and end the day at 8 p.m. with the Ganges Grandmasters back in action against the PBG Alaskan Knights. And we'll be breaking down all that we just saw and everything that's coming up. So much to talk about, all the insights, all the scoops coming up right after this short break.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
Chess or your markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Chess or your markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Bharat का अपना सोलर, Navita Solar, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर की बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
Grab it, fizz it, grab it, hey, grab it, fizz it, grab it, grab it, hey, fizz it, grab it, fizz it, grab it, Gamma!
Grab the fizz, Campa wali fizz.
Come on, guys, hurry up.
यार सुनना एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं.
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता. But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना. तो ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना.
अबे ढक्कन. पहले तो सही पानी पीना.
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
Account as well. What are the chances that it comes down to these two players? Two teams tied with 9 match points. A critical one coming up for both of them. A win would mean it would exactly be the fuel they need to make it to that finish line. And before we get to the action, we head over to Arohi, who is with the coaches to find out about the match strategy.
Grandmasters against the Pipers, and we are here for the colour swap. Navitas Solar Ganges Grandmasters. We have Vishnu Prasanna joining us and Praveen Tipse for Alpine SG Pipers. We also have the match official Aparijita Guchikar, international arbiter, who's joining us. Vishnu Prasanna, white today. You're playing a very crucial match, very important day, 2 matches for the Ganges. Yeah. How's the team looking?
No, we're going to take it one game at a time, and yeah, as you said, it's every game going forward is going to be very, very important. So yeah, we're looking forward to fighting and trying to win games. Yeah.
So tell me this, curious to know, when you have such an experienced player like Vishy in the team, how does that impact the other players, especially when the team is pretty young?
I mean, Vishy is somebody that everybody looks forward to, so I think he sets a good tone for the team, and I think the team is very young, as you said, so they look forward, they have a lot of respect for Vishy, and they work together well between themselves. So we have a good unit this time, and the games are always unpredictable, irrespective of how things go. So let's see how these games go.
We also have guests coming in to, to specifically watch Vishy Anand play, because we have such massive fan base for the legend in this country. As a team, how are you approaching today? What are the preps that have gone through in the last couple of days, or probably last night after the loss?
No, SJ was a crucial match, which did not go our way, but so they know very well that it adds more value. Every game adds more value. So they prepared for it. We had a good match against the team in the first half, but we're not taking it lightly, as we can see there are a lot of upsets as well, and we'll be fully focused. I mean, everybody is probably a Vishy fan at some point, so there's no surprise about that, and some ways we're also looking to see him fire, and yeah. I think, like after yesterday, we know that each game becomes more and more important, so the players are aware of that, and let's see how it goes.
All right, all the best for your game today.
Thank you.
Praveen Tipse for Alpine SG Pipers. Big day, black, yes.
In the first half, they won the toss, but they chose black color. And it was quite unexpected for us at that time. And I think it's time we are better prepared, because we know our colors. So we look forward to avenging what happened in the second round of the first half.
And probably the drum card today is going to be Nino Batsiashvili. She's been doing exceptionally well throughout the tournament. She's had 5.5 score so far, and it just doesn't look like she's going to stop anytime soon.
Yes, I think she's a very seasoned player, a great player with a lot of nerves of steel, as well as good presence of mind. And I think, well, she's, as you said, touchwood, I think she's unstoppable in my opinion.
So also, let's talk about the candidates face-off that we're going to have today. Sindarov versus Pragg. How are you looking at that?
Well, I think it also has to do with all the players are above 2750 approximately. They're almost the same strength. And we have 3 players who are going to play in the candidates. So they have qualified to the World Championship cycle. And yet it doesn't mean that they are 100% going to win. But yes, we look forward to a great victory today, because we have seasoned players who have been practicing very well, and they have almost achieved the highest positions in the world chess, because having played candidate, or be qualifying to candidates is one of the dreams. So I think we have got a very strong team, and we look forward to a good game.
Looking forward to seeing all of them play today on the...
Yes, all of them playing well, of course, because it's a team tournament, and every point counts, every board counts. So I'm sure that all of them will do well.
Thank you so much. All the best for the game. That is it from the Color Swap. We'll be back with an interesting game of chess in a while. As of now, back to the studio.
Mumbai is the city of stars, and what a star-studded lineup Alpine SG Pipers has. As Grandmaster Praveen Tipse there mentioned, just their top three boards, Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, Pragg Nananda, right there, the three candidates. You've got Hu Yufan, the second strongest female player in the history of chess, multiple-time world champion, and Nino Batsiashvili, who scored 18 points for the team, unstoppable. I mean, on paper, Irina, this looks like a team that's almost impossible to crack, with no chinks in their armor, and yet they are struggling right now on that leaderboard. For the Ganges Grandmasters, also a must-win situation required. Where do you see them striking in this one?
Well, these two teams are coming in at the same score, so in a way they've had similar events, but I also feel like they're on different trajectories because the Alpine SG Pipers defeated the Triveni Continental Kings in their last match. That must give them a big boost, while the Ganges Grandmasters actually lost their match to UpGrad Mumba Masters. So there is momentum favoring the Alpine SG Pipers. Now, we know that momentum does shift in this league, but it generally lasts for at least a few matches, and that's why I feel like the Alpine SG Pipers are in better shape.
And also mentioned by Grandmaster Tipse there that it is a revenge match for them. They lost 13-7 to the Ganges Grandmasters in the first half. Do you see them being able to get that done today? I look at the leaderboard. I look at these teams with 9 match points, placed 4th and 5th. It almost seems critical that if you don't win this one, that team will be out of contention, Harshit.
And they are playing with the black pieces. The last time that they fared against each other, it was Fabiano Caruana and Nino Batsiashvili who gave the full points to their team. And this time they're definitely going to try to change the script. We saw the FYERS American Gambits making a comeback, and here you see the standings. Alpine SG Pipers on 4th position, Ganges Grandmasters on the 5th position, and all of the matches today are going to be make or break. Both teams need to win.
And right there, 9 match points, Alpine SG Pipers, Ganges Grandmasters, they go head-to-head against each other. And of course, on the icon board, it'll come so much to that as well. And I want to talk about what Vishnu mentioned about the inspiration of their icon, just what a role he plays to the very young team of the Ganges Grandmasters. How much pressure will Vishy be feeling on the icon board as he takes on Fabiano?
Well, I think Vishy is going to be feeling some pressure because this has not been an easy time for him here in the Global Chess League, and he's lost a number of games as well as a very nice victory against Gukesh. In this very important match, I think this icon board is going to matter a lot, like what kind of form Vishy is going to be in today.
And form will play a big role. We've spoken about the importance of momentum as well. Once again, coming from two very different storylines. A loss to the UpGrad Mumba Masters for the Ganges Grandmasters yesterday. A win against the Triveni Continental Kings for the Alpine SG Pipers on day 6. And we saw that leaderboard. Taking down Triveni Continental Kings, you've got to be feeling good about your team.
Oh, definitely. I think that they have 3 candidate players playing who struck yesterday against the Triveni Continental Kings, and that's going to be the key point today. And here you can see the MVP of the last match, Richard Rapport, who defeated Shakhriyar Mamedov, signing autographs, signing boards, taking pictures with many fans that have come here to watch the Global Chess League at the Royal Opera House.
You know, I think it's pretty tough on the board, but for these players, leaving the venue might be the toughest job. So many fans, so many autographs, so much love here for chess we see at the Royal Opera House. And there we can see the fans going wild for Richard Rapport. He was also part of the Dingleren World Championship team against the match against Gukesh in that one. So I think the fans are incredibly aware of just what a genius this guy is.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, you know, the way that these chess players are treated here as superstars, I think this is what we were we were missing to see in the world of chess. And Global Chess League is just doing that with giving this experience to the superstars of chess.
Yeah, Richard Rapport is one of the fan favorites, I think, for all chess players, including the best ones, because, you know, in this league, he has played several of the best games.
He doesn't know which one to sign first.
Too many options.
And there he is with a smile. But he belongs here. What a game he had, what a performance he had. And there we see the cameras, the players, and like you said, just the love for it. treating them like the superstars that they actually are. This is why also hosting a tournament in India in a city like Mumbai means so much. And aisa mahal sirf Mumbai mein.
Amchi Mumbai. We are in Mumbai and the UpGrad Mumba Masters unfortunately went down in their match, but they are going to be still looking to make sure they finish in the top 2 positions.
And speaking of superstars, 2 big superstars will be in action in just a few moments, because coming up for you, take a look at that. It is Vishy Anand's Ganges Grandmasters up against Fabiano Caruana's Alpine SG Pipers. Potentially a must-win match for both of these 2 teams who are currently languishing somewhere at the bottom of the leaderboard. A big one coming up, and we'll of course set all the storylines for you before the action gets started on the other side of this break. You stay tuned with us.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. Jaise FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. Jaise FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Bharat का अपना सोलर, Navita Solar, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर की बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
Grab it, fizz it, grab it, hey, grab it, boy, fizz it, grab it, hey, fizz it, grab it, fizz it, Gampa!
Grab the fizz. Campa wali fizz.
Come on guys, hurry up.
अरे सुनना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना। ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
अबे ढक्कन, पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
Welcome back, everyone. Coming up next is a power-packed matchup as the Ganges Grandmasters take on the Alpine SG Pipers. And what a day we've had so far. FYERS American Gambits getting a 16-1 whitewash of a victory against the UpGrad Mumba Masters. Are we looking at a more closely contested battle in that one, or are you expecting another absolute wipeout from one of these 2 teams?
I am personally expecting a wipeout from the Ganges Grandmasters. We did see FYERS American Gambits scoring 16-1, and you know what? I'm predicting something very similar to happen between this match.
That is quite a hot take, Harshit Raja, by you, that another big dominating performance coming up. And you said Ganges Grandmasters, right? So I want you to make a case for them as we start with the prodigy board. Ronak Sadhwani against Mendonça. Why is Ronak got the edge in this one?
Well, the last time that they played in this tournament, Tanya, Ronak Sadhwani did defeat Leon Mendonça, and in their head-to-head matches, he has been performing quite well, and that's why I'm going with Ronak Sadhwani and the Ganges Grandmasters to win their match.
A 13-7 victory it was for the Ganges Grandmasters in their previous encounter. Ronak Sadhwani getting the job done on that. He's picking Sadhwani one more time. Irina, your take.
Well, I agree that Ronak seems to do well against Leon Luke. He did win their previous match. The only thing is that actually Leon Luke is doing better in this particular event overall than Sadhwani, because that was actually Sadhwani's, I think, only win in this event. So I don't completely disagree with you, but I'm going to go for like the two flag option that this game is going to be a draw.
Oh, we are so on. As we move to the Superstar Women's Board, let's take a look at what matchups we have on that one. We have Stavrula Solakhidu against Nino Batsiashvili, a player who's struggling against a player who has been performing super well. I am in this match actually going to go with Batsiashvili because it's so hard to pick, to root against her.
Impossible to root against a player who's undefeated, hasn't lost a single game, has scored 18 points for her team. She's pretty much up there. She's sort of the Ali Reza of the Alpine SG Pipers. Even Ali Reza has lost 2 games right now, but not this woman superstar. Nino Batsiashvili, do you agree that she would be a huge favorite in this for the Alpine SG
Well,
Pipers?
she's definitely been the superstar of her team, bringing them so many points. It's hard to really to predict against her. On the other hand, Stavrula has won her last match. I feel like she's changing the trajectory a little bit. So I am going to go for Stavrula in this game because things always do change, ultimately.
The only constant is change. Well, so far, Nino Batsiashvili isn't letting any change happen. That's a hot take by Irina saying that this is where we will see the plot twist. Let's move on to the Polina versus Hu Yifan matchup. Again, probably for everyone watching here, at least on paper, there is a massive favorite in this matchup.
Yes, well, Ho Yifan is the higher rated player, but Polina is performing better in this league so far. And I feel like the last couple of games of Ho Yifan have been kind of shaky. On the other hand, I do think she will change that up, so I am going to go with her in this match.
I am going to go with Polina Shuvalova because of her youth and her speed that she has been demonstrating in this tournament. Polina Shuvalova for the Ganges Grandmasters.
So far, panel's totally divided. It's a full toss-up, up and down, left and right for the Ganges and the Alpine SG Pipers. Let's see if that story turns around as we go to our men's superstar board. And this is where things also start getting exciting because we're talking about a completely star-studded lineup of the Alpine SG Pipers. When you talk about household names here, you've got Pragnananda, the winner of the FIDE Circuit 2025. You've got Anish Giri, the Grand Swiss champion of 2025. But you know what? Look at Ganges Grandmasters. World number 4, Vincent Keimer, Javakir Sindarov, the youngest ever World Cup winner. Who do you pick in this one?
Well, I think, even though Pragg lost to Java here in their matchup before, he's not going to let it happen again. So I'm going to go with Pragg in that matchup. And between Vincent and Giri, I mean, neither of them is having an amazing tournament, but I really like Anish's last game. So I'm going to go with him on that board as well.
Anish played such a beautiful game yesterday. If you haven't seen that game, you should definitely see Anish's win over Wei. And because of that win, I am actually also going to be with you on that board. I think that Anish Giri is going to win for the Alpine SG Pipers.
What about Javakir versus Pragg?
Oh, I'm going with Javakir on that one. He has been on a hot form since the World Cup, which he won. After that, going to freestyle, beating Magnus. I am with Javakir on that board.
What a star-cast the whole lineup is for both these teams. And that's exactly why it's a contested battle on our studio panel as well right now. And of course, we have to now come to the big one. We have to talk about the clash that often does set the tone for the match here. And, Vishnu Prasanna spoke about it, that he's the man. The people are looking for inspiration. Vishwanathan Anand as the icon for the Ganges Grandmasters, taking on the 5-time US champion, the world number 3, Fabiano Caruana. Well, he's also called the player, the best, the strongest player on the planet, yet to be world champion. Fabi Caruana, he's playing the 5-time world champion. What happens when these two titans clash?
Well, I think what happens is perhaps Vishy is going to try to be very solid on that top board for the Ganges Grandmasters. I think that's what his team needs, so I'm going to go with the 2 flags on that one.
And you know, Irina, I do think that this is going to be a very close match, but I'm going to say that there won't be a draw. There will be a result. I'm not sure who's going to win, but no draw is my prediction on this one.
I can't predict against Vishy, honestly. I just can't, you know. I want him to do well, even though I feel like my overall pick in this match is the Alpine SG Pipers.
And mine is the Ganges Grandmasters.
Ooh. That's quite a complete divide there, and that's exactly how we like it. I mean, this is the closely contested battle that we're hoping for. But you also mentioned that you're expecting another dominating, crushing performance. I'm still getting over the 16-1 victory that we saw by the FYERS American Gambits. So if you're right now at the Ganges camp right now, how are you getting them prepped for this one? As talking about getting prepped, look at that lineup we've got in front of you. It's Anish Giri, Fabiano Caruana, Pragg, Hu Yufan, Nino, Batsiashvili, and Mendonça. They're walking together. They're going inside the arena right now. Very few smiles. Yufan the only one giving away a little bit of calm, collected there. It looks like this team means business today.
They're definitely in for some business here. Can I change my prediction? Because I just saw 3 candidate players walking side by side. Fabi, Anish and Pragg. It will be a tough job. But Vishwanathan Anand needs to be the person to strike today, who's followed by Vincent Keimer, Javokir Sindarov, Polina, the star of their team, Solakidu Stavrula behind, Ronak Sadhwani, the prodigy, and the coach of them, Vishnu Prasanna.
And for both these teams, they're completely aware of just how important this match is in terms of standings. You know, we are getting to that point in the tournament, we're already there, where you know the finish line is appearing in sight. It's all about finishing at that top 2 spots. These 2 teams currently placed 4th and 5th, with only 9 match points apiece. Critical to win in this one. At this point, what are you looking at? Are you saying, you know what, hold it off on the bottom boards, let's put pressure on those 3 stars, Fabi, Pragnananda, Anish, to put the pressure on the icon boards? Are you just looking at a more controlled performance at the top and the women's superstar boards and the prodigy doing the job?
I'm just telling my team that, hey, forget about the start of the tournament. In a sprint, the final few strides are what matter the most. And right now, if Ganges Grandmaster can pull themselves together for a strong finish, I think they're in potentially to make it to the top 2 spots.
The winner of this match is actually going to catch up to the 2nd place team, the UpGrad Mumba Masters. So that's really what's at stake here.
And there's also got to be spoken about pressure. We mentioned momentum coming from their performance yesterday, but it's all eyes on these 2 teams. You know, you've got Vishy Anand, he's playing in front of his home crowd right now for the Alpine SG Pipers as well. You know, this is one team which has always had iconic icons, I want to call them. Magnus Carlsen has led the team for 2 years. Now it's world number 3, probably, you know, a player that Magnus has also said, who's come closest to Magnus in world rankings, in world ratings. Just 2 points difference. Fabiano Caruana, this time leading for the Alpine SG Pipers. Somehow, they've always fallen short. Talk to me about the pressure, the mindset of these 2 teams right now.
Sometimes when you have this star-studded lineup, it's not so easy to have team camaraderie because, you know, everyone has their own stylistic style of play. We've seen them in different sports. In cricket, in Royal Challengers Bangalore, for many seasons, we've seen some of the top players in one team, but they never won championship. But when all of the team camaraderie and the team spirit is high, we saw what happened in the IPL 2025. They won. And this is what the Alpine SG Piper needs to do. They need to, you know, have a great team spirit, and this is what it takes to qualify.
You need to play for each other in these championships, and I think that's what it will come down to. Just every single player rising for the occasion. They know that this is the matchup that could decide their fate here at the Global Chess League Season 3. And we've set the stage for you. The only thing left to do is get the pieces moving. You saw the players entering the arena. On the other side of this break, it's showtime.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर की बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर की बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ Alpine SG Pipers।
जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, ये लोरी की धुन में गाती है। जीवन की आपाधापी में मन को सुकून पहुंचाती है। कोई अपना कहीं खो जाए अगर, सीने से लगाई लेती है। कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है। कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
It is time to invite the gallant Grandmasters to the stage. Give it up for Navita Solar Ganges Grandmasters.
Spotlights burning through the night. Legends stepping into the light.
Please welcome 5 times World Chess Champion Vishwanathan Anand, Vincent Kaima, World Cup winner Javokir Sindarov, Polina Shuvalova, Stavrula Solakidu, Ronak Sadvani, along with their coach GM Vishnu Prasanna. And now up against them we have the persistent Pipers. Give it up for Alpine SG Pipers.
It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess.
Give it up for former World Championship challenger Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, Olympiad gold medalist Pragg, 4 times women's World Chess Champion Hu Yifan, Nino Baxiashvili, Leon Mendonça, and their coach GM Praveen Tipse. All the best to all the players. You may now take your boards. And now for the first move, may I please call upon Mr. Sumit Agarwal, CTO, Manipal Signa, along with Shwetank Revatkar, Assistant General Manager, Media and Partnerships, Bisleri, India and UAE. Joining them is Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director.
And there we see the players are ready, the stage is set. We see the ceremonial moves there on the icon board, and it's the C-pawn that's put one step forward, while on Fabi's side we see the knight coming out there. And it is a go time as we get ready. It's game time right now. And usually, Reena, these are the first few moments of the game where the nerves are at play. Once the moves start coming in, the players settle down into action.
Yeah, you know what I think is important to remember is that this is a team event. So even when you have one player on your team who is doing super well, like let's say Nino Batsiashvili for the Alpine SG Pipers, you don't want to assume that you're going to get a free points on her board, even though she has 5 wins out of 6 games. I think you have to expect all the players to step in, because things can always turn around for an individual player, and the team has to step up at that moment.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more with you on that. Every player has to perform on their board. Every board matters to get those points in right now. The women's superstar boards are underplay right now, and we see the King's Pawn opening in both of them. On this one, we've got the Sicilian by Hou Yifan with the black pieces.
Yeah, Hou Yifan lost in a pretty dramatic way to Polina Shuvalova earlier in the tournament. She lost by getting checkmated, falling into a checkmate net. In the end game. I do like her opening here. I see that Shuvalova is trying to avoid the main lines of the Sicilian, but I feel like this can only be making Hou Yifan happy.
She gets a game, right? It's a compact structure, and usually just keep all the pieces on the board, let the action brew. Meanwhile, on the other women's superstar board, it was also the King's Pawn opening, but a very different one here. We had the Italian, and another offbeat approach here by Solakidu, who does get an offer. A bishop trade very early on in this opening.
Yeah, definitely. I haven't seen something with this bishop coming out so early and keeping the knight on b1 still in its initial spot. So I would expect black to maybe castle in that position. And here we have the start of the game between Vincent Keimer and Anish Giri, 2 players who haven't been having the most stellar event, although I feel like at least Anish has gotten on the board with a win against Wei Yi.
And action all across there starting. We still have the Prodigy and the Icon board as they await the staggered starts. Very useful, for the other players to keep an eye on how the opening has developed, and for us also to catch the action. Fabi, very chill, strolls to his board. He knows just seconds away from starting the Icon board. And meanwhile, on our superstar board, Javakir Sindarov did start with the English opening.
Yes, that is an opening that is featured right now on 2 boards. Vincent Keimer also went for one of these flank openings. And here Pragnananda captures the pawn on c4, which is one of the most solid reactions for black. Queen a4 check, bishop d7. The queen will recapture the pawn. Black will play c5. White will play knight e5. At least that is the normal move, going for that bishop. And I believe that's on the board, queen c8. And there's this funny move here, queen d3. Yes, I've actually played this position a couple of times, Tanya.
We have an expert in our studio. You're going to be the prophet in this opening. You've called it all out so far.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things when you see this unusual queen move, you pay attention to it. So,
and right now we go to our Prodigy board. So just shifting attention, because it will be all attention on this board. It's the iconic clash between Vishy Anand against Fabiano Caruana. And he starts with the King's Pawn opening. Vishy takes out his knight. Fabi will do the same, keeping the center protected. Where will he land with the bishop? And it's the Spanish.
Yeah, I think what I've seen in Vishy games so far in this league, he's not trying to be offbeat in his opening choices. He's going for things that are pretty classic in nature, things that he has a lot of comfort level with. And actually, Fabi is the one that brings the surprise with this move, f5. I think this
you gotta love it.
This is the Schliemann.
The Janusz Schliemann.
Yeah, it's so rare that, it's hard to remember its name, but definitely it kind of shows the different approaches from each player. Fabi wants to create a messy game quickly and actually go for the win with the black pieces. That's how I interpret his opening choice.
When you play f5 on move 3, that's exactly what you've got on your mind. You're testing your opponent's opening, because usually Vishy probably did not just check this morning, but he's got to know what to do with it. We see a trade at the center. I'm just going to quickly back up to the move that we're discussing right now, which is an early gambit. If white was to take that pawn, then black gets a lot of play and a lot of activity in the center. So Vishy wants to keep it solid. He goes for another mainline theory here, brings his knight out. It's all about development, places it at the center of the board. Fabi capturing more space there. And right now, it's Vishy to play. His knight is attacked. But I think theory has more to offer on this position.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Fabi is basically testing Vishy's memory and preparation here, because moving the knight back is a little bit too quiet of a move. So he's inviting Vishy to capture the pawn on e5. sacrificing the knight on e4, knight takes c6, and queen g5 is the main move. Yeah, this one is going to be good for white. So normally black is not recapturing that. They're going out with his queen move, and the theory continues.
What a crazy battle this is. So it's going to be a test of memory here by Fabi as he goes for such a direct opening here. It's been a weapon of surprise at the top level many, many times. The third move, f5, that we saw early on. So we're in for quite a battle on this board.
And it looks like Vishy has made his move. Let's just see what he went for.
He did take the e5 pawn, doesn't retreat with his own knight, but instead goes forward with the other one, and exactly the line that we were talking about. In fact, Arena has happened up to this point, and now attacking that bishop. Unfortunately for white, there is no beautiful check, a discovered check, jumping with the knight possible. So instead, Vishy keeps the threat on the board. Once again, the knight, you can't touch that piece. The white bishop will pick it up and then win the rook. The queen came out. And Fabi instantly responding with developing his knight right now. And this is where we are so much tension. Look at that. The bishop lined up against the black king, but Fabiano Caruana literally doesn't care.
Exactly. I mean, if the knight moves away, then black has a block with either c6 or bishop d7. But yeah, we're going to see Fabiano's opening gamble is going to pay off because he's definitely forcing the issue from the very first moves. It could leave white with some advantage, or it could force Vishy to shave a lot of time off the clock, which is going to matter later on in the game.
I love this battle. I love this fight that we already have on the board. This is not going to be a slow, strategic way to play. Just look at every single move that's happening. There's a big threat on the board. The white bishop lined up against the king, and now the pawn steps forward. En passant, not possible. The queen pins the king. And what Vishy has done is deflected the black queen from attacking the bishop on b5, and also lines it up against his own bishop. He's looking at quick development.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe the idea here is to go pawn to d4, do a discovered attack on that queen, and then move his knight away to a protected square on e5. Definitely shaping up to be a really exciting battle.
Question for you. The fact that Vishy is down to 16.5 minutes, this opening gamble by Fabi, is it paying off?
Well, it's paying off on the clock. I mean, that's 3 minutes extra that he has already gained just from being the first one to bring the surprise in a rapid game. That does matter. So, yes, he is reaping the benefits on the clock.
And let's also point out, Arena, that until that very last move, it was Vishy who was up a pawn. But to get that initiative, to get that development to complete, he says, take my material back, but I want my pieces into play. I think there's still a theoretical battle going on, and this is Vishy trying to recollect.
Exactly, and Fabiano kind of looking away from the board. Obviously, it's still his prep. Kind of reminds me of Nakamura's approach earlier in this tournament, where he went for a really long forcing line and was defending a worse position, but ultimately got the draw.
Will Fabi's prep pay off in this one? A better dividends than it worked out for Hikaru in the game that you mentioned. You know, for me, the tension between the white bishop and the black king, that's where my eyes are at, because you're constantly looking at checks, captures, and threats. Is there a big check that Vishy can actually give with the knight? Because the first thing, you can take this pawn, but like you mentioned, black can simply step up with the bishop, finish development, and suddenly you're asking questions. What's this knight
Well,
even
that's a
doing
pretty crazy line. If we go a little bit further in that with bishop d7, bishop takes d7, and if you take with the king, as the computer seems to like to do, I mean, it's offering a pretty insane position with the black king in the middle of the board, but the white knight kind of trapped on the side of the board. One of the most unusual positions I've ever seen coming out of the opening.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't even have king takes bishop on my radar. The only move I was looking at, I want to keep my king safe, knight takes bishop, but of course, will this happen or not? We will find out. The computer does not like this position for black. So taking on a7 comes with a lot of risk for both sides, and I believe we do have a decision. Let's see what Vishy went for. He does give a check, but it's a retreating check. He falls back to the center of the board, and Fabi instantly replying with c6, which means he's still in prep. He attacks the bishop, and Vishy doesn't retreat. He instead opens up his own bishop, eyes the black queen. Under attack right now. Check. Attacks the queen again.
Soon the white bishop is going to have to move, and it's going to move to c4 to that diagonal. Fabi still playing instantly. He's used only 48 seconds to get to this position, and they're already on move 14. So that move, bishop e6, quite important to neutralize the attack on the light squares.
Vishy, meanwhile, under 14 minutes on the clock, so at least there Fabi does have an advantage. It's still material balance. And I think that is an opening success for the Alpine SG Pipers on the icon board. You're not down upon here. It feels like you've got active pieces right now. Vishy picking up the pace. He's hinting at getting the king to safety on the left flank arena. He wants to go long castle next. We can see the queen. It makes it impossible for white to go short castle. I like this move. It's also putting pressure on the knight, aiming to create some weaknesses.
Yeah, and I think both sides will be castling queenside in this position. White's pawn structure is a little bit better because black e-pawn is potentially a bit weak, actually. And it's good that, Vishy has gotten himself developed and things are clarifying on the board a bit because he does have this time disadvantage, so he wants to reach clarity sometime soon.
But even if you were to trade off that bishop for knight, you create this imbalance, right? You're giving up the bishop pair. So I think it's still a very rich position, and I think the clock will play a big factor in this clash between the two icons. Fabiano, he's just keeping up the pace. He's blitzing move after move. I don't even know how deep his prep goes in this position.
That's right. Well, let's take a look at some of the other boards, Tanya. How about the game between Vincent Keimer and Anish Giri on the Superstar board? It turned into a King's Indian from Anish. And right now, it started as an English opening, turned into the King's Indian.
Right here.
Right here. Mm-hmm.
And then we saw the castle, the bishop comes out, and this is all mainline theory, standard chess preparation right now. The knight comes out, the queen. We'll also see the bishop opening up the file for the rook to get into the game. And there we have Vincent Keimer expanding on the left flank, which means for Anish Giri, he has to go on the opposite side of the board, attacks the bishop, retreats, now challenging the pawn. If you were to push forward, you leave behind a beautiful square for the black knight, keeping the tension. We see some trades. A set of rooks have come off in this position and currently getting up to date with that live board as the players continue to finish development. This is where we are. Which side is happier out of the opening?
Yeah, well, Anish definitely went for a riskier option than he had to, so that kind of betrays an interesting approach to this game. So perhaps he wants to get those winning chances with the black pieces, or maybe he feels Vincent is not as comfortable in this type of position in rapid games. There is an imbalance on the board right now. This knight from black is going to come out to e6 and try to get to the d4 square, try to make that bishop on g7 come alive. But white does have a space advantage in this position, and we might see white playing a move like b5 sometime soon.
Trying to create weaknesses on that flank. Also for Vincent Keimer, he does have control of the open A line, can look for infiltrations there. I will point out Anish Giri played one of the most beautiful games of the league so far. His win against Wei, getting this incredible preparation in with the match of the Alpine SG Pipers against the Triveni Continental Kings. In fact, Irina, he was very upset that he wasn't given the player of the match, and it was Fabi who got it against Alireza.
That's why he's playing the way he is. Okay, he chose the King's Indian so he could get the player of the match in this match. Maybe we can point out, Tanya, why white couldn't capture that free pawn on e5 on the previous move. I think it's probably the move knight d4 as an interesting option here.
Knight d4 would make sure that you at least have the bishop pair, and it looks very strong here. Get the bishops off the board. You've got a beautiful one lined up on a diagonal. That would be a rocket. Another move possible here, just taking advantage of undefended pawns and pieces. Queen stepping up with a double attack, and if the knight was to fall back, guess what? Then your move, Irina, also comes with big power. Suddenly, a lot of weaknesses in the center to answer, and you get the bishop pair.
Okay, so that was a poisoned pawn that Vincent was not interested in taking. So he goes rook d1. Now the question is, will Anish go for queen c7, sort of the obvious move that protects the e5 pawn, or to e7, attacking the b4 pawn? He went to e7.
And before I could correct my wonky arrows, we do see that threat on the b4 pawn is been defended. Vincent Keimer, he pushes his pawn, not only stopping the threat, but he also gains a big square on d6, creating a beautiful post, not for his rook just, but we can eventually also see the knight rerouting itself, finding a juicy outpost on d6.
Yeah, this game is still unbalanced for sure, but let's take a look at Stavrula versus Batsiashvili. This seems to be a game where white has some kind of an edge. A pretty interesting position with white already having castled and black's king in the center. I love the white knight on e4. I love the advanced white pawns on the king side. And I think what makes this dangerous for black is that it's just very unsafe to castle king side into this potential attack.
And that's because you already have a hook. This move, 8-6, just makes white's attack so much easier in chess. When you have a hook to target, you just simply get your pawns moving up the board, trying to trade, open up the G line. So castle would be a very scary option. I think Nino, for the first time in this tournament, has got to be feeling the heat right now. As long as her king is in the center, she's not safe.
Yeah, well, the nice thing for her, she has a bit of a time edge. She's playing quickly, but Stavrula's position is looking good. Also, Leon Luke Mendonça seems to have a pretty good position against Ronak Sadhwani. Let's see what is good about it. Well, I feel very nervous about the white king here, Tanya. Look at that open diagonal where you constantly have to watch out for the bishop c5 move. Yeah, the white king looks very weak in the long run.
And couple that with this knight eyeing the d3 spot. If you trade over there, black will get a beautiful pass, a very dangerous asset right now. a3 trying to kick that knight out. It might be the moment, in fact, that Mendonça decides to jump in directly to that d3 spot, inviting a trade to get a very strong pawn, and he goes for it. Mendonça doesn't retreat, goes forward, and this is what we were talking about. Let's also point out this beautiful look, rook eye-lining the b2 pawn, which you have to watch out for. You can't really push it. The knight on c3 will be hanging, so threats all across. I completely agree. I mean, look at this pawn, the open majors on the open lines, bishop nicely defending the pawn, the knight's ready to jump forward, looking good.
Exactly. I feel like it's going to be the turn of the black knight to jump here, so I think either knight c5 or perhaps knight b6 also has some merit. But black's pieces have a lot of power here. The rooks are already in the center. Their king is safer. Something has gone quite wrong for Ronak in this game. And meanwhile, it looks like Fabiano Caruana is perhaps taking over the initiative against Vishy Anand. Let's take a look.
We head straight to our icon board, and let's backtrack a little bit from when we left it last. The players were getting their king to safety on the left side, and we saw both of them go long castle. The bishop came out targeting that knight at the center, and at this moment Vishy did go for the trade that we were mentioning early on. You can't just take the pawn yet. The knight is under attack. Jumps in with the knight, forking the two rooks, forcing a trade, and we've got an opposite color bishop complex in this position. And in those setups, it's so much about king safety, about weakened squares. And right now, it looks like while Vishy is attacking a central pawn, Fabi has the advantage. How do you explain that? Is that because of the ideas of these pawns moving forward and eventually breaking through?
Yeah, honestly, I don't think Vishy's in too much danger yet, despite the engine bar favoring black a little bit. Vishy's king is going to be safe when it goes to b1. Yeah, probably the engine is favoring black a bit because of those center pawns. He'll put the pawn on f5. So black is a little bit has a little bit more space there in the center, but I still feel like this position is within the safety margin for Vishy, so he shouldn't be feeling too uncomfortable yet.
But I think it's relief for Fabi. There was a little bit of a turnaround. This is the kind of position where you start feeling as black safe as well. Opposite color bishop have great drawing tendencies. You pointed out the central pawns as well. The queen looking really active. Fabi got things under control out of the opening gambit.
Yeah, definitely. The opening has worked out well for him. And I think maybe a long-term plan for him could be to move his queen over and actually start using his h-pawn to soften up the white kingside pawns and therefore strengthen his own chances to get the f and e pawns up the board. That might be the long-term plan here for him.
Very nice. Well, first he just stops to defend the e4 pawn that was under attack. For Vishy, having the 4 versus 3 on the left side, we could potentially see trying to break at the right time. The one thing you have to be careful about is that if you push this d pawn incorrectly, black could actually push the c pawn forward, just killing the bishop as well. So need to time that very well. We'll see how this one progresses. Let's continue our trip around the world right now. Fabi versus Vishy in the balance overall?
It's still balanced, but right now, Fabi has a bit of the initiative.
All right, a slight edge given to Fabi in that one. Let's go on to our superstar men board. That's Vincent Keimer taking on Anish Giri. Last time we checked, Anish was doing well. Are we still on that point?
Yeah, not much has changed. I think they've literally made just a couple of moves since we saw this game. Actually, Vincent Keimer, that's what's changed. His clock situation, he's down to half the time that Anish has. That's quite worrisome. What move number are they on, Tanya? Move 20.
So still 20 more moves to be played before that 2-second bonus time that the players will start getting. And I'm going to point out, you know, those 7 minutes that he has, are they going to be enough? Not a single piece minor has been traded off. All the minors are on the board, which means it's a very rich, complex position. One of them jumping to a nice little diagonal, lining up against the pawn. I think these are the kind of positions that a lot of critical decisions lie ahead.
Yes.
You need those extra minutes on the clock.
Exactly. That's why I'm pretty worried for Vincent. I don't think it's okay to be down more than twice on the clock because the game hasn't even really begun yet, essentially, on this board. Like, they're still in the maneuvering stage, and when things do blow up, the time situation is going to matter.
All right, so giving the clock edge to Anish, but positionally, Vincent doing well in this one. There's more space, pieces well placed. Let's move on to our next superstar board there. It's the World Cup winner taking on the candidates qualifier, the FIDE Circuit 2025 winner here, Pragg, playing against Javakir Sindarov. And I want to just point out, optically, it looks like Pragg should be doing well, right? More active-looking pieces here. Meanwhile, not a single piece or pawn from Javakir has crossed the 3rd rank. And yet we see our bar give a very healthy advantage to white. Is that because of the bishop pair that Sindarov has?
That must be the only factor, because there's no other advantage that white has. It's definitely coming from that bishop pair. The only question is, what decision does white make here? Because I think black generally, at some point, maybe not quite yet, but he has an interest maybe in playing bishop f6 and trading more pieces. You can trade the knights here on d5 and change the pawn structure and then play d4. That's a bit of a tricky decision to make, because that will mean you're going to give up your dark squared bishop. That requires some calculation. I'm not sure that's really a human decision, so probably Java here is going to be looking in another direction.
Very complex battle. This one is so much on the board, and the position is just developing here. It could become tactical very quickly if we see the trades that you're pointing out. If we see open lines, let's point out that this a3 pawn, watch out for it. Once the c5 pawn is out of the way with any kind of exchanges, the bishop might start eyeballing it. I would say, from a human perspective, this one's in the balance.
For sure, anything can still happen. They only have a 3-minute time gap, but that does favor Pragg. So I think he's doing fine, even though the engine bar seems to like white a bit more.
All right, let's move on to our women's superstar board as we continue our tour around the world here, across all 6 boards here. This one, a lot has happened, Irina. You know, the black rooks for Yufan are lined up on the A file already. We see doubled pawns here. It's still material balance. How do you evaluate this position? Which side are you picking in this one? Because I'm thoroughly confused. What is happening here?
Yeah, I would definitely pick black, because I don't see almost any potential for the white bishop on f1. White has this backwards pawn on d3, and yes, black has a weak pawn on c5 as well, and they have the c4 outpost for the knight, which is why it's equal. But in terms of how things can progress from here, I still feel like still some edge for black. And there we see May Narva, one of our Global Chess League ambassadors, with one of the local fans.
And it's awesome because we've got so many strong players, including Narva here, Daniel Dubov here, who play these simuls with the fans. You can get a chess game in. If you're in Mumbai, definitely drop into the Royal Opera House. You won't only see the very best chess players on the planet in action, but you'll also have a great party. It's a full celebration here right now. And there we see prizes being given out in our fan zone currently, certificates being handed out, action brewing on the board. So let's get back to that.
Tanya, can I suggest a destination for our Around the World tour? I suggest the board between Ronak and Leon Luke, because the engine bar is favoring black so heavily. Is this game actually getting to its critical points? The knight is forking, the queen and the rook. So what is white going to do here?
This is absolutely crazy. I'm going to quickly backtrack to the moment we left it last. We were screaming about this path that the knight eventually went on, going to b6, landing on that beautiful c4 post, coming in with a double attack on the queen and the rook. You can't fight both of them, so instead, Ronak holding on to dear life by pinning black's queen on this one. But look at that knight. Look at that pawn. It just feels like black can move out of the way. You unpin, you just slide over, and you're about to win material here. You're about to be up in exchange if you're Mendonça.
Yeah, this game has gone terribly wrong for Ronak. He's on the verge of losing material, and he still has that weak king. So it's hard to see how Leon-Luc can really go wrong in this position. He can choose pretty much any square for his queen to get out of that pin. He can also choose to protect his queen with a rook and still renew the threat of taking the white queen. So this is going to be a big win, because remember, Leon-Luc is playing with the black pieces. That's 4 points he could get for his team for the Alpine SG Pipers. It will be super valuable.
Ooh, so for Mendonça, for the Alpine SG Pipers, potentially a quick early win coming on this board. Let's take a look if their other star player can get it done. She was in travel, and I'm talking about Nino Batsiashvili here, playing against Stavrula. But it looks like Nino needs to find a way to actually get out of danger. That king still in the center. The white knight jumped to a very active square, in fact threatening a trade, getting rid of a defender. Watch out for attacks on the g7 pawn as well. And notice the biggest difference maker here has to be the safety between the two kings.
Yeah, really unbalanced position. It's still hard for that black king to make it to safety, because if he castles into knight takes h6 check potentially. And after pawn takes, okay, it might be survivable for black because there's a discovery with knight c5, but that kind of stuff needs to be calculated. It certainly illustrates white's tactical chances in this position. Let's go back.
Let's bring up our live board, but that's the kind of threats that you have to be very careful about. And just looking at it, you might think castle is not even possible. So for Nino right now, she has to be extremely careful in defending this one, because there's so much firepower against the black king currently. Knight takes pawn ideas, knight takes pawn ideas. Bishop takes knight, getting rid of the defender. You also have rook sliding over, hitting that white queen and threatening to infiltrate. So on this board, the Ganges Grandmasters doing well. And Nino, it looks like she's calculated her way through that line, the tactical line that you spoke about, Irina. She puts her king to safety. If knight takes pawn is not working, Nino has seized the moment to get the king.
Exactly, because the good thing about getting the king to safety is the king also protects the g7 pawn, so she's also going to be able to move her knight into the g5 outpost. That actually feels pretty safe for her when her knight gets there. So I think that move castles was a good find by Nino.
But I'm just wondering, you mentioned knight c5 at the end of the tactical line that followed with knight takes pawn. So can't white just start with rook to c1? I hit your queen, I force your queen to move away, and you put this idea into my head. Now I go knight takes pawn, boom, check. You take that knight. Guess what? The queen comes in, I'm attacking the pawn, and now if you were to go in with knight c5, well, actually the line doesn't get over, because at first I thought queen g6 check, but you know what? The rook, it moves one step further, Tanya, is what I reminded, but the bar tells us that there are more tactics to fall. Crazy line, but it works in white's favor at the end.
Yeah, so white will be seriously looking at these sacrifices. I think this rook c1 idea is very interesting. Yeah, because in this line, the c5 knight hangs in the end, and white is up several pawns in the end game.
Arina, what a crazy line this is. We started somewhere in the middle game with all the pieces on the board. We've kind of just played it through to a rook pawn ending, a long variation. But if rook c1 happens, knight takes pawn ideas might be just in the air for the Ganges Grandmasters. The tactics might flow for them.
And I think that's a very intuitive move for white to play. That is the good news for Stavrula. It's not really a shocking computer move. Rook c1, putting the rook to the open file, hitting the queen does make a lot of sense.
All right, well, I'll take you straight away to our men's superstar board. That's Anish Giri with the black pieces against Vincent Keimer right now. It looks like Vincent has made a lot of progress. He's managed to plant a rook on a beautiful d6 square. He's putting pressure on c6 right now. Pawn takes pawn is a big threat. You know, if you were to capture on b5, I don't even know if that's a good idea. The white knight about to jump in. I'm loving Vincent's position.
Yeah, well, that rook is very impressive. I think an interesting line that you would want to calculate here for black, it might not work, but is the move knight d4. You want to come into that square. That's what the
best move in the position.
That's what the knight has been aiming for. But the thing is, there's some crazy tactics that can start with bishop takes d4, pawn takes d4, and e5 here, trying to open up the diagonal for the queen. But probably bishop f5 saves the day for black.
And in between, this move would just take care of all the threats, and then eventually you can start. Let's just finish that line. You don't have time to capture on f6 because the queen jumps in with a check, and you win the queen. So knight to d4 is Anish Giri's resource right now, and it's the only move. I took a little sneak peek here. It's the only move that would still keep Anish in the game. He needs to find this knight jump, Irina.
Yeah, well, good news for him is that it is very thematic. He's certainly going to be aware of it. It attacks the queen, it protects the c-pawn, and it kind of offers this forcing line. We have to do a little bit of calculation to make sure that it works and nothing happens to his g6 pawn, but I think he will go for it.
But it won't be the end of the story, you know. We're talking about a direct line. Vincent Keimer might just say, I'm going to just simply sidestep with my queen. The pressure will continue. And look at that. The clocks have leveled up now. Anish Giri had twice the amount of time on the clock when we checked in last.
Yes.
And that story is gone. It's over, which just shows it's pressure on Anish.
Yes, well, the good news for him is that the knight from d4, if left alone, will be protecting the c6 pawn, will give black a chance to go rook d8 and try to trade off that active rook. So let's move on to our next board, which features an endgame.
And features a lot of active rooks itself. Look at that. Fabiano Caruana's pawn has marched all the way up to f2, 1 square away from promotion there. I'm going to have to backtrack us to see how we got to this point. Queen h6 check was given in this position when we checked in last. Fabi was getting his pawns rolling up the board. Vishy coming in with a direct pressure on that, asking for a trade. And this is fascinating because Fabi said, you can take a pawn. I'm giving it up for free. Vishy wins a pawn. Fabi is relying on the f-passer, the activity of his pieces for compensation here. Vishy blocking the advance of the pawn. Fabi continues to chase his queen down the board, pushing it one step at a time. Bishop comes into play. The rook laterally attacking. The g4 pawn now. Piece activity is the big trump for Fabi in this one.
Yeah, and that far advanced pass pawn on f3 is looking really impressive. It's going to keep the white pieces tied down passively to stop it from promoting. So for sure, Fabi is not risking anything at all. The good news for white is that he has the blockade on that pawn. All of his pieces control that f1 square.
Just don't let it get past this one. Vishy has no choice but to keep all eyes glued on this key square. He does just that. Equally impressive, Fabi placing his rook on the g line. Not only eyeing a rook g1 at the right time, making this rook stay true to the game, but also making sure that Vishy isn't able to advance the h and the g pawn.
So right now, we think this position is balanced, and perhaps let's take a look at Shuvalova versus Hou Yifan. Last time we saw it, it was pretty balanced, and things have changed a lot in the pawn structure. Wow, it's almost unrecognizable from the last time we saw it. Like, things have changed on the queen side, in the center. And black has a protected pass pawn on e4, definitely a strength.
Let's also get our players on camera. This is Polina Shuvalova playing against Hou Yifan with the white pieces right now. And Irina, you were talking about the big strength in black's camp, the central pawn.
Yeah, and the only issue is the clock, because Hou Yifan is low on time again. How many more moves does she have until the move 40? Let's check. 9 moves to make for Hou Yifan with 2.5 minutes. A little bit of a stretch, but hopefully she can do it.
I believe in her. I think she'll get the clock under control. She also made the last move with an idea. She is attacking a pawn right now. And it's not the easiest pawn to defend. You want to line up your queen against it, trying to keep it together. But guess what? There's going to be a triple attack on that pawn. You'll end up losing it. Meanwhile, we're getting an update here. Ronak Sadhwani's game does finish, and I believe it was Mendonça who did get the win, so he converted that point, and I have to say, start to finish, it was a Mendonça show.
Definitely. I don't know what went wrong with Ronak's opening, but he was left with a weak king facing a pass pawn in the center, and yeah, it was pretty convincing from Leon Luke.
And this was exactly the position in which Ronak Sadhwani resigned. Nothing stopping that D pawn. All right, let's see then which team can stop the run of the Alpine SG Pipers getting that first win in. Where can the Ganges Grandmasters strike?
Well, perhaps on the board of Stavrula Tsolakidu. Let's see, because that was shaping up to be a really interesting battle. How is she doing against the MVP of the Alpine SG Pipers, Nino Batsiashvili?
She's doing well. She's got an MVP of her own, the most valued pawn in the position. That pawn 2 steps away from queening. Knight still beautifully placed, ready to pounce in with a check, ready to give itself up to deflect a defender. Things looking very scary for Nino, and she does hit the chaos button on the other side with that last move.
Yeah,
Give me some open lines.
That's right. Black is really hoping to open up something against the white king, going for this desperate attack. Makes sense because, I mean, with white's passed pawn on d6, I mean, by the way, can we just try to, well, we can't try to move it just yet because the knight and the queen.
I see the double question mark. I see the red hot blunder on the board, but I'm going to say this, you know, you ignore that right now. From a human perspective, your opponent plays a3, is breaking open the defenses against the white king, looking at the rook jumping in. It starts looking very terrifying for white. But look at that, a cool response by Tsolakidu. She says, take my pawn, I'm going to centralize my queen. Tactics coming up.
Knight e7 and rook takes f6 is the big threat, right? Actually, this should be pretty easy for her to find.
It's over. It's on the board. She's done it. And that would end in checkmate. And Nino might even resign. And let's just show that quickly on the board. This could be the end of it. King h8, rook takes knight. You're up a piece. Pawn takes rook. Queen coming in. That's not a check. That's a checkmate. Nino knows this is about to be over, and after the king moves, after rook takes knight, you can come in with a check of your own, but that doesn't get anything done. King takes pawn, still completely busted for black.
Yeah, amazing, right? That's the thing, you know, she's had an amazing event.
She does it. Look at that. The knockout move on the board.
Yep, the black king is not going to be able to survive. The check on a1 that black has is pretty meaningless because the king will just capture the b2 pawn. So that's a huge win. It's going to be a second win in a row for Stavrula after her defeat of Harika yesterday. And this is going to be Nino's first defeat in the tournament. But on her team, Leon Luc Mendonça has already brought a point, so it's not too tragic yet.
But let's mention this. Ganges Grandmasters looking at their first comeback win here. 3 points for them coming up on this board. Let's go full screen. Nino Batsiashvili, she's trying to find a miracle on the board, but none exists.
Well, she's got a couple of minutes to think about it. Meanwhile, she's lost this very important knight that she cannot capture that rook, as it would be checkmate immediately.
Can't take it. Queen takes pawn. It's game over. Rook takes pawn. A huge threat on the board. And Nino, she does make a move. She gives up a rook. She wants to capture the knight. And Stavrula, she's ready with her response. You can pick that rook up. Go queen takes rook. Defend the knight. Reinforce the threat of rook takes pawn. Stavrula, is she feeling the nerves right now? She does do it. Precision there.
That's already, white is up a rook and still with a checkmate threat. So this game should end very shortly. And meanwhile,
Nino Batsiashvili in big trouble right now. You know, she has been the star performer for Alpine SG Pipers, getting those points in right now. Irina, if they'll go down on this board, that's going to be big pressure on them. 3-4 will be the margin, closely contested battle.
yeah, absolutely. Well, that's why you can't rely on just one player to win all their games. I mean, she has been flawless so far for the SG Alpine.
It's a checkmate in 2. Rook takes pawn, queen takes pawn, that's over, and she does it, and that is it. Nino looks up, she lets the mate happen on the board, handshakes. Ganges Grandmasters strike back with a win of their own.
Yeah, amazingly valuable win from Stavrula Tsolakidu. Hasn't had a great tournament so far, but now she's turning it around. And on our other boards, perhaps we should take a look at Shuvalova versus Ho Yifan. Is she going to win for the second time against Ho Yifan in this event?
Ganges Grandmasters striking on both the women's superstar boards of theirs, and I like where your head's at right now. Look at the position. A beautiful B passer ready to move up the board. Complete control of the D file. The rook beautifully placed, attacking F5, attacking C5, tying down Black's queen to eternal defense right now. You know, for Ho Yifan, the big defensive resource would be to try to trade off the pieces, but I just don't think you have the luxury of that. The white pawn too close to queening.
And you also don't have the luxury of time, because look at the clock situation. She's down on the clock again. She's playing in the 2-second increment with just 12 seconds to defend this position, with white controlling the open file, having the pass pawn on b5. I do think that Polina has great chances to take this game for the Ganges Grandmasters.
That's 12 seconds for Ho Yifan to defend. A a very difficult position. The clock might not be her biggest problem here. Dominating performance on the board and the clock. Let's move on to our icon board. We saw a lot of trades there. We saw this F-pawn march up the board, clumping down White's rook to the defense. But right now, it's Vishy on the attack, threatening Fabi's rook on F7. Falls back. Can Vishy get his pawns moving up the board?
He should probably do that and create a pass pawn of his own. I mean, this game is balanced, but like, let's say we take a look at Java here versus Pragg, because that is a game that can explode at any point right now.
Ooh, I love that call by you. Look at this position. It's absolute madness on the board.
You know that White is missing a rook, Tanya.
Didn't even notice that. I was just thinking about the checkmating ideas that do exist here, or are there any at all? He goes, gives a check, and look at that. Just like that, it's an absolutely lost position. He's coming in with that checkmate. Queen 8-7, huge threat on the board, but the bar settles itself down.
Right, well, okay, wait.
And the winning move after bishop e6 right now, what Javakir had to do was plant his bishop on F7, and this would have been a game over, a checkmate into missing that. He goes for the repetition here. Queen g6 coming in, gives a check with the queen.
Oh, wow. So he's going to save the game, Pragnananda is.
Just like that. Look at Javakir. He's trying to look at the other boards, but there's no time for that. 25 seconds. Will he repeat? Will this finish here and now? And he goes for more.
Oh, wow.
Javakir down a rook, playing for a win.
Amazing, amazing fighting spirit. Of course, it can backfire on him because Black is getting a queen trade now.
No
trades. No, he's not. Okay.
You can't do it. You can't do that. He goes for the queen trade, and we do have a result coming in. We'll stay with the live position on this one. As we expected, Fabi versus Vishy ends in a draw. Javakir is down an entire rook. He's playing with two bishops and a queen, attacking the black king for Pragnananda. Danger still exists. E-pawn joining the attack.
Yeah, this is one of the wildest positions we've seen in the Global
Nuts.
Chess League Season 3. I mean, where one side is down a rook, has a bunch of pawns. The black king is totally open, but there's a passed A-pawn on the board for black as well.
The bar keeps going up and down, and that just shows how crazy this position is. Look at that. Impossible to be precise in this position. Mistakes from both sides.
I mean, which side do you think is easier to play? It must be white, right? Because the black king is too weak.
It has to be white, because when it comes to what side is easier to play with, it is all about king safety. Anish Giri doesn't look happy on the camera right now, which means we do have a result. And Vincent Keimer gets it done. Anish was doing so well in that Ganges Grandmasters with another win.
But it looks like Ho Yifan has actually delivered for her team, which is going to make Anish feel a bit better.
6 seconds, he had to make a move. He made a move with just 6 seconds on the clock. Gives a check. Pragnananda does. The king goes up. Are we going to see another queen on the board? And white is still winning. Black is about to promote a queen, but it's white who's winning. Because the king safety, you can give a check right now. He goes in with a pawn. Javakir Sindarov, super precise.
Amazing. He's trying to clear the way for the queen to come in for queen c6 check. And that does look like very convincing for white.
It's 5-7 right now. Such an important board, this one. But Javakir Sindarov isn't letting Pragnananda breathe. Just the attack on the king. Still down. A rook, I wanted to say, but that's a lot of compensation as well. He's about to checkmate. Queen b7 coming in. Saves it. But there's got to be a knockout move here. He trades. Queen takes rook. Is he about to queen another pawn?
Yeah, he just wants to promote one of those extra pawns. The moves are pretty easy now. Yeah, getting the queen trade and the pawns are going forward.
Professionally done there, an absolutely winning position. And Ganges Grandmasters are about to take the match victory in this position. And that is it. It's Javakir Sindarov who gets it done for the Ganges.
Well, how many games has the Ganges Grandmasters won in this match? Oh, we got 9-7. Okay, they won by such a small margin.
And you can see the high fives. They tell the whole story. Vincent Keimer getting the job done against Anish Giri. Javakir Sindarov taking down Pragnananda. It all came down to the superstar boards.
Yeah, amazing. Just one game, and they won by 1 point. Very hard fought match where the Alpine SG Pipers got a couple of important wins as black, but at the end, for the Ganges Grandmasters, we had Polina, we had Sindarov and Solakidu and Keimer bring in the victories.
And let's point out, it was Mendonça for the Alpine SG Pipers who started the day with a win. They started with a lead on the scoreboard right there. But for the Ganges Grandmasters, incredible powerful performance top to bottom there. You mentioned it, every board has to show up. Not only the women's superstar boards, but the men's superstar board. What a performance there. And then Vishy holding Fabiano Caruana to a draw. This was a big team effort.
Absolutely, and definitely I feel like the MVP of this match, I don't know, you might think Sindarov, but I also feel like Stavrula would deserve it because she won, she was the earliest one to win, and she has not had the best tournament, so for her to turn her form around made such a big difference for her team.
You know, that's when you know that the whole team showed up. When it's impossible to decide who is the player of the match, Stavrula or Sindarov. Just incredible performances there, top to bottom there. Vincent Keimer as well getting the win against Anish Giri. And you can see just how relieved the teams are, because for them, a very critical juncture in the tournament. It keeps their hopes alive of making it to the top two. They're lined up and they're all smiles.
Yeah, and by the way, this is Vincent's first victory in the event, coming at a very
so the
good
result
time.
of this
and with
match,
this win,
by a score of 10 points to 9, the winners today are Ganges Grandmasters.
And the Ganges Grandmasters getting a victory for the second time here at the Global Chess League against the Alpine SG Pipers. They did it the first time around with a 13-7, and this time it was Javokir Sindarov's final victory that sealed the deal. But like you mentioned, Stavrula taking down the star player of the Alpine SG Pipers, the undefeated, the unstoppable Nino Batsiashvili, finally tasting her first defeat. It was at the hands of the Ganges Grandmasters.
yeah, you can never be surprised when things turn around in this league because it's a league with such amazing players. So even when someone starts off not doing well, they can always turn around. That's what happened to Stavi in the last couple of games.
And a very relieved Ganges Grandmasters, a smile on the legend's face as well. Some fist bump there. He knows the fans are waiting for him. He says he will be back, don't go anywhere. And there we have on the other side, this is what sports is. It's celebration on one side of the board and heartbreak on the other. For the Alpine SG Pipers, they tasted a defeat at a very difficult moment in the tournament. This could mean a roadblock in their dreams of making it to the top two.
For sure, and we saw Nino Batsiashvili walking out with her opponent Stavrula and talking to each other after the game. The Ganges Grandmasters won by the most minimal margin of 10 points to 9.
Ooh, the narrowest of victories there. And who will be the player of the match? Will it be Vincent Keimer? Will it be Sindarov? Will it be Stavrula? We find out on the other side of this break.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नवितास सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
भारत का अपना सोलर, नवितास सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, ये लोरी की धुन में गाती है। जीवन की आपाधापी में मन को सुकून पहुंचाती है। कोई अपना कहीं खो जाए अगर सीने से लगाई लेती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
A draw on the icon board and 5 decisive results saw the Ganges Grandmasters take the win at 10-9, the narrowest of margins against the Alpine SG Pipers. What a fight this was. And we go straight to Arohi to celebrate the player of the match.
You cannot keep the Ganges down for so long because they know how to flow back to victory. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of match number 21, played between the Navitas Solar Ganges Grandmasters and Alpine SG Pipers here in Mumbai. To present the award, joining us this evening is Mr. Raman Jha, CIO, Grasim Industries, VFY, and the Player of the Match award goes to Stavrola Solakidu from Navitas Solar Ganges Grandmasters. Savrola, what an amazing victory today. You've taken down Nino, who's been in great form. I'm sure that's such a big confidence boost, yeah?
Yeah, I'm very glad for this win and for the 2 wins I made since yesterday. I wasn't doing well at all, and I'm glad to be back. Yeah, Nino was doing great. We had a very fighting game, and in the end, I had some attack. Yeah, I was glad about that.
What was that point of time in the game where you felt you had this one in your pocket?
Yeah, actually it was so low on time, so everything happened so fast. But when she played a3 and I got my queen to d4 and I had all these threats with knight e7 and rook f6, I felt like, okay, I'm in control now.
You know, you have another game coming up today. I'm sure the confidence will be high after today's win. You had another win the last time, and you've peaked at the right time, don't you think?
No, yeah, I'm glad I'm finally performing well for the team. We will give our best. Yeah, now we have to focus for the next game. Anything can happen.
See you soon in the next game, but thank you so much. Congratulations for this one.
Thank you so much.
That is it from the post-match presentation party. Back to the studio.
3 board victories, Ganges Grandmasters coming in with a tide in this one against the Alpine SG Pipers. What a performance, what a closely contested battle this was. And joining us in the studio is none other than Sagar Shah, Harshit. Welcome, guys. Sagar, finally you join us, and what a moment to do it. What a match we just saw, 10-9 victory. And finally, someone was able to stop Nino Batsiashvili.
Absolutely. And that to Stavrula, who has not been having a great tournament, as she said there, but striking at the right moment. And I think this league is all about this, comebacks. And we just can't guess who will be the team who will finish on top 2.
I mean, it was as if it was a race. Sorry, I forgot to take the mic. It was as if it was a race. They were neck to neck. They were neck to neck, and no one knew who won until the last moment. But finally, it was Javokir Sindarov winning it for the Ganges Grandmaster. Epic match that we just witnessed.
I don't think we've had a tougher decision of who the player of the match would be. You know, Vincent beating Anish. And it was a strategic performance by him. Incredible show. Javokir against Pragnananda, an absolute roller coaster. It came down to precision, to nerves. And then for Stavrula to get the job done, you know, getting that advantage and then pretty much outplaying Nino Batsiashvili in grand style. And when that happens, Harshit, when it's hard to pick a player of the match, that's when you know that it's been a real fight, the kind that we all love to watch.
Oh, absolutely. She's so humble off the board, as we saw in that interview, but so fierce on the board as she found this move, knight to e7 and rook takes f6. I'm super happy that she's picked up her form.
And I have to say one thing, you need to pick up your form on your predictions, because we had 16-1 as the first match victory when the FYERS American Gambits took down the UpGrad Mumbai Masters. And you know, Sagar, Harshit said this one's going to be another whitewash. It was anything but, because the Alpine SG Pipers really put on a show.
Yeah, and also the thing is, Vishy Anand drawing against Fabi on board 1. That's a very important result for Ganges, because there it's a calm game and so on. But think about it. Fabi just beat Alireza Firuza. For Vishy to stand steady, help the Ganges Grandmasters, then pull down, like Javokir went in, Vincent went in, Stavrula did it. So brilliant.
Yeah, really holding the ship, the anchor of the ship, Vishy Anand there from the top. And right there, make sure that Fabi doesn't get that second win in a row. A much informed Fabi. Let's bring up our leaderboard. This is just the second match of the day. And what a match this has been. Ganges Grandmasters really finding their flow, climbing up, flowing to the top right now. We see them at the 3rd place. They've got 12 match victories. They joined the UpGrad Mumbai Masters on that leaderboard. Are they making a late surge in the tournament for the top 2 spots here?
it's a very important scorecard, Tanya, because if you look at it, all teams have played 7 matches as of now, which means that right now, all are even in terms of number of games played.
And only 3 matches remain, but those game points that we're talking about, it's very important that you win, but with a big margin.
That's a great point that you make right there. The center row there, game point will be the tiebreaker if the match points are tight. And I want to also point out, you said Vishy, fantastic performance on the icon board. Guess what, Sagar Shah? He's going to be back in action later today, taking on the PBG Alaskan Knights, currently at the bottom pit there with 6 points. He'll be facing Gukesh.
I was in the fan zone today and literally everyone was like, till 8 p.m. we are going nowhere. We are going to hang in here. We are going to watch all the games because they want to see the 2 world champions in action.
They want to see Gukesh versus Vishy, and that's the match that's going to happen at 8 p.m. And what do we have in front of us right now?
That is the big question. I'm glad you threw that to me right now because it's FYERS American Gambits taking on Triveni Continental Kings, and that's going to be an absolutely epic clash, a big one coming up for both these teams. And we've got Arohi with the team coaches. It's Srinath, it's Leo Kwan Valley, and let's see if they give us something on what their strategy is coming into this big fight.
It's time for the face-off between the Gambits and the Kings. We have the coaches of the 2 teams joining us here. GM Srinath for FYERS American Gambits, GM Luke Vanveli for Triveni Continental Kings, along with Arasu Balasubramanian, member FIDE Technical Commission. Can we now have the color swaps? Srinath, playing white seems to suit your team.
Definitely. I think playing white in general is always an advantage, and the fact that we can prepare for these games because we know the color for sure, I think just adds to the advantage.
So Ali Reza was on an insane winning streak. However, he lost that streak. He's lost 2 games on the trot now. Advantage, Hikaru?
Yeah, I would say so. In general, yes. In general, Hikaru has the experience, and especially coming down in the last few matches, I think that experience can make the difference.
And with the kind of win that you all have had in the last game, I mean, the team spirits would be super high right now.
Definitely. That was a huge boost, but we know that the job is still far from done. So we'll look to continue on that streak.
The best part probably the team can take away is you all have beaten teams like Triveni and Mumba who have been on the top of the table and been fighting for the top of the table spot. So I think that's the biggest boost for your team today. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. GM Luke Vanveli joining us. Black this time. Thoughts?
Well, you can't always play with white, so but we knew this day would come one day, so.
So Wei has been pretty consistent, the pillar of strength for the team.
Yeah, well, you know, Ferruccio was on fire, but now he lost 2 games. Wei is well, very consistent. We have Vidit back here. He won his first game yesterday, so yeah, all in all, we are doing pretty consistent overall. But the players themselves, you know, they're pretty swingy.
So let's go back to the last game that Gambits and Kings played against each other, that game between Richard Rappo and Vidit. It's been the talk of town for everybody. How's Vidit looking at that game? Is it time for a gamble, or is it time for you to actually take the revenge this time?
Well, for sure we have revenge on our minds, but well, you know, we know that today they won big against Mumbai Masters, so yeah, we're a little bit worried if they keep their form from today. But, well, we are still fresh, and hopefully they are tired from the celebration after the match.
Yeah, well, hopefully, but all the best to the team.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That is it from the color swap. Back to the studio.
And what a fight this one's going to be. The FYERS American Gambits have already today taken down 1 Titan of the Global Chess League. A 16-1 victory against the UpGrad Mumbai Masters. Can they have a repeat performance? Can they do it against the 2nd Titan, the Triveni Continental Kings? And you know, they say sometimes the stars align in the city of stars. It's been the day of the white pieces. And Leo Kwan Valley there saying he'll be fighting it out with the black. FYERS American Gambit starting with the white. How do you see this one being?
I think it's very, very important for the FYERS American Gambits to win this, because if they lose, their chances of finishing in top 2 are almost gone. So it's a make or break game for them, and in fact all 3 are going to be like that for them.
I completely agree. And you know, Srinath said in the interview, there's nothing to smile about. Job's not done yet. If you remember that famous interview that I'm talking about, they're ready to, you know, come in this match with all guns blazing from their previous match where they won 16-1, and they have to be careful as Luke Van Valley's team a little worried.
And you know what, guys? You need to get your popcorn ready. Let's bring on the action that's about to begin. We are 2 matches down. We've got 2 more coming up. And what a big fight we've got ahead of us. Starting shortly will be the Kings taking on the Gambits. That's the big one that starts at 6:30 p.m. And I'm just going to tell you 2 names. And you'll know what to do on the icon board. It's going to be the clash between Hikaru Nakamura and Ali Reza Firuzan. We break all of that down to you with all the insights on the other side of this break.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FYERS intelligent assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FYERS intelligent assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, Navitas Solar, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर की बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ Alpine SG पाइपर्स।
Grab it, fizz it, grab it, hey, grab it, fizz it, grab it, hey, fizz it, grab it, fizz it, Gampa!
Grab the fizz. Gampa wali fizz.
Come on guys, hurry up.
अरे सुनना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना। ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
वो ढक्कन। पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
This is not just a tournament, it is Chestival, and chess fans from all across the world have come and joined us here. Today we have joining us Mr. Sumit Agarwal, CTO, Manipal Signa. Firstly, welcome to this Chestival. It is a festival of chess, and you have come here, you've experienced the day in the auditorium, in the fan zone. How do you feel about it?
Oh, it's definitely one of the biggest festivals, it looks like, and it's glad to see this happening in India at this particular level of a global chess event where we can see almost all our best players coming around here and playing live in front of us. The experience is tremendous, awesome, and I would like to thank the whole organization committee here who has made this possible in India. Thank you.
You did experience the auditorium, you did experience a fan zone, but probably your best experience today was the first move for your chess icon, that's Vishy Anand. How did that feel?
I don't have words for this. So it's a grand experience. He's my favorite player, and yes, he has earned tremendous kind of wins in his career. Doing a first move actually makes it a big thing for me. It's one of the best days for me.
Thank you so much for joining us. Hope that you stay with us throughout and you experience more of this before you go back home. Thank you so much. Back to the studio. We're coming back with an exciting game. What do you all think? Tanya?
Arohi, can't wait to get the action started here. What a firefight it will be when the Gambits take on the Kings. They were the only team to take down the Triveni Continental Kings in the first half of the Global Chess League. When the Kings looked almost unstoppable, it was the Gambits who got the job done 10-8 against them. But we'll talk about that. I want to talk about the interview we just had with Arohi right now. I mean, it was fantastic. The best day I've had. Vishy being the favorite player here. You know, Sagar, you've spent a lot of time there in the fan zone. And I want to ask you, we keep hearing the cheering. We keep hearing the fans going crazy. Who is the player who gets the most loud cheers when he walks past here?
I think right now, whenever it's Hikaru, whenever it's Vishy Anand, whenever it's Gukesh, all these players get a lot of cheering. But the thing is, the people here are so chess literate that even when it is the other boards, or let's say the Prodigy board, they are like so excited even to meet them, just get a time with them. Like Leon yesterday went into the fan zone, people went crazy. So it's like the love for chess is immense.
I love that. And Mr. Sumit Agarwal, as he said, having the best time here. It's just so much fun, and that's exactly how we feel. We got a big clash coming up. Before we set the board for that, let's show you where we are in the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League as we bring on our leaderboard. You know, once again, Harshit, finish line inside. It's all about finishing on that top two spots. We've seen these two teams, the Triveni Continental Kings and the UpGrad Mumba Masters, pretty much be there. But the last 2 days have shown us that there are chinks in their armors. It's possible to take them down. What kind of shake-ups are you expecting over the next 2 matches coming up?
Oh, I'm definitely not expecting Triveni Continental Kings to relax here, even though they are 15 match points ahead of everyone, ahead of the rest of the field. They need to be careful, because if FYERS American Gambits defeat them the way they defeated the last opponents, UpGrad Mumba Masters, it's possible that the FYERS American Gambits are in the race.
I mean, it's absolutely insane that FYERS American Gambits is the only team that's taken down both those top teams.
Ooh la la.
And they did that just today morning with a 16-1 victory. Let's show that to you. Let's show the matches that have been played and remind you of the absolutely crazy score lines that we saw in that. FYERS American Gambit, a 16-1 victory is how we started the day against the UpGrad Mumba Masters. We followed it up with a fantastic performance of the Ganges Grandmasters, the narrowest of margins. What a closely contested battle, a completely different storyline from that first matchup, a 10-9 victory. And now the question on everyone's mind, what's going to happen when the Triveni Continental Kings faces the FYERS American Gambits one more time in action? We find out on the other side of this break.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, Navitas Solar, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
सर आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर की बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ Alpine SG पाइपर्स।
Grab it, visit, visit, grab it, grab it, visit, visit, grab it, visit, visit, grab it, visit, Gamba.
Grab the fizz. Campa wali fizz.
Come on guys, hurry up.
अरे सुन ना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। But that's okay, you can learn. रोज इसका ढक्कन देना। ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
वो ढक्कन। पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
Welcome back to the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. We have an interesting matchup coming up. The Triveni Continental Kings will be in action, but as of now, we have Akash Premsen, CEO Triveni Sports, the TCK manager here with us. Team is playing next. Firstly, thoughts on that game?
Well, you know, it's an important game because I think Gambits is the other team that's here because of the love of chess. So it's obviously good to play them. You know, we also kind of, gave them the first game. So from that perspective, it's good for us to come back here and sort things out. Prachara, who's the team owner of that team, he was obviously very happy. It's time for us to wipe their smile a little bit. But we're looking forward to this game today for sure. It's an important one.
So TCK, y'all are the defending champions. How does it feel to be winning maximum matches?
Well, to be perfectly honest, we're not used to be leading at this stage. In season one, we had like every match was a final and we got right till the end and then won. In season two, the semi-finals for us was really the finals because we got into the finals because of that. And we were struggling because, we had our own rhythm then. In season three, obviously, we've perfected our internal model and the culture that we're running, and we've got an early lead. Hopefully, we can hold on to it. Again, Luke's goal is to get into the finals, and that's really what we want.
Well, this year GCL comes home. We've come to Mumbai. The chess fans in Mumbai have been going crazy. We've had massive crowds come in. And we've seen the Triveni Continental Kings fans. They have just been there. They've been shouting the Kings' names throughout, during the games, post the games. How does that feel as a team owner?
Well, it's fantastic because, Triveni has always been the people's team. We've always been the underdogs, and to see us, strive has been great for the fans. And perfectly honest, we really want to, we're in it for the chess, for good games and for great chess. And the idea that all the fans are engaged with us and are following us. Hey, if you don't follow us, come to our Insta page, check us out. We're giving away a lot of T-shirts and jerseys and stuff. But it's fantastic because you really have a lot of people that are focusing on us, and it's humbling in many ways. But at the end of the day, we've got 6 Olympians that are really at the apex of their sport. And in some ways, it's not surprising, right?
People love it. People love Triveni Continental Kings. They follow them on Instagram. We have a massive fan following, even on ground, even on social media. And I'm sure even in the auditorium now when the team will be playing, all the best for your game today.
Thank you so much.
That is it from the ground. Back to the studio before we come back with an exciting game for you.
It's going to be absolute fireworks when the Triveni Continental Kings take on the FYERS American Gambits. As Akash there said, their team consisting of 6 Olympians. What a stacked lineup it is. It's been a season of perfection for them at the very top, although shaky in the last 2 matches. And I love how shots were fired. He said, you know what? The FYERS American Gambits, we want to wipe that smile off their face.
Yeah, I think Akash is someone who has never minced with his words. He's always been direct. But one thing that he always does is he takes immensely good care of his players. And I think that has shown in the results. The Triveni Continental Kings are doing really well. And he said he's perfected the formula for success, which is quite an interesting way to look at sports team. You know, you look at businesses this way, but to perfect a formula for a sports team, that's the first time I'm hearing.
Oh, I'm definitely curious to see what formula they have. As the last times that they played, they lost 10-8, and it was Richard Rapport who bring that important victory for the FYERS American Gambits with his win against Vidit.
It's going to be a pretty awesome match. And as you said, you know, perfected it. Speaking from a position of strength there, 2 season victories. The twice champion looking for their three-peat, looking for a hat-trick there are Triveni Continental Kings. The battle will start on the Prodigy board. It will be the World Rapid Champion from the FYERS American Gambit, Volodar Murzin, taking on Moritzi in this one. Where's your head at this? Sagar, I'll start with you. Who has the edge on the Prodigy board?
I think Volodar Murzin has to strike. He's only scored 1 win in this tournament and has gone on a streak of draws right now. So my guess is that the FYERS American Gambits strike here.
And I'm actually going to go with Marc-Andrea Moritzi, who has been quite a solid player for the Triveni Continental Kings on the Prodigy board.
Okay.
Well, every board matters. That's been pretty clear here at the Global Chess League. So let's move ahead with our women superstar board right there for the Triveni Continental Kings. What a lineup they've got. They've got the chess queen, you know, multiple-time world champion Alexandra Kostanovic in different formats. And also the current world number 2, Zhu Jiner, playing on their superstar boards. Meanwhile, for the FYERS American Gambit, they're not lacking behind. They've got Teodora Inyak, who is the reigning European champion, alongside the 2 times World Blitz champion, Bibisara. This is a clash of titans with 4 of them looking at us right now.
Right. For me, it seems like on these 2 boards, the Triveni Continental Kings have the advantage. And I think on both of them. So my feeling is that they have an edge on both these boards.
Well, Teodora Inyats just won her game in the previous round. And I'm actually going to say that on both these boards, they are going to score more than 1 point. American Gambits, FYERS American Gambits will have more than 1 point on the Superstar Women's board.
Harshit's really fired up with their performance of the Gambits from their previous match. I think 16-1 really blew our mind, Harshit.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we have all the reason to be excited for them because they were kind of, you know, in a position where they have to have this crashing victory. They got it, and now this is the most important battle that they have in front of them.
I want to argue, let's not get too excited. They're facing the 2-time champion here. Triveni Continental Kings haven't moved away from that top spot on the leaderboard. Let's talk about our men's superstar board between these 2 teams. And what a clash this will be. You know, Vidit Gujarati for the Kings has had a shaky tournament up and down. He did get the win yesterday, a much needed one for his own confidence, but he's playing Richard, who just earlier today was the player of the match. And on our other board, it will be the battle between the World Cup runner-up Wei taking on Vladislav Artemiev. How do we feel about the superstar men?
For me, it seems like both these boards are quite evenly matched, and I would go for a draw on both the boards, considering that Artemiev and Wei are very solid. Meanwhile, Rapport might have a psychological edge against Vidit after what happened in their first game. But I think Vidit, after what happened yesterday and him becoming the MVP, his confidence will be on a high.
I echo your sentiment there for the game of Artemiev versus Wei, but on the board of Rapport versus Vidit, the last time that they played, Rapport had such a crushing victory against Vidit. I'm sure that moments is going to be playing in Vidit's mind as he tries to make a comeback. I still think Rapport small favorite.
And that game was ever important in FYERS American Gambit's victory against the Triveni Continental Kings in their first encounter, getting the job done 10-8. It's a grudge match for the Kings in every single matchup, and probably one player holding the grudge maximum is going to be Hikaru Nakamura. How close he was to getting the win against Ali Reza just a couple of days ago, but this is where it's at. 2 icons of the game. They're facing each other, both of them speed demons. I don't even know how you guys will make a decision on this one. Who takes it this time?
You know, for me, I don't know about what you think. I think it is going to be a draw. Bhai. Don't run, take your flag away from mine. No, hey!
I feel that this one's going the way of Hikaru. You know, you could see the happiness on his face because when Hikaru has won his games, his team has often lost it. But today morning, I mean today's game when they played against the UpGrad Mumbai Masters, not only did he win, the team won, and I think Hikaru is on a high.
I agree with you. I mean, Firouzja
Difficult
has
to stop him.
It's difficult, but why wait? Firouzja lost his 2 games, but before that, he won 5 games in a row, and I do think he'll want to kind of solidify his performance here with a draw.
And I want to talk a little bit about that because Firouzja looked absolutely unstoppable. He was on fire. He was inevitable no matter who he plays. And look at that. He is the first player to lead the charge. Vehi with a smile as well. Vidit in good spirits right there. Zhu, Jinnah, Alexander Kostanovic, Maridzi. This is the squad alongside Leok Van Valley for the Triveni Continental Kings. Holding all the flags, jogging, running.
I mean,
he wants to get there really quick into the arena to get the fight started. Cannot wait is what the Triveni Continental Kings are saying. But Hikaru Nakamura, you got to hold on. That smile will still be on our faces is what they've got to have on their minds.
Somehow it feels like the FYERS American Gambits are a little bit more serious than the Triveni Continental Kings, right? It's maybe are they worried? Are they focused? And by the way, Richard Rapport comes back and he's like, oh, I just brought with myself something that I shouldn't have. So he gave it to the coach.
Sagar, I think you make a really good point because it's also where the teams are at this position. You know, Triveni Continental Kings have a little bit of a buffer. They're at the top of the leaderboard. A slip will still keep them in contention. But it's a completely different storyline for the Gambits.
And that's why I think they were in this formation. Even when they were entering the arena, you could see Hikaru Nakamura getting inside with Larissa Martinoff. Maybe they were discussing some strategy because it's going to be very important for those 2 boats to do well, to kind of lead the ship from the front and make sure that they get an early lead on those 2 boats.
Who will set the tone? Who will take the wins? And that brings me to my final question before we get the moves on the board. And you know what that is. Sagar, Harshit, it's the clash between Hikaru Nakamura's FYERS American Gambits and Alireza Firouzja's Triveni Continental Kings. Your hands are shaking, about to win a flag. Tell me, which pick are you getting? It's the FYERS American Gambits for Sagar Shah.
It's a toss-up for me, and let's see which one comes up. Oh, it's the Triveni Continental Kings. I think they are going to win this one.
And we have told you what we are expecting. We've told you all the storylines. We've gotten you all pumped up. Get the popcorn ready. Fasten your seatbelts because it's Hikaru versus Alireza. When we return, it's the Kings versus the Gambits in just a few. Don't go anywhere.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ।
खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
माँ मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी।
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा
जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
चेस or मार्केट, जीत उन्हीं की होती है जो दूर का देख सकते हैं। FYERS एडवांस ऑप्शन चेन और 50 मार्केट डेप्थ के साथ मार्केट का हर मूव आपके सामने।
FYERS, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ।
खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
माँ मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी।
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा
जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
it is time to call the go-getter Gambits to stage. Please give it up for FYERS American Gambits.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light.
Please put your hands together for world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura, Vladislav Artemiev, Richard Rappo, 2 times Women's World Blitz Champion, Bibisara Asalbayeva, Theodora Inyats, reigning World Rapid Champion, Volodar Morzin, and their coach, GM Srinath. And now stand up for the royalty. They'll be taking the stage. Give it up for Triveni Continental Kings.
Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess.
Put your hands together for Ali Reza Firoja, World Cup runner-up Wei, Vidit Gujarati, Women's World number 2, Gina Zhu, former Women's World Champion Alexandra Kostenyi, Markandria Moridze, and their coach Luke Van Wely. All the best to all the players. You may now take your boards. And now for the first move, calling upon Mr. S. Gauri Shankar Rao, GM Bank of India, along with Mr. Amitabh Sinha, Director Sales and Marketing, Trident and Oberoi Hotels. Accompanying them is Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director.
And we are ready for a big clash here between the FYERS American Gambits and Triveni Continental Kings. As the guest of honor who's going to make his first move on the board, joining me here is the one and only Tanya Sachdev. Hello, Tanya.
What's up, Sagar bhai? बहुत मजा आने वाला है. Hikaru versus Ali Reza on the icon board. I mean, we've seen such epic matches between these two players when it comes to speed chess, and another chapter in that book will be written right now in front of us.
Right, an absolutely critical game for the FYERS American Gambits to be in the tournament as Hikaru gets up. We have action on the women's superstar board. Bibisara opens with 1 e4 against Zhu Jiner, and Theodora Inyats goes knight f3, Tanya.
Inyats is the reigning European Women Champion. She's playing against a former world champion. It's going to be a big battle in that one. And we see our other women's superstar board also kick off a different opening in that one. It's the King's Pawn opening and an Italian as we see the bishops come out.
Right, we have the Italian on the board, and this one is going to be a very positional battle with d3 being played here. Bibisara ready for a long fight here, Tanya. Let's go to Theodora Inyats versus Alexandra Kostenyuk. And this one does seem like a very interesting choice by Theodora. She's not really committing any of her central pawns.
It's the Reti setup with white. You bring the knight out, you fianchetto your bishop. We've seen this play. It's such an old opening, and that did not happen. That was not a mouse slip. That was a computer slip. It was the king put to safety on the right side there. We see a castle. And for Kostenyuk, she wants to gain control of the center. Inyats, at some point, has to strike. You can't give a free hand. She does it.
c4 takes the pawn, and this is very interesting. And Tanya, on the men's superstar board, we have Vladislav Artemiev and Wei. Let's go to board number 2 as the arbiter will arrive any moment. You can see how focused they are. And we also have Richard Rapport versus Vidit Gujarati. Will there be another brilliancy on this board, Tanya?
That is the big question. I think the game of the tournament so far happened between these two players when they last met right here in Mumbai with Richard Rapport, allowing Vidit to queen, giving up his rook as this one gets underway as well between Artemiev and Wei, but Vidit getting checkmated, losing that game. Will we see a similar attacking firepower? Will Vidit strike back?
Well, it will be very interesting to see what Rapport's first move is. He opens with pawn to e4, knight f...
Do you think, Sagar, when you've played against Richard and you've lost in that manner, you're more fired up? Bhai, not the second time. Vidit wants to strike back.
I think Vidit has chosen a very interesting line against Rapport. They are going for this very solid system, guys. The Berlin, Tanya, with this rook coming over and winning this pawn, this is supposed to be very even.
And I think that game just has so many reflections and impact in your mind that Vidit decided with the black pieces, he will just keep things under control. Part of the match strategy, when Vidit has employed the Berlin for the Triveni Continental Kings, to me is, don't let Richard Rapport get his kind of positions.
Yes.
Just hold him off.
I think Vidit, if he gets a draw here, it would already be a very good result. But here you can see that Rapport's hasn't taken the pawn here, Tanya, which means that he's tempting Vidit to actually push his pawn and defend it here, and then he will break open. So Vidit has a choice whether to keep it or not keep it.
If Richard was to take that pawn, essentially that almost always ends in a draw as our prodigy board also kicks off, which means there's only one board remaining for action, and that's the one right in front of us. Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza Firouzja, it's go time.
It's go time, and Hikaru plays e4, and Alireza is like, Hikaru, let's have a full-fledged fight. I am ready for the Sicilian Najdorf now. Ooh, f3, Tanya.
Hikaru Nakamura this morning has taken down one Frenchman. He did win against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Can he beat his teammate Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces? It's also a grudge match. Alireza, with a turnaround victory from their first encounter, did beat Hikaru. Eventually, it was the FYERS American Gambits taking down the Triveni Continental Kings. What a fight this one's going to be. Sicilian, it means it's already fun.
Right. And Tanya, you know, the main move here is to bring your knight out on c3. And because Hikaru plays f3, Alireza is suddenly starting to think, because now if you play your Najdorf, suddenly Hikaru can push his pawn forward because the knight is no longer blocking it. So that's a very cool idea.
And you also stop the idea of b5 very importantly, which is how Alireza wants to get his bishop out. The Maroczy setup, aiming for that, is Hikaru Nakamura. Often becomes the most strategic fight, and perhaps that's where he feels he wants to edge out Firouzja, not giving him those crazy, chaotic positions.
And Firouzja is like, should I go for the main line with e5? Hikaru would have prepared it so deeply, like he always does. Remember that game with Caruana where Hikaru was prepped 30 moves into the line.
And someone needs to tell Hikaru to just turn around a little bit. The board is in that side. And look at that. He is keeping an eye on the other boards. Hikaru almost saying, you know what? I know I've surprised you in the opening. I know you're going to be thinking for a little bit here. I'm going to just chill and relax.
Hikaru's saying to Firouzja, I don't need to see the board. You know, I can play blindfolded. he's just calmly. And there you can see Hikaru's number on the back is 7. Tanya, why? Do you know?
Thala for a reason.
Array! E6 played here by Firouzja as Hikaru now plays his pawn to c4. It's happening. We have this Maroczy bind setup.
Sagar, I want to go back to your question. I don't think when Prachara asked Hikaru what number he wanted at the back of his t-shirt, Hikaru went Thala for a reason.
I personally think that could very well be the reason. I guess Hikaru just said, choose whatever you want, and perhaps it was...
Something to do with Cristiano Ronaldo?
Is it also 7?
I think so.
Wow.
Chat can confirm. I'm pretty sure it is number 7 there as well. Well, so far for Hikaru Nakamura, and I think we are being told. So lots of greats of the sport. You know, 7, lucky number 7.
Yeah. So that means this game is going to be very, very exciting, Tanya. Not only because of the numbers behind the jersey, but also because of the position that we have on the board. It is a fighting position with Alireza having less space, Hikaru having more space, and a lot of pieces on the board.
It's action all around, but still to blow up. Still a pretty close fight right now. Sagar, let's move on. You know, one of the biggest storylines here at the Global Chess League has been, while the icon match, it's all eyes on that. It is the marquee matchup, but every board matters, every point matters, and at this stage, a single slip could decide. We saw a 10-9 victory in the previous match by the Ganges Grandmasters, just how narrow the margins can be. Let's do a trip around the world. Let's start with our superstar men board, Vladislav Artemiev going up against Vishy right now.
And we have this position on the board. It started off with an English opening and very soon converted into a Queen's Gambit, declined with double fianchetto for white, both bishops on this long diagonal. And then you had b6 castles, the bishop came out, and eventually we've reached a position that looks very even. Black has broken the center.
And usually very often in these kind of setups, we see the full center liquidated. Goes quite into the balance. And Sagar, I think both players have reasons to be happy about the opening outcome, but especially Vishy with the black pieces not really challenged so far. Let's move on to our next icon board. It's a clash between Richard Rappo and Vidit Gujarati. And we've been talking about Vidit's opening approach with the Berlin. We see the queens are still on the board, so no end games, no Berlin end game there. And it's interesting because for Richard, I think he wants to go f4, f5. He wants to get a pawn storm on the right flank, while Vidit with the majority on the other side.
Yes, and Tanya, I'm quite curious to see how this structure came about, because you remember we were looking here that Vidit had an extra pawn, and will he save it? Vidit was like, no, I want to give it up, and they gave it up here, pawn to d5, and it looked very even, but now this is where Rapport said, I'm going for more space. It's okay to weaken the king. They traded, and this is how we've reached where we are right now.
The queen planted at the center. It's not only a beautiful square, it makes Vidit's rook at the corner tied down to defending that a7 pawn. He's also wanting to bring his own rook into that central file, Sagar. I can imagine you get that rook lined up there. And Richard Rappo is already hoping for that f pawn up and then the e pawn up the board. So I think Vidit still has a little work to do before he completely equalizes White's opening edge.
Right, but it's very close to equality, Tanya. And I think Vidit should be quite okay with the position he has right now. All three games that we've seen are very even until now. Let's go to the fourth board. That is between Bibisara Asaubayeva and Zhu Jinner. And we just have had a trade in the center. And Tanya, you know what the next move is going to be in such positions. Black to play. What is a typical strike here?
You want to strike exactly the center that you're pointing out for, right? That d-pawn moving up the board for black at the right moment is something that has to be on your radar if you're Zhu Jinner right now. Now, usually that response is met by e5, keeping the tension. But because of the placement of the bishop, perhaps for Asaubayeva, she will not get the time to go e5.
True. And so d5 would be a very strong move here and should be played by Zhu Jinner. It's a bit surprising that she's taking her time. Oh, she didn't do it. Wow.
And maybe, Sagar, that was the right move because her response gets a response from the bar that suddenly momentum is shifting towards white here.
No, absolutely. Striking here, there was something that she didn't like. Maybe it was not taking, but pawn push, Tanya, and takes and take here, and suddenly the king is a bit weak.
And this is the line that you'd have to calculate and evaluate. And Bibisara did not want, Zhu Jinner even did not want to go in for that. She instead brings her knight out. Now she wants to go d5 if given the opportunity, Sagar.
But it seems like now there are many options. I can play my bishop here, pin your pawn. I can push my pawn in the center. So a lot of possibilities. And this looks slightly better for the FYERS American Gambits.
Agreed. Better bishops, better rockets on the board, and you've got advanced pawns getting more space. All right, so a slight edge out of the opening here.
Let's go to the next one.
The Gambits, let's do it.
Theodora Inyak taking on Alexandra Kostenyuk. And this one is also very spicy, guys. Look at this. The queen is stopping the black king from castling. It's not easy. You can try to trade the queens, but actually it's white to move right now.
It's full Mumbai masala, this position. And let's point out that for not being able to castle, Alexandra Kostenovic has an extra pawn right now. Those two double pawns, it's 4 versus 2 on the flank currently. So playing with, I don't want to call it a healthy pawn, simply because they're doubled up on the c file. But you know, Sagar, that c4 pawn also has an advantage. It's making sure that Inyats isn't able to develop her dark squared bishop easily. You don't have moves like d3, b3 to your rescue.
Oh, she played
just
it.
as I said it. She said, peace activity. I don't care about your double pawns.
It's a beautiful move, Tanya. Look at this. If you take here, she'll take back with the pawn. And then the rook opens up. The bishop is ready to slide over on this diagonal. It already feels like this one is also very, very promising position for Theodora.
I agree. I mean, you're stopping Kostenovic from getting her castling in. You have the bishop pair. You have activity. Definitely more than enough compensation for the pawn deficit.
And if you go queen e7 here, I think, Tanya, you could even take. And this endgame is also quite promising for white.
It really looks like that because c5, you can double down on that pawn. If the king moves back, there'll be no connection on the rook. So Alexandra Kostenovic might be up material, but positionally looking like she has to be incredibly careful. So are we giving the advantage to the Gambits at this moment?
Yes, a slight edge, but you know, Theodora's choice, bit surprising, although not at all bad. She takes with the queen, Tanya. She draws her attention on b7 pawn
And the moment you defend it, she wants to plant her bishop on a3 next. She wants to make sure you're not able to castle. Rook b8 is the move of choice. If Kostenovic is able to finish development, get harmony in the position, you're better as black here. You have the extra pawn. And she doesn't. And look at that. It gets a question mark. An inaccuracy by Alexandra Kostenovic.
Guys, right now, Theodora Inyak is better. And she's seriously better. The FYERS American Gambits needed that in one of the boards, and they've got it here.
I mean, you're called FYERS American Gambits. You got to gambit a pawn for an advantage when you're playing against Alexandra Kostenovic.
True, true. It's true to their name. They've gambited a pawn here, and this is looking very good. So Theodora Inyak, really better. Let's go to the prodigy board. Volodar Murzin versus Marc-Andrea Morizzi. This one also, Tanya, to me looks like a very nice position for white with a nice knight in the center. The pawn here. What do you feel?
I'm going to add to that. You know, black also has this d6 tender spot that you can eventually start targeting in position. And the moment it moves forward, you will push your own e-pawn ahead, creating a beautiful play on the right side. While too early to call, and I would say still close to balance, if I had to pick a color to play with in this position, I think it's got to be white. You pointed out the f5 square. The knight on f1 is ready to join that party. It wants to come to the assist of its best friend. Knight g3, knight e3, land on f5, and we're live.
Tanya, after this 6-board roundup, it does feel like American Gambits, the FYERS American Gambits, are playing the best chess that they can on today. Like, they beat UpGrad Mumba Masters
16-1.
16-1, and now
Who
on
does
no
that?
board are they looking weak.
And the answer is no one. 16-1 against the UpGrad Mumba Masters. What is that scoreline? They won on 5 boards, and look at this.
And an error by Volodar, by Marc-Andrea Morizzi. The pawn is going to go up ahead, as you just pointed.
It's the move you really want to make. You kind of just stop, pause, and figure if there are any tactics involved. If there's no direct refutation, you don't want to trade at the center. You don't want to give your opponent space to breathe. I'm expecting Murzin to just push. Let's head over to our icon board because there's a huge update, I believe, coming from it, Sagar. And we are getting an update that, in fact, it does end in a draw right now, played out almost with a mission. You know what? Let there be a draw on this. Let the rest fight the fight.
That's very interesting, and I think that's good news for the Triveni Continental Kings because Firouzja was black. So here, to get a draw, Tanya, I mean, just to go over this game very quickly, I think, Tanya, this is a well-known line where they traded. Maybe they already knew all of this before and just exchanged.
it was like they were on a mission right now. You know, get everything off the board, repeat the position. It doesn't get more symmetrical than that. And Alireza Firouzja joins the team coach, captain, Grandmaster Leok Van Valley to now just sit and enjoy the fight.
Leok Van Valley is like, now I have a very good
Look at
person.
Look at Hikaru.
I think both should be happy in a way, because Alireza is happy because he was black. And Hikaru is happy because Alireza is a really dangerous player and he lost to him.
Great point.
So now that board is out of the way.
Yes, and Alireza Firouzja, 5 out of 7 so far. 5 incredible wins there. Also took down Hikaru along the way. And as you were saying, I think what you wanted to say was that Van Valley is super happy that he's got somebody to rely on, to tell him, you know, to guide him and to riff with and to discuss the positions.
Yeah.
I don't think they're allowed to talk inside the playing arena. They can only watch the action unfold.
They can't talk here. Meanwhile, you can see Hikaru sitting there next to Srinath, and with 5 boards remaining, guys. I think this is one of the first encounters on the icon board, Tanya, that we saw had a quick draw. There have been such fighting chess that for me, this result seems like, wow, that has never happened.
And that center court visual that we just saw with 2 empty chairs were these 2 guys just playing there. But I think the game, it was very clear, you know, their agenda in their mind to just hold off each other. Firouzja somewhere not wanting Hikaru to get the chance. Hikaru not wanting to let Firouzja get his kind of positions. And that with a draw, it comes down to our remaining 5 boards, the battle that we have.
Right. Can we get the view of the 6 boards here? Because that tells us a small story, Tanya. Because if we look, top left is a draw.
Ho gaya.
Next, both boards on the top are equal. But all the bottom 3 boards has the white bar moving slightly upwards, guys, which means that the FYERS American Gambits are better and clearly better in this match.
On 3 boards in the entire bottom row. And look at that bottom right board. In fact, Murzin did push that e-pawn just now, hitting the knight, so making his intentions clear that he's ambitious. And look at Richard Rappo. He's doing exactly the same. Unka e-pawn aur bhi aage chala gaya bhai against Vidit Gujarati.
Let's look at that
It's landed
game.
on e6. You know, you put this position up, I don't think anyone will say it's come out of a Berlin.
Yeah, absolutely not. Although, Tanya, a big question to ask here is the pawn going anywhere? Is it weak? Is it a strength? What's happening? Can the queen later on target this pawn?
And I think the answer to that question lies on the phase of the game. As long as the majors are on the board, it's a strength. That pawn will tie down with its queens and rooks to defend it. There's also an a7 tender spot currently under attack right now. But if it was to fizzle off, if we can get some trades for Vidit in the position, then you're really looking at it potentially being a big weakness with the black king joining the party.
Agreed. And by the way, with its last move, b6 gets a small inaccuracy here because now he can play his rook up to e5, Tanya, and slowly try to re-maneuver his pieces, because the best idea is to get f4, f5. If you get that as white, it's actually a huge advantage to Rapport.
If you're able to defend that e-pawn with your own pawn, I couldn't agree more with it. You not only open up your bishop, that is a strength. That is an asset forever then. So getting that connect 3 would be pretty much game over. Vidit will do everything to stop it, which is why he's lined up those 2 rooks on the f line.
Yes, f4 is not going to come in easily. Right now, Richard Rapport is slightly better.
Putting the pressure.
Yeah, he's putting the pressure here, but Vidit is getting ready somehow to push c5. Oh, it happened. Rook e5, rook f4 on the board. The queen is attacked. The queen has to drop back now.
And look at what else is happening there. We've got our co-commentator, a partner in crime. That's Grandmaster Irina Crush. She's getting some games in there. I think.
Oh.
Hi, Irina. I hope you're enjoying out there. You look like you're super happy. We're missing you here in our commentary.
Absolutely, we are missing you, but I think some guys there are going to get the game of their life playing against Irina. This is so cool. She was calling out the action in the previous game. She's going to do that in the next game as well. And in between, the time that she gets, she's in the fan zone.
It's not only the fans and the players who are having an amazing time here, the commentators as well. Can't get enough of chess. You know, so Irina getting some of those games in right now. And for Richard Rappo, can he get that F-pawn into the game? And that question has been denied right now.
Hikaru shakes his head.
We just need a camera on Hikaru the whole time.
No, I think, Tanya, you ask a question, Hikaru gives his answer. You said,
nahi
can
ho
the
payega.
F-pawn go ahead? Sorry. No.
Isme na ho paega.
Hikaru, do you think the American Gambits take this one?
He's thinking. He's buffering. He's thinking right now. He's like, oh, possible, possible.
Okay.
Logical, logical. Oh, it looks a little difficult, but maybe. And as undecided Hikaru is on that question, just shows how difficult this fight will be, because he knows he's up against the 2-times champion Triveni Continental Kings, who've been royalty of the Global Chess League.
Absolutely. Although Teodora Ignac on board number 5 really is saying to her opponent that I'm going to put you through huge difficulties here. Tanya, look at this. The queen came to e3 to attack the knight. Then she played queen b6. The bishop came in on this diagonal. And now after knight e4, by the way, here we have Alireza smiling. The banner just fell down there. But NC e4, and Tanya, just have a look at this position. You know what the best move is? It's very, very tricky. It's very counterintuitive, actually.
I mean, I'm just thinking, you know, I'm down a pawn. I'm playing with the white pieces. Your queens are being offered to trade. I don't want to trade my queens. I want to run away with my queen.
You want to go to f4, where exactly? But you know what the best move is here? Rook a b1. Attack the queen, force you to take. I take back with the f-pawn. Next I attack here. I'm going d3 and e4.
That is a tough find. That is a hard find. It's just counterintuitive, like you say. You want to keep the queens on the board because Kostyanoik's king is on the board.
Absolutely.
But if Ignatz was to find this endgame gives quite a bit of an advantage. You're not allowing any harmony development of Kostyanoik's pieces. You're pushing what have been developed already to retreat with the line that you just showed us. But for a human to play this move, line that rook up against the bishop, invite the trade, how difficult on a scale of 1 to 10?
I think it's not at all easy. As you said, your first instinct was to run away with the queen. And when you do that, the black knight keeps harassing the queen here, and it's not at all easy. Meanwhile, Teodora's time, Tanya, this has always been a problem. Even though she has a better position, she's 7 minutes down on the clock.
Oof. Tick-tock goes the clock for the FYERS American Gambit, and she makes the human move. This is what we had in mind. This is the point that we were talking about. She moves the queen away, denies the trade. And Sagar, it might not be the best move, but from a practical perspective, makes a lot of sense. You keep the pressure on Kostyanoik right now. You say your king is in the center. You give my queen the chance to infiltrate on the dark squares. We might be talking about checkmates. The knight jumps forward. I think Teodora's queen will just play on the dark squares. Move to the center of the board. Wait, queen e5? f6?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you running out of squares?
The queen could very well run out of squares, and Tanya, then you have to agree to a queen trade in a worse situation.
I think she went for it.
Yeah.
Kostyanoik is forcing Teodora's hand here.
This is actually now turning around. Kostyanoik is getting the edge here, and Teodora, well, you get only so much chance in a game against a player like Kostyanoik. You don't take it, you will fall under trouble here.
Chess queen bringing it on for the kings, currently forcing that end game, which will neutralize a lot of that pressure. And I will also point out, f6 does one more favor for Alexandra. That black king can land on f7 now, just to get the rooks connected as quickly as possible.
True, and now she's taking her queen. She has only, she goes to b2. And guys, although white is still not like terribly worse, the momentum has shifted here in the favor of Triveni Continental Kings. Tanya, we were banking on this game to say that the FYERS American Gambits are better, but now no longer.
No longer the case, but still a big fight ahead because Kostyanoik does have a pawn for Ignatz. She's the one who needs to be careful. Hikaru Nakamura, not a happy man with these developments that have just happened.
Yeah, he's not at all happy here. And by the way, Tanya, let's quickly head over to the third board. Richard Rapport versus Vidit Gujarati. This one, I do get the sense that this will be a decisive game somehow. Although it looks very equal, it's like both players are fighting.
I love that you say that because it's not a statement we often make out of a Berlin that this will be a decisive game. And once again, I think the pertinent question you asked, is the e6 pawn an asset or a liability for white in this position?
Yeah, right now it does look like a very, very difficult thing to decide because the pawn blocks the black queen. And the queen being a blockader is always a bad idea because it's the most powerful piece on the board.
But one of the ideas that I've really liked by Vidit, which again goes against chess principle, is that he's put his pawns on the left side on light squares. And he's done that simply because the white bishop cannot actually land to the other side to target them, but he takes away all the activity. He's restricting Richard's bishop from getting the play right now.
By the way, Tanya, I have a very nice plan.
Tell me.
You go king g7 and you play bishop g8 and you pick this pawn up. And I don't know if this bishop
Sagar.
can come into defense. Oh, there is a defense. Like, if I leave this diagonal, your bishop tries to come here. I'm not sure.
But will you be in time? Because you might just get the bishop back and pick up that pawn before you can. King g8, if you trade the bishops, you lose the e6 pawn right now. If not, I love your idea of falling back with the bishop.
Oh, yeah.
Rerouting it to the square the black knight belongs to.
True. True. And so bishop, if the bishop comes here,
then
I can trade and
win the
pick
pawn.
up the pawn. So actually, this maybe I must take this back. Yeah, this game could very well end in a draw here.
And while I've got next to me Vidit Gujarati's good friend, one thing which hasn't been his good friend is his clock. And 5 minutes currently on that segment. And you know, oh, he goes for your idea, by the way.
He did play king g7.
It's
Let's go.
on the board by Vidit. He's setting up bishop g8. What a beautiful, creative rerouting of pieces to target the weakness. What happened?
Tanya, look at this. Okay, this is Richard Rapport territory now. You see that he's coming here.
Yes.
I go a4. I try to hit you here. You take the pawn.
Okay, that's a free pawn. Thank you very much, Sagar Shah.
Push it even further. And now if you take, now my bishop gets in here, and the moment you attack, I try and get my bishop in here and defend. It's quite interesting.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable way of doing it. But this is a double-edged sword because you're giving an A passer, which is 3 points away from becoming a queen. But we do have a decision. I don't believe that I saw Richard reach out for the A pawn.
He went queen d4 and Vidit quickly played king g8. I think Vidit realizes that now there's nothing better that Richard could do because the e6 pawn is hanging. So guys, this one looking quite equal here. Meanwhile, we should check out what Artemiev and Wei Yi are doing on board number 2 here. I think, Tanya, this one is heading towards a draw, is it? The last move, the knight jumped in, 4 king here.
That white knight is pinned currently, so you can't really move it, which is why the knight on d2, a move that was possible. He moves the queen away.
Takes.
A trade.
Take with a check.
I think draw is a very likely result in this one.
I would be very
They're
surprised.
almost rushing to it. Look at the symmetry. You'll have to take double pawns, but still a very healthy pawn structure in front of the king. The white queen occupying a nice file. It's the Mumbai local again and destination draw.
This match is actually going to go down the wire because this one will end in a draw. We already had draw on board 1 with its game on board 3, looking a draw like against Rapport. It's all down to these women boards and the prodigy board. Let's go to the 4th board, Tanya. I want to get your thoughts on the Bibisara versus Zhu Jinner game. What do you think is happening here?
It's very dynamic. You know, the most dangerous combo for attack against the king in chess is the queen and the knight. And she's managed to, Zhu Jinner has, to get them to be in harmony, to put pressure on g2. But white's queen doing a beautiful job of keeping things under control. Meanwhile, white's own knight on the other flank is putting pressure on a soft a5 pawn currently. It's a very double-edged position, Sagar. If I had to pick a color, I'd go with Zhu Jinner in this. I like the queen and the knight on eyeing the king side. I like the black rook on the open B line. Rook b3. Watch out for that threat. I want to try to deflect your queen.
Ooh, she goes rook a e1, defending this pawn. Tanya, I agree with you that this is a very double-edged position.
I think she's going to go rook b3. It's such a beautiful flashy move. And what happened there?
They're just discussing, like Srinath and Hikaru. They're like, no, this is not going the way we wanted it to.
I think Sri's like, Hikaru bhai, thoda aur khel lete. He's like, nahi, Ali Reza ke saath nahi.
Tanya, you should be doing these videos, yeah, where there are reactions and you're just giving your voice over.
You'll be the only one watching it. And maybe Amrita and my mother.
Yeah, that's pretty good. By the way, should we go and check what's happening on board number 5? Teodora Iniak against Alexandra Kostenyuk. This one, I think, Tanya, with the time situation and the board position, I have very bad feelings for the FYERS American Gambits. They are, with the white pieces, Iniak is in trouble.
It's that extra pawn. You know, Kostenyuk won a pawn in the opening. Do the math here. It's 7 versus 6 right now. And basically, all your problems are solved. King safety, healthy pawn structure, pieces in the center. You managed to finish your development. Iniak is on the defense. And the question is, how good of a technique will Kostenyuk be able to show in this one?
Yeah, this one, I think Kostenyuk will be confident. When she has more time, she often is very, very focused. And look at Hikaru. For him, this means so much is shown by just the way he's sitting and watching the games. Because if this didn't mean much for him, he would be relaxed right now.
And he's also fired up, you know, with the performance that they just had. A 16-1 victory just at the start of the day against the UpGrad Mumbai Masters, and Hikaru did get a win on his board as well. So he does believe in his team. You start getting this feeling, is this when things turn around for us? 3 losses. You know, back-to-back losses for this team. Coming back with a masterful performance today, looking for their second.
Right, and meanwhile, Teodora has started to play very quickly. She's like, you know, every time I'm under time pressure, I do something wrong. This time, I don't want to. Let's go to the prodigy board, Tanya.
Oof.
It's chaos here with pawn to g5 played by Volodar Murzin here. And what's happening?
Hit the chaos button with this one.
If I take?
Maridzi, he does make a decision. He lines up a battery, but the h2 square is currently defended by the queen.
Yeah, if you had taken the pawn, then queen takes g5 and white is slightly better. So right now, bishop comes to c7, Tanya. As you said, the battery is created.
It's powering it up, but where is it going? I think he's threatening pawn takes pawn next, trying to deflect that white queen.
Right.
So Maurizi's got the bishop pair currently, but for Murzin right now, it's all about the pressure against the black king. It's king safety. That knight on d4, beautiful. It's all about this dark squared bishop. How will Murzin get his bishop into activity here?
Yeah,
he takes the pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn will be snapped up immediately. He does it. And now what you want is put your bishop on d4. But the knight is occupying that square.
Just let's do that. Knight e2 with the idea of bishop d4. White does seem to be doing quite okay.
Sagar, so tough to retreat that knight as well. We'll see the plan that Murzin does employ there. Hikaru, something catches his attention.
Yeah, something. He's looking at something. Oh! Big moment! C5 blunder by Kostenyuk.
And this is what Hikaru's looking at right now.
Let's go to board number 4.
Alexandra Kostenyuk has made a huge blunder, and there's been a complete turnaround and a sacrifice, and Hikaru's face tells the whole story. With a smile, Iniak is back in the fight for the FYERS American Gambits.
It's the smile of a guy who's shaking his head in happiness. He's like,
he can't believe it. Wow. He can't believe what just happened. Sagar, tell us what happened.
So if we go back like couple of moves here, it was all looking really fine for black, for the Triveni Continental Kings, but Kostenyuk got a bit too overconfident. She pushed her pawn and Iniak was like, thank you, take. And by the way, she's a pawn up. She's what? 2 pawns up? We have a result here.
She's 2 pawns up, and we do get a confirmation of a result on the other women's Super Sub. It ends in a draw, this one. 1-1 on this board. And for the FYERS American Gambits, Hikaru looking at Iniak to get the job done.
He's nodding his head in approval. He's like, well done, Bibisara. Draw against Zuzhiner is a fantastic result, because Teodora Iniak is getting the work done for the FYERS American Gambits.
It almost looks like Kostino got the work done for her there. Gifted her this opportunity to get into with tactics where she sacrificed the piece momentarily to only win it back with interest. 2 extra pawns. 1 extra pawn. She was down a pawn, now she's up a pawn.
Yes, and you know, Tanya, Kostyniuk would never ever make a blunder like this if it was not for pressure. The pressure seems to have gotten to her. She was like, you know, I see I have a chance. And now look at Theodora. She's quickly making her moves. She's going to take this one.
Progress on every move. Comes in with the rook, comes in with the bishop. A threat on that a7 pawn. Notice how the white rook is pinning the black knight, X-raying that rook on g8. Bishop takes pawn is the big threat. If you push that a pawn, you only make it weak. The rook will slide over and start winning more material.
And I
Something
love
Hikaru's not happy about. I feel like he's our third commentator.
Yeah,
he's telling us, guys, time to move on. There's something happening on a board that I'm not happy about.
Let's go to Richard Rapport versus Vidit Gujarati. I think this is the board where this game, it's Richard who's trying, I believe. No, Tanya? With the white queen entering in, or is it Vidit also who has a chance to enter?
And you know, this is when it hits you that you got checkmated against this opponent just a few days ago. What a beautiful finish that was by Richard Rapport against Vidit Gujarati. And now it's Vidit's king. He's playing king of the hill. He's marching up the board. But I have to say, Richard doesn't have enough pieces to actually get to that king.
Yeah, right now, guys, the position is very even. And you can see the bishop, the queen comes back, gives a check. It's not going anywhere. If we look at our 6 boards, Tanya, very quickly, just to give an idea to our viewers what's happening. We have 2 draws. We have equality on the middle board at the top, equality on the top right board, the middle board at the bottom. This is where things are going in the favor of FYERS American Gambits.
The bar is through the roof here at the Royal Opera House here for Inyats in that position. She's playing it to perfection. Let's head over to our men's superstar board. And we've got Vishy against Vladislav Artemiev in action right now. Another king marching up the board, this time Vishy's.
Yeah, this one, I don't know, Tanya.
Triveni Continental kings, they love to play with their kings. You know, Vidit's king on e6, Vishy's king on g6.
They are playing with their kings, Tanya, but there doesn't seem to be much that they can do right now, which is the board that they can strike back on. Look, this one, unlikely, right? Vishy has a good position, but Artemiev so solid, this will end in a draw.
Agreed.
And then on board number 3, Richard Rapport right now is not going to give Vidit the chance to win this. I think it'll be a draw as well.
So 4-4 is what you're looking at
Yes.
potentially soon enough.
And then there's only one more board left, which is the final board. Do you think Marc-Andrea Morizzi is the guy who gets it back for the Triveni Continental Kings?
Well, the bar says that no, but from a human perspective, I think you have a point to make here. There's bishop pair for Morizzi. You've got pawns on both flanks. Usually when that's the case, the bishops are quite strong. Right now, he's trying to get those open diagonals somehow. But I love the way Murzin, with his own knight and bishop, has made sure that the black king isn't able to advance, isn't able to assist. Just taking control of the center of all the squares around the black king.
Right. All of these squares are controlled for now. But guys, this is the only chance for the Triveni Continental
currently for Inyats. Is she going to have enough time to convert this? I think Sagar, more plot twists ahead.
Well, she takes the pawn on g5. And by the way, we have a draw in the game of Richard Rapport and Vidit Gujarati. The chances of Triveni Continental Kings are going down. This is not easy. Let's go to board number 4 here. Yes, 5. We have these pawns.
Let's go full screen. Let's go full screen on these players. They're both down to under 10 seconds, Sagar. Any hope for Kostyniuk?
This is over.
But she's pushing that a-pawn.
No, nothing's going to happen. She's 3 pawns down,
4
Tanya.
pawns on one side.
Yeah.
4 pawns on one side. There are positions where white can even sacrifice their own rook. And the pawns are going to march up. Alexandra Kostyniuk, she's trying to create some rooks. Threats, attacks the pawn.
And take the a5 pawn. Ah, she's being very smart. And
Beautiful
I think it's time
conversion.
to resign. Theodora Inyat with the win for the FYERS American Gambits. What a win. Big win for them.
And it could be the only one. and one would be enough. We've seen the other boards. Now it all comes down to the Prodigy board. As the scoreline suggests, right here, right now, for the Triveni Continental Kings, 4 points on the line on their Prodigy board. If Moritzi wins, he takes the match for his team.
Right, there's also the male superstar board going on, and right now there seems to be a claim for a 3-fold, and it's a draw, Tanya.
So it really does come down to the Prodigy board, Sagar.
go.
There have been 4 draws, 1 win for the FYERS American Gambits, and it's all down to the youngsters, to the Prodigies.
And Marc-Andrea Moritzi, look at him, he's better now, Tanya, with black pieces. Oh my goodness, if he wins...
It's a full turnaround.
Yeah.
It will be 8-7. Those numbers that you're seeing at the center will flip completely up.
We need to keep Hikaru here.
Let's keep him.
Yeah, because right now, Volodar Murzin needs to play really carefully for his team.
It's all eyes on this board. Hikaru Nakamura, he's feeling the pressure. He knows that Murzin has to save this for the team. He needs to draw this. But Hikaru knows just how dangerous the 2 bishops can be, Sagar.
Oh my goodness, Tanya. This pawn is super dangerous
The black
here.
king has to find a way in. And he starts his journey.
But this square is taken away. Where do you go with your bishop? He plays f4. No, this is lost now. And look at Hikaru. He's like, why did you allow the bishop? It's winning now for the Triveni Continental Kings.
Hikaru can't believe it. Sagar can't believe it.
Marc-Andrea Moritzi is getting the work done.
And he comes back with the bishop. The moves are coming in fast and quick. We can go full screen on the players as well. But let's keep Hikaru on our screen right now. Let's be right here. And look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. For Murzin, he knows it. So much pressure on him right now. But he's about to lose. And he knows with that, the team goes down as well. And probably loses all hope to make it to that top 2 as the D pawn is unstoppable. Will decide for the Triveni Continental Kings by becoming a queen.
This is such a sad moment for the FYERS American Gambits. They had the match in their hand. Everything was going as per plan. But somehow, Marc-Andrea Moritzi was like, sorry guys, I'm here to stop your party.
And Hikaru Nakamura absolutely devastated. His draw against Alireza, getting the first win by Inyats. It's looked like they had the match in their hands. Now down a piece is Volodar Murzin. Can he find a miracle to save the day? 8 seconds on the clock. Sagar, I see none on the board.
Yeah, nothing. Now the 2 bishops dominate the position. These 2 pawns are also falling down. The A pawn will rush down the board. I think Murzin will resign any time now.
And I think Hikaru's expressions tell you all you need to know about the matchup that's been in your hands, in your grasp, and just like that, in an equal endgame. But you have to admire Moritzi right now. Finding those chances, he takes that pawn. He's up a piece.
Oh, Murzin is trying something.
Trying tricks. But that G-pawn isn't going to go anywhere.
And just come back, bishop b2.
F4. Give that F-pawn. He doesn't even do that. He wants to keep all the pawns on the board.
A3, Tanya.
The G-pawn will be stopped and the A-pawn will not be stopped. And Moritzi comes with a check and it's handshakes.
Wow.
And it is the Triveni Continental Kings who get the match victory. It all came down to this board. It all came down to this match, and finally smiles on one side, Alireza Firouzja there, and an 8-7 victory. What a match. What a performance on the Prodigy board.
Absolutely, Tanya. This couldn't have been a better script for the Triveni Continental Kings. They looked like they would lose this match, but Marc-Andrea Moritzi was like, Ruko zara, I'm here. I will make sure that my team doesn't lose.
And that's exactly what he did. He delivered when it mattered the most. And there you see, it doesn't matter what happens on individual boards. If as a team you get the job done, everyone there celebrating, feeling the joy. And what a much needed win this was. And it all came down to Moritzi. He got the job done. It was Inyats. It was Inyats for the FYERS American Gambits who took the lead.
Yeah.
But it wasn't enough. And Alireza Firouzja there, he's all smiles.
He's like, yeah, I made a good decision to take the draw with it. Everyone feels so good about themselves. Okay, Alexandra, well, she blundered, but she is fine. And Hikaru, well, for him, I think his team can no longer make it to top 2. And he's like, no problem, guys. We'll win the next 2. Can still fight.
On the third match of the day, In a nail-biting finish, Triveni Continental Kings defeated FYERS American Gambit 8-7. Thank you.
Wow. And so many people were watching it live inside the playing hall, guys. They have the headphones, they can tune into the commentary, and this handshakes is a very, very heavy one for the FYERS American Gambits. The Triveni Continental Kings move on to 18 points, Tanya. They are almost through to the top two, I think.
They continue to play like kings. This team does, bouncing back every single time when it's needed off them. And they take down the FYERS American Gambits in such a close battle. It was fantastically played on that Prodigy board. I mean, just the pressure that you have to be feeling. And right now, as they walk out, they have to be so proud of each and every player, especially that guy at the back, Morizzi, getting it done for their team.
Right. And, well, Richard Rapport, Murzin, you can see the disappointment on their face. They could have been right now, have had a beautiful Saturday today, beating UpGrad Mumba Masters, beating Triveni Continental Kings, but that did not happen.
And there we have, with the narrowest of margins, one more a time. It is an 8-7 victory for the Triveni Continental Kings. What a match this was. The Kings continue to play like royalty while the FYERS American Gambits, their fires winning extinguished for now. We'll be back breaking down what everything we just witnessed in just a few. You stay tuned with us.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ Alpine SG पाइपर्स।
Grab it, fizz it, grab it, ay, grab it, fizz it, grab it, ay, fizz it, grab it, fizz it, Gamma!
Grab the fizz. Campa wali fizz.
Come on guys, hurry up.
अरे सुन ना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना। ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
वो एक ढक्कन। पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
The Triveni Continental Kings got the job done against the FYERS American Gambits. It's time for us to now go to the presentation ceremony for the most valuable player.
It seemed like it was all over for the Kings at some point of time, but then somehow they managed to turn around and managed to pocket this one. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of match number 22 between the Triveni Continental Kings and the FYERS American Gambits this evening here in Mumbai. To present the award, joining us is Mr. Radhakrishna KSV, DGM Bank of India, and the Player of the Match award goes to Mahindra Moridzi from Triveni Continental Kings. Some nerves of steel you've shown in the last couple of moments of that game. What was going on in that head of yours?
I think it was a very equalish game, and I managed to get a pair of bishops, so I was thinking I can maybe win this game, I don't know, but okay, it was very hard to defend, I think, for him, and when I played d4, I think my two bishops are very strong, and it's very easy to play for me, so I managed to win.
The Gambits already had one win. All the other boards were draw. It all depended on your board. Did you know that the win depended on you?
Yeah, I check on the screen. And okay, I was thinking I have to win, so okay, but I can't lose this position, but to win was not so easy, but I'm lucky.
How does it feel to be that one person who's made the team win this one? It all was on your shoulders and you did it well this time.
Yeah, it's good, but all the team played very good. I think we have good team, and the tournament, we need to win also tomorrow, so let's see.
Congratulations on your win today.
Thank you.
That is it from the post-match presentation ceremony. Back to the studio.
Mahindra Moridzi getting the work done for the Triveni Continental Kings. What a clutch match that was, and what a clutch game he played. Irina, I think it was a very, very tense game for Triveni Continental Kings. They were in trouble, but they once again delivered.
Yes, after Alexander Kastanyuk blundered a sacrifice to Theodora Inyats, it looked like the American Gambits were going to take this match, but there was this one quiet board going on the Prodigy board, right? Like, you weren't really paying attention to it because they were in some quiet endgame for a long time. But when you look at it and you realize Black has the bishop pair, the game is still continuing, and they're getting low on the clock, anything can still happen, and that quiet board became the decisive one.
Absolutely, and Harshit Bhai, really a very, very big victory there for the Triveni team.
And you can tell the attitude that the team has, the Triveni Continental Kings. Mahindra Moridzi had the pressure on his shoulders. He delivered, but in the press conference, he said that the job is not over yet. We still need to win tomorrow. The guys have a 6 match point lead in the standings, but they still want to perform well towards the finals.
I think that with 18 match points, they are almost through. Don't you think, guys?
Yes, I definitely think that Triveni is going to qualify into the top 2, given especially how hard it is for other teams to actually be consistent in winning matches. I think that Triveni has all but guaranteed themselves a spot in the top 2.
And what's their secret, Harshit Bhai? What is it that you feel that is keeping them at the top of the table?
Well, it is the ability for people to rise up to the occasion. When they realize that Firuza Alireza has been the backbone of our team, he has scored when we needed it the most. Sometimes it's also important that when Firuza does not win, the other people take the responsibility, take some weight off the icon player. And we saw Vidit Gujarati taking the weight off the shoulder yesterday alongside Vishy. And today, it was Mahindra Moridzi on the Prodigy board who proved why every team member is important.
And here we have the scorecard right now to see the standings. Triveni Continental Kings at the top with 18 match points, followed by the UpGrad Mumba Masters and the Ganges Grandmasters. They still have to play one more match to reach that 8 matches. FYERS American Gambits at 9 points. Difficult for them to make it to the top. We now have Alpine SG Pipers on 9 points and the PBG Alaskan Knights at 6. These are the standings right now. Guys, apart from the Triveni Continental Kings, if there's one team that you think will make it to top 2, who would it be?
I think it's the other team that's been doing the best so far, which is the UpGrad Mumba Masters. Today, they lost with a pretty crushing score. but I think that is going to be more of a blip and a motivating factor for them as they continue on their journey. I think their consistency is going to help them.
You know, I'm going to give a slightly different answer here. And I actually think that the Ganges Grandmasters, led by Vishy Anand, is going to be the second team which makes it to the finals. It doesn't really seem like that right now, but the way they have picked up their pace in the last few rounds, that's my prediction.
Well, for the Ganges Grandmasters, it's going to be a very important game that's coming up. It's time for us to take a short break. On the other side, we will deep dive into that matchup.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FYERS intelligent assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FYERS intelligent assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नवितास सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर की बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ Alpine SG पाइपर्स।
Grab it, visit, grab it, hey, grab it, boy, visit, grab it, hey, visit, grab it, visit, Gamba.
Grab the fizz. Campa wali fizz.
Come on guys, hurry up.
अरे सुनना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना। ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
अबे ढक्कन, पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
Welcome back to Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. We're back with the final game of the day, and this is the big one. It is the student versus teacher. It is Gukesh versus Vishwanathan Anand, and we are here for the peace swap. We have PBG Alaskan Knights represented by GM Swayams Mishra and GM Vishnu Prasanna for Navitas Solar. Ganges Grandmasters here with us. Also along with us, we have Vivek Sohani, International Arbiter. And now can we have the pieces swap, the color swap for this match? Swayams, it's white for you. Yeah. And today, all eyes are on that one big clash, Gukesh versus Vishy. I'm sure you all have prepped something special because now Gukesh would want to make a statement.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a match, revenge match. And Vishy won a brilliant game last time. But of course, this time we hope for turnaround.
So today is the overall strategy. In fact, henceforth, are you all going to go for the kill in all the game?
Yeah, I think we have white pieces and it's a crucial game for us, especially being the last white game. We play 2 more blacks, so we want to make or secure as many points as we can.
All the best for the game today. All eyes are going to be on this one.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Vishnu Prasanna back here after that first win. Spirits must be high.
Yeah, we are very optimistic and very happy about that first win. And good to be in the race, for sure. Yeah.
So, you know, with Vincent Keimer winning his first game today, now everybody has secured a win so far. I'm sure that's a huge confidence boost to the team because somebody or the other is stepping up in all the games.
Yeah, I think now it's a complete team effort. And, you know, Vincent has been playing very steady and he's been close. He's had good positions and finally got his first win. But I was never worried about him. I think he was always in good form. And Shravula also is picking up and won an important game. I think it was Nino's first loss. So, yeah, I think everybody has to show up now as there are fewer games.
Good luck for this one today.
Thank you. Thanks.
The big matchup, it's coming up right your way. But first, let's go back to the studio and hear what they have to say on this.
Well, this was a very interesting few last minutes that we had with Vishnu Prasanna, the coach of the Ganges Grandmasters, saying that we are happy to be in this race. They are all pumped up. Guys, what did you feel about that toss? What did you feel about that interaction with the team captains?
Well, I actually think that Vishnu Prasanna is definitely optimistic, especially with that close win that they had in the last round. Ronak Sadhwani, it did not go his way. The team were trailing early on, but it was actually Stavrula who scored a very important win against Nino Batsiashvili with a crushing sacrifice, rook takes f6, and she was the MVP there. And I'm very curious to see if they're going to continue the momentum.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a big deal for their team that Stavrula has now started winning a few games. It's always amazing when the people who are struggling on your team start contributing in terms of points. They also have a superstar on their team, Javahir Sindarov, who has scored 5 wins in this tournament so far. So I think that's going to be a board they're going to look for a win as well.
Right, and that means that the Ganges Grandmasters are definitely in good shape, but the PBG Alaskan Knights will be wanting to take their revenge. The last time they played each other, they had lost it. Not sure what will happen this time. Guys, what about the icon board clash? I want to deep dive in it later, but just your initial feelings. Gukesh versus Vishy.
I mean, to be honest, this is the match that everyone in the spectator zone, everyone in the playing hall is waiting for. It's the big one between the 5-time world champion Vishwanathan Anand against the current world champion Gukesh. The last time that they played, Vishwanathan Anand actually schooled Gukesh in a strategic masterpiece, and this is what we are all waiting for, the big clash.
Well, the good news for Gukesh is that he's won 2 out of his last 3 games. So I think that's going to be giving him a confidence boost. And he's got the white pieces and he wants the revenge. So I'm feeling slightly in favor of him.
Well, that will be very, very interesting to see. We're going to deep dive into that match very soon. But before that, just a few minutes ago was the very intense encounter where we had the FYERS American Gambits going down to the Triveni Continental Kings. Let's just bring up few of the encounters that happened there. I want to get your thoughts on that one. The Prodigy board was where all the action happened. It was Marc-Andrea Morizzi who played really, really well.
He actually made sure that the Triveni Continental Kings does not go down against the informed FYERS American Gambits. It was this board where the current world rapid champion Volodar Murzin playing with the white pieces. No one saw this coming as Marc-Andrea Morizzi showed the importance of bishop pair in a very nice endgame. And this is why Prodigy board pe maza aa gaya.
And not only he won for his team, but he also got his own revenge on Volodar Murzin because he made up for the 1 loss he's had in this tournament so far. And that 1 loss came at the hands of Volodar Murzin, a game he could have won as well. But this time he got the win.
He made sure that he won. And now we go on to the superstar women's board. 2 matches here, Bibisara versus Zuzhinar and Theodora Inyach versus Alexandra Kostinuk, both ending in peaceful results.
Well, Theodora Inyach actually was the one who scored that big win for the FYERS American Gambits. And it felt like her win was going to take the team across the finish line. But that was not to be. Actually, it didn't turn out to be enough.
Yeah, Theodora is another one of those players. At some point, she was going through a really rough stretch in this tournament. She lost like 3 games in a row. But today, she got 2 wins for her team, and that's what was putting the FYERS American Gambits back into contention.
Absolutely. And then going to the men's superstar board, this one was pretty quiet with both the games ending in draws. Although we did see some very interesting chess was played between Rapport and Vidit.
Yeah, actually, Richard Rapport had a very interesting opening preparation. I was looking at the clock timings. It was the Berlin defense, and Richard prepared a very rare line inside that variation. But finally, Vidit was managed to hold his own, and the game ended in a draw.
And then on the icon board, we were expecting a big fight between Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja. It was not to be, Irina. It was a very short draw. But what we really enjoyed was Hikaru sitting in the dugout and giving all those expressions there.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, having him on the video screen was the best decision you guys could have made, because his face said everything about what was going on in that match. And for sure, you could read the frustration on his face that he thought his team had it so close, and then it all escaped in that endgame with Volodar and Maurizio.
Yeah, and Hikaru was like a bar that we had every time he gave an expression. We were like, what's happening? Let's have a look at some game. And there we see the battle between Hikaru and Alireza. They played the theory in this F3 Sicilian, and I guess they both knew all of that happened in the game.
The game petered out into a rook end game, as in a rook 3 versus 3 pawn position. They agreed to a perpetual, and if you see handshake there, and this was the first game to finish in a peaceful result. 4 draws, 2 decisive results, but because Maurizio won with black, the Triveni Continental Kings defeated the FYERS American Gambits.
And that's the thing about this Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. While the players are fighting it out, you can see the tension on the faces of the owners of the team. I was there downstairs and talking to them, and they were all worried, will we make it to the top 2? We really want to be part of the finals. It's so much, with just 2 days left of play, right? In this round robin stage, it's a lot of pressure mounting.
Well, that's definitely the goal, to make it into the top 2, although there is going to be a match for 3rd place as well between the 3rd and 4th ranked teams. And the PBG Alaskan Knights, I think that is the best they can hope for at this point in the event because of their very slow start. But they still have motivation, of course.
That's a very good point that you made, that the top 2 teams qualify to the finals, but there is also going to be a match for the 3rd place between the teams that finished 3rd and the 4th. And after 10 rounds, this is what they're hoping for, to finish in the top 4 spots.
Right, a lot of action that happened today. We have 4 matches going to be played. 3 of them have already been done. The final one between the Ganges Grandmasters and the PBG Alaskan Knights is coming your way. We are going to break down this encounter. Stay tuned. We'll come back after a break.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FIA, FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, Navitas Solar, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ Alpine SG Pipers।
Grab it, visit, grab it, hey, grab it, boy, visit, visit, grab it, hey, visit, grab it, visit, Gamma.
Grab the fizz. Campa wali fizz.
Come on guys, hurry up.
यार सुन ना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना। ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
अबे ढक्कन, पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
Welcome back to the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. The big clash is just about the corner. But before that, we have somebody on whose websites, on whose YouTube channels you've been following the game. Avat Shah, Country Director, Chess.com India. You have been here for all the last couple of days, the week. You tell us, if somebody comes here, it's a treat out here. Tell us what they're in for.
For sure. I think it's a one-stop shop of everything related to chess, right? People have some fun chess activations going on. Fans can play chess against each other, friends and families. There are multiple stalls, food, everything. Plus, I mean, of course, the chess action inside the hall. And it's a very unique experience. You go inside the hall, it's a majestic hall. You wear those headphones, you hear some amazing commentary, and you see some competitive chess. I mean, it cannot get better than this for whoever wants to join for the remaining days.
You know, by now, I'm sure you've watched in the auditorium as well as in the fan zone some 20, 25 odd games. Which one has been your favorite so far?
I especially like the Firouzja Caruana game because Firouzja was on a roll. Yeah. He was defeating everyone left, right, and center, and he met Caruana. So, in fact, we've put out some content when the unstoppable force meets Caruana or something, and it was a very good game also.
So basically, this league is not just giving you entertainment for all the people coming here, they're also giving the content, which is going viral on social media, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it's doing amazingly well because the field is such, right? The world's best are here, except Magnus, everyone is here, right? The top players. And with these players in action, you get to see some amazing moments. And plus the time control, plus the nature of the format, etc. It creates exciting matches.
All right, your predictions for the game today.
It's Ganges versus PBG right now. Gukesh versus Anand. Oh, wow. I think Gukesh would want to take some revenge on Vishy sir. But Vishy sir is smart. So, yeah, I think it's a draw. But Ganges will take this one.
All right, then let's see what happens. Thank you so much for joining us. Predictions, guys, in the studio. Tell me.
Arohi, it is time for us to make these predictions, but there we had Awadh over there just telling all of the people that this is the one-stop shop for all of you to come and enjoy chess. Irina, you were at the fan zone for a bit before this round. How was your experience being there?
Well, it was very pleasant. You know, I came out there to actually watch you guys on the big screen so I could follow the match on my break. And yeah, I was approached by some people for photos and autographs. And then one of the people asked me if I wanted to play a game. So at first I said, no, I think I'm on my break. But then I changed my mind and I was like, all right, let's play. I just couldn't resist the chance to play a game. And actually, the Indian fans really do turn out to be strong because my opponent was rated around 2,000. And I barely won this game.
Wow. Okay. And I think, Harshit Bhai, you had a very big experience of chess boxing. We want to know about it in a bit. But I think we need to start looking at our prodigy boards to see the real boxing encounter coming up here. Daniel Darda versus Raunak Sadhwani.
This is going to be a big clash as Raunak Sadhwani, who just lost his game to Leon Mendonça, takes on his very good friend Daniel Darda, who's also struggling in this tournament. But Ganges, Grandmasters, coming off a recent victory, is definitely going to be trying to put pressure on the prodigy board. And my pick is going to be with Raunak on the Ganges Grandmasters team.
What about you, Irina?
Well, I don't completely disagree with you. As we know, Raunak plays better when he's angry, and I think that last game should have made him pretty angry when he lost with the white pieces to Leon Luc Mendonça. On the other hand, Daniel Darda is still looking for his first win in this event. Can such a strong Grandmaster really go for 10 rounds without a win? He's got the white pieces. He did try to attack Raunak in their last game. So I am going to go with the PBG Alaska Knights. That Darda will get his first win.
Very careful with that prediction.
Yeah, I still have to have dinner, at the same table with you guys later on. So.
Okay, so there was no consensus on the prodigy board. Let's go to the next one, the Superstar Women board. Quite complicated here. We have Katrina Lagno, who's in good form, taking on Polina Shuvalova, who's also in great form. Sara Kadem and Stavrula Solakidu are coming back into form in this tournament. Guys, your thoughts here?
Picking the rhythm, definitely Stavrula and Sara Kadem. Stavrula was someone who was especially struggling in the first few rounds for the Ganges Grandmasters, but recently she was the reason why they actually won the last round, and that's why on this board my pick is going to be with the Ganges Grandmasters, and between Polina and Katrina, I think that game will end in a peaceful result.
Okay, well, yeah, Stavrula, she has won 2 games in a row. Sarah Hadam has won a game here as well. But still, I feel like the momentum is favoring Stavrula, so I'm going to go with the Ganges Grandmasters on that one. In terms of Katarina and Polina, they're coming to this matchup with very different trajectories, because Katarina, at some point, she had lost 3 games. Now she's won 2 out of her last 3. And Polina won her first 3 games, and now she's lost 3 in a row. So she cannot be feeling too good at the moment, and that's why I'm going to give Katarina the edge in this one.
Okie dokie.
Wow, okay, that was well broken down there, Irina. It's time for us to go to the Superstar Men board here, and we have Sindarov versus Lenier Dominguez. Sindarov, who's been in great shape for his team, and Vincent Keimer against Arjun Erigaisi. Vincent scoring his first win today in the previous match.
And we have seen this match to be a very exciting clash between Vincent and Arjun. They definitely have some history, as when they were playing in the Grand Swiss, Vincent Keimer, if defeated Arjun Erigaisi, he would have qualified to the candidates. It did not happen. Arjun actually held his own, and in this match, I actually think that in rapid time control, Arjun is definitely going to be a small favorite. He's extremely dynamic, and between Lenier and Sindarov, I'm going with the Ganges Grandmasters with Javokir. So I think it will be 1-1 between both teams here.
And I agree with you, Harshit. There's not much to argue with. I mean, Sindarov has been in excellent form here. Arjun, he has ended his streak of draws that he started this event with. Now he has wins and losses. Of course, it makes it much more likely that we will have a decisive result on that board.
Right, you can't go wrong by choosing Javokir Sindarov as the player who's going to strike. Let's go to the icon board here. The big clash of today, Gukesh versus Vishy Anand, the current reigning world champion Gukesh taking on the 5-time world champion and also his mentor, the guy who inspired him to take up chess. What do you think here?
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. What a match we have here to end the day on the icon board. Gukesh taking on Vishy. Somehow, I feel that for Gukesh to do well, the secret is going to be to forget that, he has been idolizing Vishy from a young age. He needs to play against Vishy as if he's any other opponent. And this is how he can manage to revenge what happened in their last matchup.
It's actually quite difficult to play against your teachers and the people who have, shared their experience with you coming up. I think it's just hard to muster up that killer instinct against them. So I think that, even though Gukesh, he'll have his chances, but I still feel like a draw is the most likely result in this game.
Draw for Irina. What about you, Harshit?
I am not sure which side of the pendulum that the game is going to shift, but I know for sure it's going to shift on one side. I don't think it will be a peaceful result.
Wow, but you don't have a favorite. And so Guys, the players are about to come in. We have the Ganges Grandmasters led by Vishy Anand waiting there to enter the playing hall. And
they got
as
the
they
confirmation.
enter, look at the cheer that'll happen. Woo! There's going to be a huge cheer in there with Vishy, Vincent, Sindarov, Polina, Stavrula, and Raunak with their coach Vishnu coming in.
Yeah, what a star team led by the icon Vishy Anand and coached by Vishnu Prasanna. And here, the walk of the world champion Gukesh Domaraju led by India number 1 Arjun Erigesi, Lenier Dominguez, Katarina Lagno, Sara Khadem, and their prodigy who seems to be in great spirits, Daniel Darda, who's followed by their coach Swayams Mishra, waving the PBG Alaskan Knights flag.
Right. And guys, as these teams enter in, my question, the big question to both of you is, who do you think will come up on top? Will it be the Ganges Grandmasters or will it be the PBG Alaskan Knights? First you, Irina, what do you think?
All right, let's go for the PBG Alaskan Knights.
You know, there hasn't been a single day that I haven't rooted and waved the flag of the PBG Alaskan Knights. This time, you know, I'm going to go for the change. I'm going to go with the Ganges Grandmasters to pull this one towards a victory.
Why did you change this?
You know, sometimes you just like to have some sort of a competition. And just because Irina chose PBG Alaska Knights, I'm going to be like, no. Ganges Grandmasters are also a formidable team.
Well, I'm actually going for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Just like Irina, I have a feeling that today Gukesh may strike on the top board. We will be back in a couple of minutes with all the action. This is going to be the big one. Ganges Grandmasters take on the PBG Alaskan Knights. Stay tuned, guys. Vishy versus Gukesh is coming your way.
Don't you go anywhere.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर की बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ Alpine SG पाइपर्स।
Grab it, visit, grab it, hey, grab it, boy, visit, grab it, hey, visit, grab it, visit, Gamma.
Grab the fizz. Campa wali fizz.
Come on, guys, hurry up.
यार सुनना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता. But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना. ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना.
अबे ढक्कन. पहले तो सही पानी पीना.
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
is time for the charismatic knights to take the field. Please give it up for PBG Alaskan Knights.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light.
Give it up for the world champion, Gukesh Dombaraju, Arjun Erigaizi, Lenia Dominguez, 3 times women's World Blitz champion, Katerina Lagno, Sara Khadem, Daniel Darda, and their coach, GM Swayams Mishra. Now let's call upon the gallant Grandmasters. Give it up for Navita Solar, Ganges Grandmasters. And now the players, 5 times World Chess Champion Vishwanathan Anand, Vincent Kaima, World Cup winner Javokir Sindarov, Polina Shuvalova, Stavrula Solakidu, Ronak Sadwani, and their coach GM Vishnu Prasanna. All the best to both the teams. You may now take your boards. And now for the first move of the day, may I please call Mr. Vansh Sharma, Project Head Global Chess League, along with the Tournament Director, Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan.
What a joy it is going to be for Vansh to make the first move on the board of Gukesh and Vishy. Asks Gukesh what to play, opens with pawn to e4, and joining me here in the commentary box is Grandmaster Irina Krush. Hello, Irina.
Hi, Sagar. I am so excited to be joining you for this final match of the day. A big one for both teams, but especially for the Ganges Grandmasters, as they have more of a realistic chance to qualify for the top 2. Here we see Katerina Lagno opening with the move d4 against Polina Shuvalova. A small surprise, as that's not her most common move. And Sara Khadem also opening with d4 against Stavrula Solakidu.
Look at the views there. It is a packed audience, packed crowd at the Royal Opera House here in Mumbai. And somehow, Irina, I want to get your thoughts. For the players, do you think they feel the pressure with so many people out there? Or do they feel like, wow, it's inspiring to play in front of such a crowd?
Well, I think inside the Royal Opera House where they're playing, it's pretty insulated, right? So it doesn't have that crazy energy that you have when they come outside and they're mobbed for autographs and pictures. I think it's pretty quiet inside the playing hall, so they're not going to be really paying attention to the spectators.
Right, but we are going to have a great time because all the spectators in the playing hall have headphones so they can tune into our commentary, and this is going to be a lot of fun. And we have so many people outside in the fan zone also following the action there. Guys, I hope you all are having a great time there. Some of them are playing chess, and it's a complete chess atmosphere here.
Yeah, well, we have, by the way, some moves in the game between Katerina Lagno and Polina Shuvalova. That game is a Queen's Gambit accepted. So Polina going for a very solid opening. And yeah, this is not the most standard position in Katerina's opening repertoire because she's more of an e4 player. So her choice for this game is actually really interesting.
Right, and by the way, we also have action on the men's superstar board there. Lenier Dominguez and Javokir Sindarov opening with e4, e5. And I'm very curious to see the opening in the game between Arjun and Vincent. They're playing one of the sharpest lines in the Italian. Oh, it goes queen f3, Arjun.
Okay, yeah, more common move is moving the bishop away, for example, to d3. But queen f3, let's take a look at the theory here. You can't take that bishop, obviously, because the queen would take the rook. So how does black react to this attack on the c6 pawn? Bishop b7 or bishop d7 seem to be moves.
Actually, Irina, I had once played this bishop e7, take, and you give up another pawn, and this is excellent compensation for black to just castle and play this. Could be something that Vincent can choose, but I love the fact that Arjun has already given a small surprise to his opponent.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Actually, I like your move bishop e7 because why spend time defending the pawn if you can just sacrifice it, and that would get the knight from a5 off the board. So, yeah, white is not going to be taking that pawn. Here we have a start to the game, Daniel Darda versus Ranak, d4, knight f6. Now, I predicted that Daniel Darda will score his first win today. But on the other hand, I wouldn't be totally shocked if it goes the other way. Gukesh has started with d4.
Wow, and he's played this move c3. This is the move that yesterday we saw Anish doing it on third move. Gukesh has done this before against Yas Khan Erdogmus in the FIDE Grand Swiss.
But in that game, he did not do so well, or did he?
He actually was winning out of the opening, like he had a great position, but it ended in a draw. And here, Irina, the funny thing is, the engine already starts to give black a slightly better position.
Well, his opening choice reveals a lot about his intentions in this game, right? He's totally avoiding the theoretical battle, just wants to pull Vishy into a game. This is the strategy I think that Hikaru used against Vishy earlier in the tournament. Although I feel like for such an experienced player like Vishy, he's not going to be too scared by moves like c3 by white on move 2.
Right, and Vishy goes into the territory that he knows the best. He plays his pawn to e6, bishop e7. Vishy does not take too many chances in the openings with black pieces usually. He's very solid, and now the onus is on Gukesh to prove that he can find a way to get an advantage here.
Yeah, white is going to be putting the bishop on d3. Maybe, he might go for a move like f4.
Oh,
what do you think?
Stonewall setup.
Yeah, maybe because his knight isn't blocking the pawn yet. He could try like a more aggressive setup like that. That would be interesting. But overall, I feel like Vishy should be pretty happy when his opponents start playing these non-theoretical lines against him, because he's not an active player as much anymore, right? So when people don't want to test him in the openings, that should be a good thing for him.
That's such a interesting point that you've brought up, Irina. You think that the best way to beat Vishy is to actually take him into these theoretical lines?
I think so. I think that's kind of where Caruana got the win against him, went down straight into a main line. I think that's still the best chance.
And now with Gukesh going in this territory where it's going to be a long game, Vishy quickly building up his center. He's ready to put his bishop on b7, which means that the knight will come to e4, and look at that shot we have on the bottom of the screen. You get the perspective of someone sitting in the crowd and watching this right now. Guys, this is really, really historic game that you are witnessing.
Okay, knight e5. That's the first aggressive move of the game as the knight goes to black side of the board and provokes an exchange, which would give white a pawn on e5, and that he's going to be supporting with the f-pawn pretty soon.
He took it. This does remind me of this famous World Championship game between Spassky and Petrosian, where actually in this position there was a choice to either take and play f4 or go back bishop f4, but Gukesh takes the right decision.
Right, because he doesn't want to keep the bad dark squared bishop on the board and walk into potential g5 ideas. So he just trades that bishop off very efficiently. And the question is, which way is black going to be castling? Because castles, you're going straight into the path of the light squared bishop. And castle's queen side is also looking a little bit risky because white can try moves like a4 and b4. So I think actually Gukesh has a position that is well set up for a double-edged battle.
Wow, this is looking really good for Gukesh, guys. Vishy, oh, he goes short castles. He's ready, but this is going to be a huge attack. Irina, queen can jump in. He instantly goes in. Do you think he's still in his opening prep here?
He is playing very quickly. He spent less than 2 minutes. On the other hand, the move Queen H5, not too difficult. I mean, it's clear that White's intentions are on the king side. He also wants to bring his rook in from F3 to H3 at some point. If Black plays G6, his dark squares get weak. So let's see what Vishy does. He's probably going to go with a move like F5.
But F5, if I take en passant, you're going to take back with the pawn, defending the H7 pawn.
Well, or with the knight. Or with the knight. We got to think about that. That's a big decision.
Right. So there are many ways to defend here. F5, as Irina says, G6. There's also a move like H6 may be possible. But Vishy needs to think his way through. I think he'll take quite some time at this moment, as it's a key moment. Let's quickly head over to our second board. Arjun Erigaisi versus Vincent Keimer. It seems like Arjun's idea to play this opening may have backfired.
Yeah, well, he's still up a pawn, but Black is getting all his pieces into the game quickly. Also, this last move, Bishop G4, is a development with tempo. Let's see where this queen can go. She has to be careful because she can't go to G3. Walking into a discovered attack by the bishop.
That would be so dangerous. And guys, look at that. We have a packed crowd in the Royal Opera House. So many people watching the action unfold. And they would be, quite curious to see what's going to happen in this matchup. And we also have a lot of people there in the fan park as well, as we see the Tiger, the mascot of the Triveni Continental Kings, in the background. Beautiful.
But yeah, this is a bit of a dangerous position for Arjun, especially if Vincent is well prepared. But on the other hand, Vincent has been taking his time too, so that takes a little bit of pressure off of him.
Right, but a key moment where to get your queen, and while Arjun is thinking about it, his position is slightly worse. We go to 6th board between Daniel Darda and Raunak Sadhwani. And in this one, we see that the position is slightly broken up on the king side here. Irina, is this something to worry about for Raunak and the Ganges Grandmasters?
For the moment, I think it's okay because yes, the king does look more exposed than usual, but these doubled F-pawns when you have the bishop pair are actually pretty standard. It's not like it's easy for White to get his pieces to the king side. So for now, I think it's double-edged, and I wouldn't have a problem with Black's position.
Okay. And then moving on to the board between Dominguez and Javokir Sindarov. On board number 3, we have a very, very well-known Italian position. Such positions do give White a small edge, but generally Black is able to equalize.
And what was the last move in this position?
Oh, by the way, the knight is on E7. That's a little curious.
Instead of F6.
Yeah. So actually it went like Bishop C4, Bishop C5, and Sindarov got his knight to E7, not F6.
And that might make it easier for him to either play F5 in the future or maybe knight G6 to F4. So that is an interesting little detail.
Very cool. And so we have this position. Oh, he actually voluntarily took these doubled pawns.
Wow.
I don't like it so much.
Yeah, he definitely accepted some damage to his pawn structure. And obviously, he's counting on his kingside play to compensate for that.
Right, and going to the game between Katrina Lagno and Polina Shuvalova on board 4, we see that it's early days here, but Black seems to have equalized out of the opening.
Well, also, she's doing really well on the clock, so I'm not sure how Katarina's opening surprise has worked for her, because main lead's gotten her no particular advantage and actually a time deficit. And this is always the risk when you play an opening that is not so much your own.
Right. And then finally, we have Sara Khadem versus Stavrula Solakidu. A very crazy position here that has come out of some kind of, I don't know what opening to call this, maybe a Catalan somehow?
Yeah, and actually Sarah has already had this opening in this tournament. I believe, if I had to guess intuitively, it was against Alexandra Kasteniuk in the early rounds, and she did not get a very good position, but I think she's worked on this opening in the interval, and now she wants to play the move a3 and capture the d3 pawn, and then maybe exploit the pressure of the bishops on the long diagonals pointing to the queen side.
Yeah, this is looking very promising for white here, although black pieces are very active. Slightly better position here for Sara Khadem if she plays a3. So good news for the PBG Alaskan Knights. And finally, I think we've gone through all the games. Let's quickly go back to our icon board. We have had some action. So after queen h5, g6 was played by Vishy. The queen dropped back, f6.
Okay, kind of similar to f5. The result is the same. There's a trade on f6. And okay, he's going to play e5 here, which is important that white does not establish a blockade on those dark squares.
So he gets in e5, and now, Irina, I have a feeling that this position does look promising for Vishy.
Yeah, well, it definitely looks nice. White has to do something special. He's threatened with a fork on e4. There's 0 point to trade the pawns on e5 and just allow the black knight in. Black will have the most comfortable position ever after that. So white is going to look for a special move, and that move would be bishop b5, trying to get access to the e5 square with the knight. And after bishop c6...
So what you are saying here is that if pawn to e4 and you get like bishop d7 and e takes f3, maybe rook f3, this is a possibility.
It's a possibility. This one is a bit dangerous for white, yeah, because of the move d4. So white's going to have to execute these captures more precisely.
Maybe start with the queen taking here.
Maybe start with the queen. There's some funny move, knight e5 immediately. Let's take a look at that. How does that even work? That one is the more unusual one because white sacrifices a pawn, but infiltrates with their queen to d7, and suddenly there's a lot of weaknesses in black's position.
By the way, Irina, bishop b5 has been played by Gukesh, a key moment of decision for Vishy Anand. Does he push his pawn to e4? Does he take on f4? I mean, he can't take on f4, the knight is hanging. Does he play bishop c6? These are the possibilities.
Yeah, right now Vishy has some big decisions to make. He's definitely under some pressure because his king is weaker than white's king.
Right.
And he's taken a lot of space in the center, but those pawns are vulnerable as well. So I think Vishy has to be very careful here.
Okay, but Irina, I really like this move, bishop c6, because once you trade, I still have this very powerful center.
Yeah, you do. I mean, and you can defend it. So even when I play rook ad1, you have rook d6.
Yes.
Things are holding together for black, and that might be what Vishy goes for because it does look pretty solid.
I think that's going to be Vishy's choice here, bishop c6, although e4 does look tempting. A big moment here, this or this. These are the two options that Vishy Anand has. If he plays anything else, of course, he will be worse in that position. The match is quite evenly balanced right now. If we can get our 6 boards view so that we can show our viewers what's happening, Irina, it looks like everything is around even.
Except even, but with like a bit of a mess on a lot of these boards, right? Like Arjun versus Vincent. Actually, Arjun is up 2 pawns with some undeveloped pieces, a king in the center. So that one is a hard one to make something out of.
Right. Okay. It's maybe a good time for us to go to the Arjun board because look at this. What we have here on board number 2. He is 2 pawns up. As you called, his king is in the center. His bishop undeveloped, rook undeveloped, another rook undeveloped. Meanwhile, black has rook active, bishops active, rook active, queen is well placed, knight, okay, not really active, but can do some stuff, jump in here at some point. This is the kind of positions you are told as young kids to avoid as white.
Well, what if we just try castling here as white? How dangerous is this really for Arjun if he just castles?
Do you think like I can play f5 and try to get something?
Yeah, you can definitely try. I'm going to take that pawn. And then what if I try, now I don't know if I should play rook f2 to be really careful or king h1 to be careful, or should I just play b3 and get that bishop into the game, and then that'll be the end, right? Well, it's like if b3, there's bishop e5 ideas, yeah.
But Irina, it seems like the way you just said this rook f2, rook g2, king h1, it does feel like if Arjun can consolidate this way, he'll have a huge advantage with 2 extra pawns.
He would, but that's going to take him a number of moves, right? So that's the question is...
Oh, he played b3.
Okay, he played b3, also very reasonable because you got to develop your pieces in chess. Also, the nice thing about that move is that it restricts the knight on a5.
Right, and Arjun's move b3 on the board. The bishop is going to come on this long diagonal. Vincent has to prove his compensation for the 2 missing pawns. It's not easy when you're playing this time control, when you have 11 minutes on the clock. But we'll see, we'll keep an eye on this game as we go to our icon board once again. Vishy Anand has played bishop c6. He's blocked Gukesh's bishop. Gukesh takes it. Rook takes the bishop.
And now we are wondering which move Gukesh is going to go for. The obvious move, rook ad1, attacking the pawn. Or is there something else he can do here? There is like some kind of idea of playing c4, and with the point that if they take, do we then play rook ad1?
Wow, wow. c4 is a very Gukesh-like move. It kind of complicates the position. It gives the opponent many decisions. d4, dc4, and you start to go wrong. Like d4 takes here already is a better position for white. So I think Gukesh may go for this pawn push here, Irina.
Yeah, that would definitely put Vishy under pressure one more time in this game. So far, he's been holding up well, but Gukesh, I think, has come to play. So this move c4, well, what would Black even respond to that?
Actually, c4, Black may have to find a very accurate move. Either it's e4 or putting the rook on d6. Not easy there. Irina, would it be right to say that when 2 world-class players play each other in such a position, it's like this interview session that you have where one person is asking you questions, one difficult question after another, and only if you are able to go through each one of them can you get that half a point?
Yeah, well, not all the games are like that, but this one feels to be like that, right? Where Gukesh comes with the opening surprise, puts a little bit of pressure on Vishy from the beginning, and Vishy still having to answer the questions.
Right, and Gukesh now has an option to play it simple, play his rook to d1, or push the pawn to c4. We'll see what he comes up with. Our guess is that he will push his pawn forward. We have Polina Shuvalova, who's kind of taking over on board 4 against Katrina Lagno here with her bishop and queen lined up on this long diagonal. It does feel like Black is better.
Yeah, especially because Black is about to recapture this pawn on c5 with the knight. And either White's going to have to give up the bishop pair or send their bishop back to b1. Most likely they'll go back to b1. White also has to be kind of careful that they might get doubled f-pawns at some point if Black ever decides to capture on the f3 square.
Right, this could be a bad structure for White if timed well. But as knight takes c5 is on the board. Polina is doing well against Katrina Lagno. What kind of dynamics would be here, you know? Because it's like a clash of generations between these 2 players, right?
Yeah, there's about 10, 11 years between them. They do play each other in the Russian championships these days. Well, Katerina is like the much more established player and well known for her skills in rapid and blitz chess as well as classical chess. She's going to be playing in the Candidates Tournament in 2026, which she won her place from her performance in the Grand Swiss. So she's definitely the more titled and accomplished player, but Polina is still in the early part of her career.
That's well broken down there as Gukesh brings his rook to d1, attacking the pawn in the center. Pawn on d5 is hanging, Irina. Rook d6, you think?
I think rook d6 seems to be the most efficient way to guard that pawn because it's not like the rook on c6 is doing much anyway.
Right,
so,
but do you think e4 is possible?
e4 is interesting because where is this knight going to go? It can't really, can it go to e5?
I was actually worried if rook takes pawn works because I'm actually attacking your knight.
Wow. That's a crazy line. Yeah, I think Vishy's not going to go for that. I think he'll probably go for the simpler rook d6. But we'll see.
This is a very Vishy-like move, you know. Just keep it all together. Let it not go out of control. I think Vishy's main role with the black pieces here is to hold off Gukesh because he knows that his team members, Javokir, Vincent, they could very well strike on the other boards.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, when you're playing rapid, unless there's a really good moment to think like it's going to change the outcome of the game, why not just go for the simpler move that you don't have to calculate as much, and that would be rook d6 here.
Right. Okay. By the way, we get a shot of this entire venue. We see the arbiters team on the left. We see the two captains in the dugout. We see two arbiters on the right and the 12 players sitting there and playing very intense here. Guys, I hope you are enjoying this as Vishy Anand actually pushes his pawn to e4 and Gukesh jumps in with knight to g5.
Okay, so the d5 pawn is still hanging, and now Vishy needs to protect it with either rook d6 or knight f6, but knight f6 actually takes off the queen's attack on the g5 knight and allows this move f5, and then it's going to start to get dangerous for him, so he needs to carefully play rook d6 now.
Yeah, very important this moment to play rook d6, and so well spotted there that you can't push your pawn here. The knight is hanging. So at this point, Gukesh will have to figure out what to do. But right now, it's an important moment for Vishy. I think Gukesh has been putting pressure on Anand bit by bit, and Vishy until now has responded quite well.
I agree. This game is still balanced, but it's definitely clear that Gukesh has been asking the question so far.
And we want to have a very quick look at the fifth board. Sara Khadem versus Stavrula Solakidu. White did have an edge here, but at this point, Irina, do you think that black can somehow equalize this? Maybe trade the queens?
Well, she trades the queens, the knight captures back and gets the attack on the bishop, and white is still up a pawn. Black cannot recapture it. So black is looking for some more precise move here. It could be a move like queen to c7 kind of comes to, that hangs the knight. Hangs the knight, we could take on b4, but we're still down a pawn, aren't we?
Yeah, actually the best move is only queen e6, and it has been played here by Stavrula. She keeps it and explain to us why this position is good for black than taking the queens.
Well, it's all about the d5 square, right? Like, even though black got the isolated pawn on e6, at least the knight cannot move into d5, and the knight's under attack, and the c pawn is under attack, so black has enough activity here.
Okay, so this game, guys, is looking equalish over here. If we take a very quick roundup from the Prodigy board, Daniel Darda versus Raunak Sadhwani, looking even right now. Three sets of minor pieces, 5 pawns, 2 rooks, maybe equal.
Yeah, I mean, black has the bishop pair in this endgame, but white has a lot of centralization there with his knights. The knights are actually more active than the bishops for now. So I think for now, it's still equal.
Okay, we just saw Sara Khadem versus Stavrula. We think this is also even on board 5. Going to board number 4, Katrina Lagno versus Polina Shuvalova. Maybe a small edge here for the Ganges Grandmasters?
Yeah, it might be, you know, bigger than small because the bishop pair is a long-term force in the endgame. Black's moves are very simple. She's going to go king g7, rook c8. White is dreaming of playing bishop e4 and maybe trading off that bishop if possible. That is the way to make a draw, but still white has that e5 pawn that they're going to have to be defending for the rest of this game.
So here, a good position for the Ganges Grandmasters. Going to board number 3, Lenier Dominguez versus Javokir Sindarov. Lenier, do you think like he's solid enough here to not have any trouble with the white pieces?
So far, he's solid. He's solid. His pawn structure is better. I don't really see a kingside attack organized by black at the moment. So I would say, other than the time situation, Lenier is doing fine.
Okay. And then going to Arjun Erigaisi versus Vincent Keimer, the completely crazy game where we have a bishop on h2, the king in the center, a rook on g2, pawns on b3 and c3. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, this position is pretty much impossible to evaluate without an engine, right, Sagar? So two extra, well, actually it was one extra pawn now for white. Still little development. Black still has that knight out of play on a5. I guess what is keeping white alive is like the knight on e4.
Right, the knight on e4 here, and also, Irina, I just feel like these are the kinds of positions that Arjun excels in. He loves playing these weird, sharp positions, but Vincent has been doing quite well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, white does have a more risky position, obviously. On the other hand, Arjun, he is up on the clock 3.5 minutes, and Vincent hasn't been able to figure out a way through yet. I wonder if he wants to play h4, Sagar. Is that like the long-term point of moving the bishop back to f4?
I think so. This is a great idea to push your pawn down the board. At the same time, if Arjun takes here, then you can take with the bishop, putting pressure here. These are very complex positions with f5 coming in. The black king would get a bit weakened. Just look at this, Irina. If you play bishop b2, I play f5. Long castle, you take here, I take with the bishop, c4 coming in, I'm a piece down, but it's so complex.
You've got the G file, the G file, and the diagonals, Sagar. So yes, the compensation here is quite obvious. This game, of course, is the craziest one we have in the match.
That one, Arjun has taken the pawn. Okay, this one can go either way. Going to the icon board between Gukesh and Vishy, we see that Vishy has pushed back Gukesh's knight. So what happened was, after knight g5, rook came to d6, best move. Then he went queen g3, h6, a very bold move because it does weaken the pawns a bit. Knight went back, king h7, and now knight to f2. The knight wants to come here, but instantly stopped by Anand, and queen h3 again. Irina, what are your feelings apart from the fact that the engine says it's dead equal?
Well, I love the fact that Vishy has pushed back that knight out of g5. I mean, that seems to be a real gain for him to see that knight sitting quite passively on f2. And meanwhile, no attack has begun yet on the black king. I wonder if the idea of the queen h3 could be the move f5. It could also be a move like g4. I mean, that would be a little bit crazy, but perhaps that is it. And Vishy, he responds rook d8. He just wants to have these d4 breakthroughs.
Yeah, he's saying like, I need to get all my pieces into the game and let Gukesh do something crazy. Because if Gukesh goes g4, and these are the kinds of moves that Gukesh likes to play, then d4, and already black is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, white's king is going to get opened as well. So you have to be careful with such bold pushes. You know, there's a move here, f5, but I don't really see what it's doing after g5, right? The position remains blocked, and where is white really making progress?
Yeah, this is not looking so good for Gukesh. It's like earlier his position seemed the easier one to play. Now it's suddenly shifted with Vishy having like a nice coordination going.
Yeah, oh, wow, so g4 is on the board.
Oh, he played it. Oh my God. Gukesh goes for it. And guys, Vishy now has a chance to punish Gukesh. And you know, he could literally say to Gukesh, this is not how you play.
Yeah, well, I think d4, he will go for that. Everyone knows that an attack on the side of the board should be answered.
Does it?
With with a counterattack in the center. So d4 is on the board, and Gukesh is playing with fire, opening up his own king and letting that pawn thrust happen.
I think Gukesh knows the dangers here, but he's just taking on Vishy, even going further in. Vishy jumps with his knight to the corner of the board. Irina, I don't know what's going to happen here. He takes.
Okay, well, I mean, Vishy's knight is actually pretty happy to be on the side of the board here. It's not a bad knight because of the pressure against the f4 pawn. So again, this feels like it's the beginning of a turnaround because simply black's position is more intuitive to play here.
And all of black pieces are just doing the right things, right? The rooks are in, the queen is defending the pawn, the knight is attacking here. Meanwhile, for white, how does he create his chances here?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the one good point of white's position is that the move d takes e3 is not yet so devastating because you could just capture back with the queen and nothing is hanging in your position yet because your rook on d1 is protected.
Yes, but right now a big threat could be to just take the pawn on g5, yes? So I could potentially just take on h6.
You can take on h6 and then black has a pretty big choice. But one of the, I gotta say, maybe if it was Rapport, he would play the move knight takes f4. We just gotta point out that engine line.
Which one? Here?
Yeah, after gh6, knight f4, and followed by e3, and that reminds me of his game against Mamedjarov yesterday.
Wow, this could go really crazy. By the way, Gukesh goes knight g4. He's trying to attack h6 and f6. He's trying to ask Vishy, are you going to take my pawn? And then I'm happy. I don't know what's the compensation. By the way, we have a result, a draw on board number 6 between Raunak Sadhwani and Daniel Darda. We did predict it, Irina.
Yes, so that game never really got off the ground. It was pretty peaceful all the way through. And meanwhile, by the way, if you do want to check out another board, we got Polina Shuvalova doing very well.
Oh, she's winning. She's close to winning here in her game against Katrina Lagno.
Well, she has a material advantage, plus white continues to have more weaknesses, less time. Yes, very good chance for Polina to cash in on this position. But meanwhile, maybe Katerina's teammate Sarah Hadem could help her, could help compensate for her loss.
So the match is getting exciting. While Polina Shuvalova is striking for the Ganges Grandmaster, Sarah Khadem is like, wait a moment, I'm going to strike with the white pieces for the PBG Alaskan Knights. This is looking good for Sarah.
It's looking good. She's up a pawn. She's got a great knight, but I still don't think it's that easy.
Right, knight to e4, but she is a pawn up. She will press here.
She'll press, for sure. Good chances to win, but the win with black would be more valuable by Polina Shuvalova. All right, let's go back to the Gukesh game. We don't want to miss much of the action there.
So, pawn takes pawn was taken by Vishy. Gukesh went rook e1, a mistake. Because now, Vishy can take on g5, but Vishy is like, I don't want to do that. I want to play in the center. I want to play moves that just keep it steady.
They've got 10 more moves until the time control, where they get the 2-second increment. But this move, yeah, by Vishy maybe was a little bit imprecise because now it starts to get a little crazy after pawn takes g5 and f5. And even though black is up a pawn, but right now their knight is pinned, it can't go to f4. White's threatening to take on g6, invade with like queen f5. So it's actually pretty tricky.
Right, and by the way, Vishy plays rook f8 and Gukesh instantly goes king h1. And you know what, Irina, I feel like Gukesh was just angling for these kinds of positions when he played g4. Just crazy, he doesn't care what the engine says, he wants Vishy to calculate.
Yeah, well, that he has gotten that kind of game, and I cannot say I dislike the direction he chose because right now it is a game of pure calculation. And Vishy will not be able to rely on general principles too much. So Vishy
the pawn.
Captured and gives up the pawn on h6.
And now king g8. Is this king in trouble? You can't take this pawn. The knight defends it. Can we sack our rook and take this pawn? Maybe the queen blocks it. It's maybe not enough to sack right now.
That's definitely the line to calculate. Let's put that move in. Rook takes f4, rook takes f4, queen g6, queen g7. And black is able to mount a defense to this attack.
Right, the rook just drops back and it's safe. So right now, taking the knight isn't right. And by the way, we have another result coming in on board number 3. We have a draw between Dominguez and Sindarov. A good result, perhaps for both the players. Sindarov was in form, and we have another result. We have Stavrula, who's lost here. Sarah Khadem has struck.
Wow. That's her second win of the tournament. Comes at a very good moment for her team, especially because they are in trouble on the other women's board.
So right now the score is 5-2 in the favor of PBG Alaskan Knights. But guys, There will be a strike back by Polina Shuvalova. Let's stick here. Gukesh has gotten his knight to g4. He's trying to get into f6. Irina, what can Vishy do here?
Yeah, Vishy needs to find something good because he is like facing a winning threat. Knight f6 would win the game if white had a chance to move again. So he needs to prepare for that, make some move that allows a check to the white king. So let's try the move e3.
Oh, that's a
also setting up a checkmate threat.
So if I give a check, then you just take, pawn takes, and boom, it's a checkmate.
Yeah. So that is his best chance to try to create some counterplay against the white king. And after e3, well, white has to sacrifice the exchange to guard the e4 square and then take on g6. And what is going on there?
That's hanging there.
That actually looks like a very tough line to go for Vishy, doesn't it?
Yes, it's very tough. And I really look at Gukesh. He's not looking at his game, and Vishy blunders.
No, he goes queen b7, which is the other possible move, I think, in this position. I think the computer is a little too hard on it.
It's not a mistake, guys. It's not a mistake. The engine, actually, the computer said it was queen c7, but Gukesh sacks an exchange. Double exclamation. We have a result on board 4. We have Polina Shuvalova, who's won her game, which means that the Ganges Grandmasters are now ahead 6-5. Going to the icon board now. All eyes on this one. Double exclam move. Irina, break it down for us. Rook takes f4.
Yeah, well, black has to recapture that rook, otherwise they're down a knight. That allows, whoa!
Oh, e3.
That move is going to expose the rook on d3 to capture, so let's see how that works out. After queen g6, king f8, what is the problem there? Is it just knight f6 somewhere or knight h6? We can put that move on the board. Queen g6 of king f8. Where can the knight go? It's f6.
Oh, knight f6 and the rook is hanging and there's a mate threatened here. What a game played here by Gukesh. He's kind of, Irina, it reminds me of Tal's quote there. Take your opponent in the deep dark forest where 2 + 2 = 5 and the road leading out is wide enough only for one person.
Yeah, he definitely dragged Vishy into the complications here. And okay, right now the problem is that after knight h6 check, he's going to save that knight, then take the rook, but there's going to be some kind of queen g5, so the line keeps going.
Okay, let's just look at this. Knight h6, king h8, and now not taking this rook. Irina, you go back here, because if you take the rook, as you rightly pointed out, queen g5 and you pick up the knight. But there's queen h5, that's so difficult to spot. We'll see. Gukesh first makes the right move. Knight h6 on the board. King h8. Can he play queen h5? No, he picks up the rook there.
He takes the rook. That queen h5 move was too difficult. Okay, he's still better. He's still going to be up a pawn, at least. And he knows he's not in any danger at all because black's king is open. But yes, he did miss his chance to win in a beautiful way.
Yeah, queen check now. And guys, for all of you who are watching here, only 2 games remain. Gukesh versus Vishy, and we have Arjun Erigaisi, who's beating Vincent Keimer on board 2.
And that would be amazing for them to get another victory. Their team really needs it. Okay, so Arjun
is winning here,
he's
guys.
Up in exchange. Or actually, what is he? He's not up in exchange. He's actually down a piece.
But he's winning. He's just pinned him completely, and Arjun wins, guys. Which means the PBG Alaskan Knights move to 8 points. The score is 8-6 with just the icon board left. And if Gukesh makes a draw here, then the PBG Alaskan Knights win and he's a pawn up.
Right, that's amazing. So he doesn't even need to win. Won't be too sad about that missing queen h5. His position is completely safe and he'll be playing this endgame up a pawn.
Right, he's going to play a pawn up because the e3 pawn is going to fall. He's going to bring his king in, and now it's only a matter whether Gukesh will beat Vishy. And you can see the players already shaking hands. They are like, we've done it. We're going to win because Gukesh is not going to lose this one.
Exactly. So they're winning on the backs of two people, Arjun Erigaisi and Sarah Hadem.
Yeah.
And Polina Shuvalova got the sole win for the Ganges Grandmasters.
And this is looking like Gukesh might beat Vishy here, Irina. He takes the pawn. He's now 2 pawns up, but this pawn is falling.
Yeah, there's no way for white to protect it, and he's kind of stuck with an H pawn, which is the worst pawn to have when you try to win a rook endgame. So still, most likely result is a draw.
It's a draw, yeah? But do you think any practical chances here for Gukesh, or not much?
Not too much, but you know what? Everything is still possible. I mean, they're down to seconds, so let's see what happens.
Takes here, king c3, and
Rook h4, probably make sure the h-pawn cannot move, the rook stays active.
You know, the thing about Vishy and defense is that he's always so good with giving up material. And he's always trying for active defense. As we can see in this view, all the players have their eyes on this encounter. The Ganges Grandmasters are not happy.
Yeah, actually, rook b7 made sense to me in a way because he was obviously afraid of rook h4, rook e7. But the engine does not like this passive defense.
Oh, and Gukesh finds the best move, cutting the black king off. And now Gukesh is in the driver's seat. He's winning here.
He's going to win that second pawn at some point. There might be rook f4,
oh, he
h4.
finds again the best move.
Yeah, because you want to go king b2, king a3 without allowing the move a4. That's the point.
Oh, that's so beautiful. And then you also put your pawn here to stop the king coming up. This is a perfect fortress here for white. And the king, as Irina says, goes up. And this is winning for Gukesh.
Yeah, and you know, unfortunately, Anand has his king completely cut on the king side. And he's just running out of defensive resources here because his rook is left battling alone against the king, pawn, and rook.
Wow, this has been an incredible game. Vishy played so well to defend that position. Gukesh did miss his chances, and the rook is coming from behind. If you go king a4, he wants to give a check. Oh, rook a4 played. The rook goes back, and a check now to the king. Oh, he's going to trade if king h5, rook g5.
That's a nice... He's going to go rook g5 anyway. He forces that trade. By the way, you can take now and cut the king with rook d5, and I think that's still
oh, he
handily
misses
winning.
it. And Vishy's back. Oh, he makes a mistake. And Vishy's again not back. Gukesh is winning this. There was a moment where Vishy had rook h8 move, but he didn't play it. And now b4. And oh, he goes king a4. This is again a draw.
Oh, wow. He's not going to be able to advance his king up the board. Wow. That is true. He should have pushed that pawn, I guess.
And they agree to a draw. Vishy is like, whoa, I dodged a bullet there. What a game that was.
That was pretty crazy. Well, thankfully for Gukesh, that result does not matter because it would have been the saddest thing in the world if it did.
True, true. And look at the smiles on their face. Right now, Gukesh is, you know, in some ways, he wants to beat Vishy, but after the game, he has immense respect for his opponent. So he's just there smiling at him, analyzing together.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like if it was some other player, he might show a bit more disappointment. But because it's Vishy, he feels okay about this.
True. And as you rightly pointed out, this result is not impacting the match score. PBG Alaskan Knights win this match. The Ganges Grandmasters tried their best, but it wasn't enough. Arjun Erigaisi did strike, so did Sara Khadem. Wow, what a match that was.
Yeah, the team came together. I mean, Sara Khadem hasn't been doing so well in this event so far, but she was able to deliver such a crucial win over the surging Stavrula Tsolakidu. Stopped her in her tracks after those two wins that Stavrula had gathered in the last couple of days.
Absolutely. We go into the playing hall as the arbiter will call out the results now.
So we have a result for this evening's match by a score of 9 points to 7. The winners tonight were PBG Alaskan Knights.
And look at the crowd we have here. Look at the number of people. The arbiter asks the players to shake hands there. I think everyone who bought a ticket today and sat in that Royal Opera House had their money's worth.
Absolutely, because the matches were so tense, so close. Some of them were separated by just 1 point between the teams. And even the one blowout match we had was an amazing show of force by the FYERS American Gambits.
Yes, and the news from here is that the PBG Alaskan Knights have won it. They kind of played really cool, and there you see Dominguez coming out. We have Arjun today, who played brilliant chess. Katrina Lagno did have a great day, but she's happy, and so is Sara Khadem. So am Mishra with a happy face. The team of Ganges Grandmasters a bit disappointed. Their qualification is on stake here. I don't think it's going to happen, perhaps.
Yeah, well, I mean, right now, the PBG Alaskan Knights have put themselves into a good position to fight for 3rd, 4th place, and at least to get that match at the end.
I love this. Both Vishy and Gukesh go to the crowds. This is like an iconic moment. You know, both of them, you know, just making it worth it for all the fans who stayed back there. And everyone's like, please, my chessboard. Please, can you sign my chessboard? That's just the beauty of this venue here, and for having the tournament in Mumbai. There's so many crowds, so many people who've come out there, and yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a once-in-a-lifetime chance to get a selfie with some of the top players in the world. There we see Gukesh posing for pictures as he's busy signing autographs.
And there's Arjun also there in the background. And I can see there a Gookie book in the background. Ooh, this is very nice. And someone's brought a frame for them. I'm pretty sure that a lot of people would love to get this chance. And guys, if you are back home and you are planning that you wanted to be at a chess event, tomorrow is a Sunday. Why don't you come here at the Royal Opera House? The tournament is going to go on until the 23rd of December.
Yeah, tomorrow we're going to see who has qualified to those top 2 matches, right, in the finals. And afterwards, we're going to have a couple of days of those knockout matches, right?
Right, and by the way, guys, this is the score line. The PBG Alaskan Knights wins 9-7 against the Ganges Grandmasters. We are going to take a short break, and on the other side, we'll be back with the presentation ceremony for the player of the match.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. Jaise FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. Jaise FYERS Intelligent Assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI-powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता हूं। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ Alpine SG Pipers.
Grab it, visit, grab it, hey, grab it, boy, visit, grab it, hey, visit, grab it, visit, Gampa.
Grab the fits. Campa wali fits.
Come on, guys, hurry up.
यार सुनना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं.
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता. But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना. ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना.
अबे ढक्कन. पहले तो सही पानी पीना.
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
The final game today had the PBG Alaskan Knights winning 9-7 against the Ganges Grandmasters. We have the presentation ceremony here with Arohi on the field.
This one had high expectations of it from all the audiences, and let me tell you, it did live up to that. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of match number 23, played between the PBG Alaskan Knights and the Navitor Solar Ganges Grandmasters this evening here in Mumbai. Now to present the award, joining us is Mr. Rudra Bansali, representative Puneet Balan Group, and the player of the match award goes to Arjun Erigaisi from PBG Alaskan Knights. Arjun, congratulations. Firstly, how do you do it? You know, you lose some games. How do you motivate yourself to come back and win in such a fashion?
Yeah, after yesterday, I really wanted to bounce back. I was feeling a bit guilty that I let the team down. And I'm happy at least today my win helped the team.
So you did play a risky opening out there. Were you worried that you're going to be outplayed, or were you in complete control of it?
No, I was confident, but I think I mixed up my preparation and got a worse position. But okay, it was still very complicated. It's not that easy to navigate. And in the end, we both had very little time, and his king was weaker, so easier for me to play.
Now for the upcoming games that the PBG is going to play, do you think it's going to be more of low-pressure games? You know, there's going to be no pressure. Are you all going to go all out with the moves that you all play?
Yeah, we'll try to give our best in every single match, and maybe we are out of contention for first, but whatever best we can do, we will try to do.
Well, all the best for your upcoming games. Congratulations, you deserve this one today.
Thank you.
That is it from the presentation ceremony. We'll go back to the studio.
And we had the Arjun Erigaisi, the madman, as Magnus Carlsen likes to call him, getting the MVP of the day. We now break down the match that just happened on the Prodigy board. Guys, it was quite a peaceful result.
Yeah, it was a peaceful result where Ronak had the two bishops, but slightly damaged pawn structure, and it seemed like it was balanced the whole way.
And then we had these boards, which actually were the most exciting ones in a way. We had Sara Khadem winning her game against Tavrula, and then Polina Shuvalova playing so well. Harshit, it was just complete. I think you guys guessed it right, 1-1.
It was 1-1, but because the Ganges Grandmasters were playing with the black pieces, they got a small lead in the match here as Polina Shuvalova gave the Ganges Grandmaster 4 points. But it all came down to these matches between the superstar men boards. The game between Javokir Sindarov and Lenier Dominguez actually ended in a draw. But the game between Vincent Keimer and Arjun Erigaisi, and you know, Sagar Bhai, I think he showed true leadership quality. He lost his game yesterday, took the responsibility on his shoulders that, you know, it was my bad team. Today comes back with a bang and defeats Vincent Keimer.
Beautiful. And finally, the icon board breaks this down for us, Irina.
Well, that is the game that we followed most of all. It was exciting from the very beginning when Gukesh chose a less standard opening, kept putting in a lot of pressure on Vishy throughout the game until the middle game when Gukesh overextended a bit. Vishy broke through in the center. It started to look like maybe Vishy could take over this game, but no, Gukesh had it under control, and in the end, he had chances to win, and it finished in a draw.
What a game it was. What a game, the topsy-turvy encounter. And that brings us to the standings now. At the end of a very exciting day, we still have Triveni Continental Kings at the top, safely sitting with the 18 match points. But then, guys, it all gets very intense with the UpGrad Mumba Masters at 12 match points. Also the Ganges Grandmasters on 12. Fire American Gambits at 9. We have Alpine SG Pipers on 9 and the BBG Alaskan Knights slowly clawing their way back. Maybe good enough to fight for the 3rd and 4th spot. What are your thoughts, Arshit Bhai, about these standings?
I mean, you know, most of the teams have played 8 matches, but it's only UpGrad Mumba Masters and Alpine SG Pipers who have only played 7 matches. And guess what? Tomorrow, the first match is going to be between these two teams, and a very important match for the UpGrad Mumba Masters. They need to make sure that they don't get caught up by the Ganges Grandmasters.
Right, and Irina, your thoughts on the standings?
Well, the UpGrad Mumba Masters are still the closest team, chasing the Triveni Continental Kings. If they don't win tomorrow, it's going to make it very safe for the Triveni Continental Kings to assure their top spot. So it's going to be a big match for the UpGrad Mumba Masters tomorrow.
Tomorrow is a big day. It's a Sunday here in Mumbai, and these are the matchups that we have. The UpGrad Mumba Masters take on the Alpine SG Pipers at 3 p.m. Then we have the Ganges Grandmasters taking on Triveni Continental Kings, followed by the Fire American Gambits versus the Alpine SG Pipers, and the last one for the day, the UpGrad Mumba Masters take on the PBG Alaskan Knights. Guys, you need to be here at the Royal Opera House. We will be streaming live. For now, guys, it's a goodbye from all of us here. Have a good day.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FYERS intelligent assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Chess or markets, smart insights can change the game. जैसे FYERS intelligent assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI powered.
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर की बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
grab it, fizz it, grab it, grab it, boy, fizz it, grab it, fizz it, grab it, fizz it, Gampa.
Grab the fizz. Campa wali fizz.
Come on guys, hurry up.
यार सुन ना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं.
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता. But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना. ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना.
अबे ढक्कन. पहले तो सही पानी पीना.
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.